Good morning. Good morning. So I'm a little bit early right now. I just pulled the trigger just so like that we don't miss out on anything. It should be starting up. They normally open it up at normally at exactly at 7. So we'll just be waiting here. And for those of you that are interested, I just added a link to if you guys want to look up these individuals and check if they're part of the registry, the sex offender registry. It's gonna be in the description right under all their names. It's a pretty easy tool to use. It's pretty quick. You just type in first name, last name, and they'll come up with their picture and any information that's available. So as of right now, I'm gonna most likely be jumping on the stream for Maricopa County, Arizona, and so I'll be in and out, but I'll be paying attention to the chat if you guys have any questions or whatnot. So I want to go ahead and welcome. Oh, there it is. It's starting up. I want to go ahead and welcome Nikki, Nicole, Casey, fan underscore, Alyssa, Coop, Jerry, and Amber, Laura in Michigan. All right, all right. Let me fix this here. Grid. Oh no, that's them over there. I can't fix that. Oh no, yeah, it's them. All right, so we are live. See, I popped the chat out. Here we go. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and mute myself. I'm gonna go ahead and set up the Arizona stream, and like I said, I'll be back. I'll be in and out. All right, all right. Looks like we got. Oh, I wonder what kind of crimes he committed. What could it be?
Do you need headphones? Okay, let me know if any point you can't hear me and we can provide you headphones. Okay. Good morning.
Mine's sitting over on the side.
Good morning. All right, we are on the record. Today is the time and place set for an original hearing for Mr. Michael Wilden. Am I saying that correctly, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Offender number 223332. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you mind getting a little closer to the microphone? This is being recorded, so I want to make sure we can hear you. Okay. My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. As is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
And did you have a chance to review that?
Yes, I did.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Are there any errors or corrections that you would like to know about your blue disclosure packet before you begin today?
None that I could find.
Okay. So just to tell you how today's going to go, sir, I'm going to go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. I'm going to go over a brief description of the offense. The longer version was in that pre-sentence investigation, which was part of your blue disclosure packet. I'll be taking any comments from you about the offense. I will be taking victim testimony today. I will swear the victim in and have her provide testimony. At the end of the testimony, I will ask you for your response. I ask that you direct that towards me and not towards the victim. We'll be going over any background questions I have, institutional behavior and programming, if you were released, what that would look like. And then at the end of the hearing, if you have further questions or comments or things that we haven't discussed, so please let me know, okay?
Okay, I might need some headphones.
You do need some headphones. We can definitely provide those, sir. Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Okay. And I would note today I could be talking about things that are traumatizing or re-traumatizing. I'm not doing that to be rude. I'm just going over this hearing and all the things that I have to go over, okay?
Yes.
All right, sir. So I show a compassionate release was issued in April of 2020. The request was denied. In a special attention in July of 2022, the board continued the original hearing till now with sex offender treatment program memo. They noted prior to this hearing that they expected you to complete all available recommended sex offender treatment program and cognitive behavioral therapy, moral recognition therapy or its equivalent at a minimum, and to remain case action plan compliant. In a special attention in August of 2022, your counsel submitted that special attention. The board set a paper review with sex offender assessment. In a special attention in January of 2023, the sex offender treatment program assessed you as very low risk. Based on the sex offender treatment program's recommendation, they said that your treatment would be better in the community. They said sex offender treatment no longer provides treatments for individuals who are assessed as below average or very low risk. The board reviewed your counsel's brief, the sex offender assessment, and the institutional progress report. The board ordered no change to that original hearing. Does that all sound procedurally correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In regards to your offense, I showcase 141800008. I show on August 27th, 2014, Mr. Schofield reported his daughter say Mr. Wilden had sexually assaulted her. The victim's mother reported Mr. Wilden is married to the victim's grandmother. The victim sometimes stayed with these individuals when she worked. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you want to say about the offense?
Not yet, no.
What do you mean by that? Not yet.
I, I, there's, that I, that is, there's nothing else really to say. That I happened. I did it. That's,
Okay. What insight have you gained into your risks, sir?
what insight? That I do have a problem but by the same token, I have this state does not have the proper people to take care of that, and I think that my attorney has set forth for me to go there for therapy after if I get out to go through therapy.
I'm assuming I received a letter from Suncrest Counseling. Is that what you're referring to, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm making notes of everything you're saying. I want you to know I am listening. And I will be making notes throughout the hearing of everything everyone says, okay? Sir, I understand that the sex offender treatment program assessed you as that level and recommended treatment within the community. Do you think, though, that you need sex offender treatment within the prison?
I mean, inside the prison?
Yes.
No.
Why?
No, I don't. They don't have the proper personnel to take care of that. I have the problems that somebody that's with more education than these people have.
Can you expand on I don't want to misinterpret what you're saying, so I'm a little confused, but can you explain what you mean by that to me? You're saying that they don't have the proper personnel, which I'm assuming you mean that they don't have the resources for low risk,
Well, no, yes, they don't have the proper personnel to take care of a person like me that has a sexual problem.
I mean, there is a sex offender treatment program, sir.
And then that's what I want to do when I get out here. And I will go by after when I get out.
Okay.
If I get out.
Okay. And one of the other things you said, sir, and that you quote unquote have a problem is what you said earlier.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
I have apparently I have a desire to be with younger girls, but I didn't really realize it until after. But since then, it's gone through my mind a lot of times that I did have situations that I never acted on, but I thought of.
So, sir, part of this hearing, obviously, is to talk about the offense, right? And the very serious nature of it. It's also to talk about the future. And I'm a hearing officer. I only make recommendations. The board decides, obviously. But I want to know how you think you will identify this risk moving forward and how you plan on dealing with it.
I plan on going through therapy, through the people that my attorneys set me up for.
Okay.
To find out I want to find out what's the matter with me. It's what the problem is. I want to know.
Okay. Sir, is there anything you'd like to say about victim impact or victim empathy?
fact that I am extremely sorry. She was, I still think of her. I think of her almost every day. I wonder what she done in school. I wonder where she's in school, ever she went to prom, or I even wonder if she's married or and what she's planning on doing in life. I think I do think about her considerably.
Sir, once again, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board decides. But I've never seen them grant parole without some kind of no victim contact condition. Would you abide by that, sir?
What?
No, a condition where you're not allowed to have contact with the victim.
Oh, I have no contact with her since. I've never contacted her in 10 years. I can think about her, but I have never tried any contact with her at all.
So would you abide by that?
Yes, ma'am.
Another condition based on your offense that I think is very likely if you are paroled, and obviously, like I said, the board decides, is what are called sex offender A conditions. Have you heard of those conditions, sir? They're conditions which, based on your offense, that you are going to be prohibited from doing. They also are other things to help you, right, with like therapy and other things like that, conditions that you might have. One of those conditions would be no contact with children. Would you abide by that as well, sir?
Yeah, I've got a great grandchild too. I'd like to see, and that part I would like to be able to. But yeah, I know I can't. I know that I won't have any contact with them. Yes, I will know.
Well, sir, it sounds like, do you have current contact with this child?
No, he was born after I came in here.
Okay. I would make sure if you are paroled that you notify your parole officer of any intentions of contact, and then it obviously has to be approved.
Yeah.
But I think one of those conditions is going to be no contact with children, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, can I go ahead and take victim testimony now? Thank you so much. Ma'am, my name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I want to thank you for attending this hearing today. Can you state your name for the record?
Lexi Schofield.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to go ahead and swear you in if that's okay. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Once again, thank you for attending this hearing. Please make any statement you wish to make today.
I just want you to know that little girl that you hurt thought of you as a good grandfather. And the pain that came after everything still haunts me to this day. I don't know why you did it, what was going through your head, whether it was to get back at somebody from the family or it was just for your own wants and volitions. I just want you to know that what you did still haunts me to this day. And I've been trying to move from it. And I hope that you hurt no one else that you want to hurt. And I hope that you have no more contact with my family.
Any other statement you'd like to make today, ma'am?
No, that was all.
Sir, do you have a response? If you do have a response, please direct it towards me, the hearing officer.
Just that I'm extremely sorry, and there's nothing that I can do to make it any better. But to get things better, to get out of here and get their proper therapy.
Okay. All right, were substances or drugs at all involved in these offenses?
No.
So obviously that's the offense for which the board has jurisdiction, the one I went over. Going over your criminal history, I do show a DUI from the 1980s. Has substance ever been an issue?
No.
Sir, obviously the board did receive your counsel's special attention request. I believe it was from 2022. I apologize if I'm messing up the year. And it noted your physical health issues. Did you want to elaborate on those issues?
It's that I've gone downhill. I've had I've had 3 strokes while here. Aneurysm in my left eye, I can't see. I'm going to Moran to get proper workup. It's supposed to be proper repair as much as I can in my left eye, and then that's about it.
Okay. So are you currently enrolled in MRT, moral recognition therapy? Are you currently enrolled in MRT or,
I am.
okay, how long have you been in that program?
It's November.
And have anything that, what do you think of the class? Do you like it, not like it?
Well, we started November. It's supposed to be a 12 day, 212. So it's and
Classes.
and this is after this is 3 months later, and we're only into the 6th class together. I've only completed along with other people, and we've only completed three classes in it.
Is that because of you can't attend the classes? Is that because of the teacher?
I missed one class because of medical. And other than that, the teacher, like, she's not here at all this week.
So have you learned anything from the class?
Not really.
Okay. Sir, is there any programming, and I understand that you've looked into sex offender treatment in the community, but any programming within the prison or within the community that you think will help you so this offense does not happen again?
Just the therapy to get out to
And when you say therapy, do you mean sex offender therapy? Do you mean mental health therapy? What do you mean?
well, I want a, can't say psychiatry. I need I don't, I want it so I get better. I want to know why. I want to know why to begin with, and then I want to repair myself after, to get repaired after that.
Okay, sir. In regards to release plans, I showed that you'd like to live with your sister and that you're retired. Is that still the release plan?
Yeah, well, I would like to stay with my brother. My brother, he had a major stroke about 12 years ago, and he's living by himself. But the problem is, he is on marijuana through gets it medically. That he's given to he had the medical card for it. But I'm afraid that might, if I was let out of here, that might create a problem. At the present time, my sister she's been taking as good care as she can of him, and at the same time, her husband is in a home now for dementia. So it's hard on him, but like I said, I would like to stay with my brother's house, but I don't know whether that would be at all possible.
Does your sister, your brother, are there any children in any of these homes?
No.
All right, sir. And I did note that I received that letter of acceptance to Suncrest Counseling. Sir, those are all of my questions today. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. Like I said, the board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that decision within 2 to 4 weeks in writing. Anyone listening to this hearing can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post it on our website. It still takes some time. It's not immediate, just so you know. But obviously, some people can go to that website and look that up for you. I would note your guidelines, sir. Your guideline, a way to think of it is kind of like a suggestion. It's based on a number of factors, obviously one of them being your offense. And your guideline show is 132 months, excuse me, or July 14th, 2026. But like I said, the board ultimately decides they can go below that date, they can go above that date, they can do the same date. They decide what happens moving forward, okay? And I show your expiration as a life expiration. I mean, yeah, with no other offenses. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board, sir?
Tell Lexi that I'm extremely sorry. And again, and I think about her almost every day. And I hope someday that she'll forgive me.
Any other comments, sir? Well, I appreciate everyone's testimony today. I've been making notes of everything everyone's been saying, and we'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you. All right, we are on the record. Today's the time and place set for a rescission hearing for Miss Francesca ALCARAZ. Am I saying that correctly, ma'am?
Yeah.
Offender number 160964. Is that you, ma'am?
Yes.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. As this is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in. So if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
The blue packet?
Mhm.
Yeah.
And did you have a chance to review that?
Yeah.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Yes.
Are there any errors or corrections I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before we begin today?
No.
Okay. So just to kind of tell you how today is going to go, ma'am, this is a shortened hearing compared to maybe like original hearings or other hearings that you've had. Really, the reason for the rescission hearing is the rescission itself and maybe a couple other questions I have. And of course, at the end of the hearing, I'll give you the final word, okay?
Okay.
So it looks like you had an original hearing in August of 2024. Parole was granted for December 17th, 2024, with cognitive behavioral therapy as a contingency and no disciplinary violations. And a special attention in November of last year, it was noted that you had been enrolled in MRT and that you attended every class that had been held due to her late enrollments, class cancellations, and instructor shortages, and due to no fault of her own, that she was unable to meet the requirement. The board rescinded your parole date and scheduled this rescission hearing. Does that sound procedurally correct, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. So are you currently in MRT?
I finished MRT.
Oh, okay. When did you finish?
The end of December.
Okay. And what'd you think of the program? Like it, not like it?
I liked it. I've done it before. When on the outs, I've done it before, like maybe 2010, 2011, something like that.
Okay. And
And I didn't get to finish it then, so getting to finish it now was a lot better for me.
good. What did you like about the program, not like about it?
I like the fact that it had me think a lot about myself.
Okay.
And a lot about the repairs that I need to do for my family, for me.
And I'm making notes of everything you're saying. I want you to know I am listening, okay?
Mhm.
So it looks like, I'm not gonna go over your offenses, but they're related to substance use, right?
Yes,
What's your current attitude towards substance use?
I'm ready to be sober.
And why do you think that's different from before?
I'm just tired of using.
Okay. And I
And
appreciate.
I had stopped using heroin, which was a big problem. And I was on the methadone treatment program, and that helped a lot. The one thing I couldn't stop using was meth, and just a lot of the thinking about myself and thinking about my family and all the other things that I put them through and what I want to change. And like I've got my 90-day plan, my weekly plan, my monthly plan, my SMART goals. I have
Think any of those plans that you want to share with me in particular, those plans? that you have?
It had me going through I have this transition packet that I'm going through. And it had me go through like my SMART goals for housing, my SMART goals for employment and transportation and medical and education and other personalized goals. And going through that for housing and education and everything like that, and employment, it had me realize that I want to start my own business.
Good.
And
What kind of business?
I want to start my own business. It's called Venom Inc., and it's an incorporation because it has nails and tattooing and like a small cafe. And, um, like, it would also have, a stage so people could come and do like poetry and music and things like that.
It sounds like you really thought about it, which is really good, ma'am.
Yeah.
Do you think
It's
you,
something I've wanted to do for a long time now, and I think that going through this transition class and going through this SMART goals has really helped me put things together on how I want to get this business started.
Good.
And what I need to do to get this business going. I need to go back to school to take some classes. And I need to get out and go to a treatment program, which I've already worked with my caseworker to get through to Odyssey House.
you gonna go to Odyssey House?
Yes, and they've already done my acceptance letter. They just need to update it.
It's good. What about, do you have ideas for work temporarily until you get your business going?
I want to get my disability going because I broke my back
Sorry, you're
while I was here.
how, can you elaborate on that a little bit?
My first day here, I broke my back falling. And I've been doing physical therapy and trying to get better since then. And I want to get into a skilled nursing facility after doing treatment to continue my physical therapy so that I can get better and actually do all the things that I want to do.
Um,
And one of those things is filing for disability.
ma'am, I would note that you do have some substance use,
I-
a disciplinary incident.
Yes,
Do you think you need substance use treatment?
I do. That's why I'm going to
Odyssey House.
Odyssey House.
All right, ma'am. Those are all of my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer.
Mhm.
I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides.
Mhm.
They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one
I
decision.
take full responsibility for my disciplinary actions.
Okay.
One of them was, my first one was I had glue in my mouth because I have teeth, dentures. They make you take your dentures out for this Suboxone. And I had glue in my mouth and glue got the Suboxone all over. And that was my first one. My second one, I take full responsibility for that. I spit it down my shirt because I wanted to save it for later.
Okay. What was it?
Suboxone. All of them are for Suboxone. Spitting it down my shirt, saving it for later because they changed it to doing it only in the mornings. You get your full dose in the mornings and then the rest of the day, like, I could be messed up for the rest of the day because you take so much Suboxone in the mornings. But then at night I get sick
Okay.
and I get really sick and I puke my guts out until I take my dose the next morning.
Thank you, ma'am, for that insight. And I'm sure you're talking about difficult things, so I appreciate it. Okay, ma'am. I would note your guideline is 20 months or August 16th, 2025. I want you to understand that's just a suggestion. The board can go below that date, above that date, same date they decide, because I make recommendations, the board decides.
Mhm.
And the expiration of your sentence being the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, is March 6, 2029. So from here, I submit my recommendation. You should get the decision within 2 to 4 weeks, which will be obviously what the board decision is. Also, you can have family, friends look up that decision while you're waiting for the written one because it is faster on the website than the mail.
Okay,
But it's still not immediate, okay, just so you know.
Okay.
Any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board?
just that I've learned my lesson. I don't divert my Suboxone anymore. Getting my day pulled was really hard. And I'm ready to get out and work on these things that I've written down.
Okay. All right, ma'am. Well, I've made notes of everything you've said today. I appreciate you attending this hearing. We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, we are on the record. Today's the time and place set for an original hearing for Mr. Michael. Can you say your last name, sir, so I don't say it incorrectly?
ACEVEDO.
Acevedo, offender
Yes,
number
ma'am.
261475. Is that you, sir?
That is correct. That is me.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. As is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
And did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Yes, I did.
Are there any errors or corrections I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before we begin today?
No, ma'am.
So just to tell you how today's going to go, I'm going to go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. I'm going to go over a description of your offenses. I'm going to go over a brief description. The longer version was in that pre-sentence investigation, which is part of your blue disclosure packet. We'll go over any background questions I have, institutional behavior and programming, if you were released, what that would look like. And then at the end of the hearing, if you have further questions or comments, to let me know, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So it looks like a scheduling review happened in August of last year where an original hearing was ordered for now with a psychological review, which we'll also talk about today, in cognitive behavioral therapy. The board returned case 231902933 and 221901700 to the court to determine restitution and then forwarded to the Office of State Debt Collection. Does that sound procedurally correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
In regards to your offenses, okay, I show case number 221901777 or 01700, I apologize. I show on June 19, 2022, an officer responded to an address and report of a possible domestic violence incident. The victim stated she'd been in a physical fight with Michael. The assault occurred in front of their 3-month-old daughter. He threw her across the living room floor. Officers approached the apartment and could hear him yell loudly and slam something hard. He claimed he grabbed her because he thought she was going to kill or harm herself. He was asked if she commented about doing that, and he said she did not. She said she did not make those comments. Her injuries appeared more congruent with being thrown. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct.
Anything you want to say about the offense?
That it was a poor choice on my end and it was a mistake and I shouldn't have done it. And then I'm sorry and I hope she's doing well.
When you say it's a poor choice, what do you mean by that? What was your thought process?
Confusion.
What do you mean by that?
Like I was confused because I didn't know what she was or was not going to do. So I should have just left. I should have just walked away. I should have just called for help instead of trying to deal with the situation on my own.
Are you saying that you, according to this report, right, you alleged that you thought she was going to hurt herself?
Yes.
But it appears there was no evidence I mean, you yourself said that she never said that. And and she said she never said that. So it just appears to me that you physically assaulted her. And even if you thought she was going to hurt herself, why wouldn't you get help for her?
Like I said, it was a poor choice. That's why, because I should have not tried to intervene at all. I should have tried to get help. And I didn't try to get help. I tried to prevent her myself. And then it happened in a bad way. And it wasn't my intention. So I'm sorry. And
Do you have any current victim contact?
no, ma'am.
When's the last time you saw the victim or talked to the victim?
The date of the incident?
And sir, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides.
Okay.
But I've never seen them grant parole without some kind of no victim contact condition. Would you abide by that?
Yes, ma'am. No contact. Yes, ma'am. I would abide by that.
All right, next case, sir, 2319-02933. I show on October 12th, 2023, officers were dispatched to the Lantern House, on a report of a stabbing. 2 adult males had been involved in a physical altercation, and one of the males had been stabbed. Michael stated he was the individual who stabbed the victim. The victim was transported to the hospital in critical condition. He had multiple stab wounds. Video was obtained. It showed a dispute. The victim appeared to try to leave, and Michael grabbed the victim around the collar while holding the knife. He stabbed the victim in the face. He then stabbed the victim at least 7 more times. Michael stated he stabbed the victim because the victim stated he had a gun. This could not be corroborated by any evidence. He said he, quote, blacked out, quote unquote, after the first stabbing. Doctors said the victim would have died if not for quick medical intervention. Michael said he actually hopes the victim survives so that he, quote, he will remember not to fuck with him again, unquote. Is that correct, sir?
I didn't say I hope he doesn't ever F with me again. I did say that I hope he survives. And I did say that I hope he doesn't mess with anybody else or cause anybody else any problems. And I never intended to hurt him in such a way. I was afraid for my safety, and I misinterpreted the situation. I was in fear and I reacted in a poor way. But I do hope that he's doing well and that he recovers and that he's healthy and that he has a good, healthy, beneficial life. I don't want any more problems with anybody or any kind whatsoever. So I'm just looking to move forward and be there for my son and my fiance. We're engaged, plan to be married here soon. So I'm just looking to be there for my
Is this the victim
family.
in the first case? Is your fiance the victim in the first case?
No, ma'am. This is a whole separate individual who was there at the incident that we're talking about now. And she was threatened by this individual, and I defended myself and her. She was pregnant 4 months at the time with our son.
Were you using substances during these offenses?
No, ma'am.
Did you know the second offense? Did you know the victim prior, or I guess, how did you know the victim?
I didn't know him. I knew of him. I was staying at the Lantern House, the homeless shelter in Ogden. And he was also another individual who came and go. He didn't stay there on a regular basis, but he came there and he caused issues and problems there. So I intentionally avoided him and kept my distance from him because I didn't want any part of that.
So why on this day did you, I mean, it sounds like you guys were engaged in some kind of argument prior to you stabbing him.
So he walked by and started yelling at me and attacked me with his bicycle and with some vice grips. And I pushed him away, attempting to defend myself and prevent him from harming me. And he just wouldn't stop. And then I harmed him to such a degree by stabbing him to prevent him from hurting me or my pregnant woman. And I went over the limit of defense to where I hurt him severely, and that wasn't ever my intention in the first place. It was just to stop him from hurting me and my pregnant fiance.
Would you also abide by a no contact condition with this victim?
Yes, ma'am, I would.
Sir,
Like
is
I
there
said,
any? Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you
Go
can
ahead,
go.
I'm sorry.
Was there anything you want to say about victim impact or victim empathy?
Yes, like, obviously his life has been changed, just like mine has been changed. Um, he was caused serious injuries by me, and I affected him in a serious way. So employment, functionality, his mobility, things like that can be all affected in a bad way because me personally, I know because I suffered serious injuries to my health by getting ran over by a vehicle on my bicycle. So it's not just like I'm saying it just because, oh, no, I want him to be better and I don't want him to be hurting. Like, I know how it feels to be in that situation because I've had to live with it and deal with it. So I don't wish that upon him, and I wish him a speedy, healthy recovery, and I hope that he does the best that he can in his life and that he succeeds and he's successful and that he's good. I don't wish any bad upon him, and I don't wish anything bad upon anybody. I just want to be there for my family and my son and my woman and have a good life and provide for them and have a good job and just be successful and be a productive member of society. And that's all I want.
So you mentioned being run over, which I'm sorry to hear that. Were
Yes.
you, when was that? And is that where there was some, I think it was in the board packet or maybe it's a pre-sentence investigation, but talk about a head injury. Is that a
Yes,
result?
it was back in July 10th of 2013 in Orlando, Florida. I got ran over by a car on my way to work on my bicycle, and I
said
suffered a traumatic brain
2013?
injury.
What year did you say?
2013. July 10th of 2013 at 7:30 in the morning.
All right, so I want to make sure I get to the psychological review. Do you remember meeting with Dr. Peck?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What did you think of his report before I go into specifics?
Honestly, felt like he had his point of view and he presented it, and all I could do is just sit there and look at it. It's the facts. I can't argue with the facts. That's what he presented, and obviously I was nervous. I didn't know I was there. I had no information given to me. I just got told, hey, I'm going to Salt Lake City for transport. I wasn't told if it was for medical or if it was for anything legal. I just was pretty much hanging and didn't know what was going on. So I was nervous and I wasn't expecting it, so I was surprised a little bit. But then once it started to go through and he asked me some questions about like my medical history and about my childhood and things like that, I gave him my honest answers.
And I'm making notes of everything you're saying, sir. I am listening, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, I'm about to go over this report and some of it, obviously not the entirety of it, because I want to hear what you have to say, right? Because all I have is this report.
Yes, ma'am.
So the report noted you were not on any medications. Is that still the case?
I take naproxen for my migraines and body aches and pains, so that I did tell him that, so I'm not sure why it wasn't documented, but yes, I do take that.
Okay. And then it said, quote, he does not take responsibility for the above offenses and generally reports that he was the victim defending himself in each instance. Do you think that that's accurate?
No, ma'am, I don't think that's accurate. I do take responsibility. I'm not denying the fact that I did what I did, and I'm admitting that I was wrong, and I do take full responsibility for it. And I also understand that it was the wrong choice, and it's placed me where I'm at now, separated from my family, away from my child, and it's put me in a situation that I don't want to be in. And I'm the one to blame for it. There's no one else to blame except for me, so I take full responsibility for my actions.
So what do you think your risks are moving forward? Because obviously these are very violent offenses, sir. So what do you think your risks are moving forward?
My risks,
Yes.
I need counseling. I need regular
what?
counseling to help with my anger
For domestic
management.
violence, for mental health, for substance use, for what do you need counseling for?
For
specifically?
anger management, for my mental health counseling is what I need help with the most. I don't have any substance abuse or any drug addictions or problems like that of any kind. Domestic violence classes would be helpful at this point, seeing as I have a domestic violence charge on my record. So it would help me and I'd be willing to do it so I can learn more about how co-parenting and working with someone as my partner rather than having difficulties with them. I want to be able to learn how to cohabitate and coexist with somebody in a healthy manner instead of in a detrimental manner to my livelihood. I wish to progress and move forward.
All right, one of the other things it said, that you expressed no concern for the victims. Do you think that that's accurate?
No, ma'am, I don't think that's accurate at all. No, I wish them the best, and I'm apologetic and I'm remorseful for what I did. And I don't want them to have any more issues or any problems in their lives because of what happened between them and I.
It provided some diagnoses and recommendations. What did you think of those?
Can you go over them real quick?
Sure, and I'm just doing this because, you know, obviously I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just going over what he provided, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So his diagnoses were, that he provided for you were narcissistic personality disorder with antisocial traits, cannabis use disorder currently in controlled environment. His recommendations were that you complete anger management. Ideally, this would be completed prior to transitioning into the community. Successful completion of courses related to domestic violence and participation in substance use treatment. This could be completed in the community on an outpatient basis. What do you
Okay.
think of those recommendations?
So the recommendations, I have done the anger management class and I've completed it, programming within the institution here. And I have done impact of crime. And I've also completed Inside Out Dad. And I just received the certificate for it on Tuesday and completed that class as well. So I've done the cognitive behavioral therapy that it recommended and required me to do. And honestly, I've had no issues with socializing with individuals. I've had no problems anywhere in the facility. I've got no disciplinary actions, no write-ups, no violations of any kind. So like I said, for substance abuse, I don't see why I would have to do it, but if it's recommended, I would do it. Obviously, I would do anything necessary to abide by law and complete the requirements, and recommendations that the board gives me so that I can have a successful life. I just wish to be healthy in every way, physically, mentally, and spiritually in every way.
And I do show that you had THC in your system during the stabbing. Is that
Yes, ma'am.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sir. You mentioned some programming, which is good. What
Yes,
did you think
ma'am.
of those classes?
They were very helpful. They were very informative and gave me resources to help me to deal with stressful situations and to help me with my own problematic thought process that I have.
So
Where
can you kind of give me some examples of some specifics of that?
So where I'm under stress and I just think fight, flight, or run type situation, a lot of times I try to run and I try to get away from the situation because I get overwhelmed and it's too much for me. So it taught me ways and tactics on how to deal with things, gave me healthy coping mechanisms and tactics to deal with stress and to be proactive towards bettering myself to deal with things in a more healthy way, not to react in violent ways or in damaging ways to myself or to others, because it doesn't just hurt other people, it also hurts me. So that's where I have to think like, okay, well, if I do this, what's going to be the result? What's going to be the consequence? What's going to be the outcome? How is this going to affect me? How is this going to affect the people that love me and that do care about me? I need to be more aware of what my actions actually result in. So it's taught me all of those things.
Okay. All right, sir, and I would note you have no disciplinary violations, which is good. In regards to release plans, I saw that you'd like to live with your fiance, which you kind of already talked about, and work in a warehouse. Do you have any plans for treatment upon release?
For treatment, I would be able to go, if I get released, and which I'm hoping I do, and I get released and I go back to where her and I were living at before in the Ogden area, try and get in touch with We Were Human Services and see what kind of programming and counseling and classes that they can offer me to help me. And then for work, I would end up hitting up probably staffing agency to get employment through one of the staffing agencies within a week or so. And then I spoke with a caseworker and they let me know where the halfway house is up in Ogden off of Pennsylvania Avenue. So I know where that is at. I am familiar with the Ogden area.
So do you first want to go to a halfway house? Is that what you're saying?
So at this point, I'm still trying to get in touch with my fiance and establish a residence. At this point, I don't have one. So at this point, my best option would be to transition through the community into a halfway house so I can find work and then find income, save it up, and then get a place of residence for myself and my woman so that we can live together and have a stable home for our son. He'll be a year on March 31st.
All right, sir, those are all of my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Your family members or friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post it on our website. It still takes some time. It's not immediate, but obviously it's faster on the website than the mail and someone can look that up for you. I know your guidelines are easiest way to think of that's a suggestion. The board ultimately decides, but it's based on a number of factors, obviously one of them being your offenses. Your guidelines, 18 months or April 11th, 2025. The board can go below that date, above that date, same date they decide. The expiration of your sentence, meaning the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, is October 11th, 2038. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board?
I just want to say thank you for the time and thank you for sharing the information with me and letting me speak and give my sincerest apologies and remorse and acknowledgement for my actions and behaviors, and that I just wish to succeed and be successful in life and have no more issues with the law or any kind.
All right, sir. Well, I've made notes of everything you've said today. I appreciate you attending this hearing. We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, we are on the record. Today's the time and place set for a rehearing for Mr. Devin Osborne, offender number 247693. Is that you, sir?
Yes, it is.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. As is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I do.
And it looks like you brought it there with you, and did you have a chance to review that?
I have had a chance to review it, look over some things about it.
Is there anything, did you see any errors or corrections that you wanted to let me know about?
Yeah, like some of the things weren't in there yet, but that's why
What do you mean, sir?
for example, like the psychological evaluation at the first one they gave me, it wasn't in there. So they gave me another copy when it came. But it wasn't in there at the first time when I had a meeting, and everything I did at Green, it says that it wasn't, I guess it wasn't in there at all. It was like saying it was all incomplete, and I completed a bunch of stuff over there.
What did you complete, sir?
Seeking safety, helping men recover, then started anger management over there again. But the CBT, that one, that's the one.
Did you complete it, sir?
Unfortunately, no, I did not complete that one.
Okay. And we'll probably talk about some of those classes towards the end of the hearing, but I appreciate you letting me know that, okay? So just to kind of tell you how today's going to go, I'm going to go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. I'm not going to go over your offenses like you probably did at your original hearing, excuse me, but I'm going to ask you for comments about them. We will go over that psychological review. We'll go over any background questions I have, institutional behavior and programming, if you were released, what that would look like. And then at the end of the hearing, if you have closing comments or questions or things that you need me to know, to let me know, okay? And also be making notes the whole time I am listening, okay? So it looks like you had an original hearing where a rehearing was ordered for now with psychological review and a residential substance use treatment condition, or contingency, I should say. The board also ordered the restitution in cases 2017-00479 and 2219-00221 to be sent to the court to determine restitution and forwarded to the Office of State Debt Collection. Does that sound procedurally correct, sir?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. The part I didn't get was on that was when it said participation, I had to participate in the program.
You mean the residential substance use treatment?
Yeah, it said participate, like, so I looked at it as, cause I didn't get it at the time, they didn't have it like updated on the tablet until now. Then I read it, expectation was they wanted you to complete it before the hearing. But on the paper, it said I was expected to participate.
Okay. I will make note of that, sir. All right. In regards to your offenses, like I said, I'm not going to go over them individually, but can you give me any comments or any insight you have into them?
Well, I do take full responsibility of what I did. You know, like the first offense, yeah, I did. If I didn't make a rash decision, I wouldn't have put my hands on my wife and threatened my kids, stuff like that. And the offense
Why do you think you did that?
because I didn't know how to regulate my emotions at the time. So I just used it as a rash decision and I basically freaked out, you know. I could have just walked away and stayed away, calmed down regularly, then approached them in a different matter, but I didn't.
So, because obviously that's really concerning behavior, right? So
Yes.
what have you learned since that time about, it sounds like you were upset. How have you learned to deal with when you're stressed, when you're upset?
Well, I learned that when I do become like stressed or upset, learn how to notice my body awareness. Notice like when I'm stressing, why am I stressing? Why is that making me angry? So I take notes to calm myself, breathing exercises, grounding methods, write, sing, dance, stuff like that to get out of it.
Okay. And why, so are these things that these tools you're talking about, do you think that you did not have them previously?
Only tools I had previously was, I would say, just music. Like, so I learned a lot about myself in these programs that you got to have more than just one thing, if I'm angry, if I listen to angry music, I stay in that state of mindset longer. So I got to change it, do something else, learn something new, connect some new brain waves.
Okay. And I appreciate your insight. Is there anything you want to say about victim impact or victim empathy?
Yes, I do feel bad because I made it where my victim is probably like scared to do stuff, maybe open up to other people now. The empathy I have for them, yeah, I probably would have done the same thing if somebody did that to me, put their hands on me. I probably would have been afraid to talk, go around.
Do you have any current victim contact with either victim?
I do not.
So I'm a hearing officer, I make recommendations, the board ultimately decides, but I've never seen them grant parole, without some kind of no victim contact condition. Would you abide by that, sir?
Yes, I will apply by that.
Okay, sir, I want to make sure I get to the psychological review because that's obviously part of this hearing. Do you remember meeting with Dr. Peck?
I do remember meeting with him.
What did you think of his report before I go into some specifics about it?
Well, when I went to go talk to him, he didn't really like the way I was speaking at the time. Like, then when I told him the stuff I was in, he was like, well, he didn't like it. Then I was like, I asked him what expectations, like stuff like that. Cause I told him why I got this psychological hearing. Cause when I first came in, I was really like not in the right mindset, thinking.
When you first came to prison, you mean?
Yes. I was in the right mindset. So we talked. He was a good man. But some of the things that he was like saying, he was just like, he was telling me I have to do this, stuff like that. And I was like, well, the stuff in here compared to the streets are two different things, you know? Because on the streets I can like be with positive social people, and here you're around certain people and certain the way others act in here, they can push you a certain way, you know?
Okay. So I'm going to go into specifics about it. I'm not trying to do it to be rude, but I'm just trying to get insight, right? So it noted that you were currently taking, apologize if I'm saying this incorrectly, Pamlar medication. Is that still what you're taking?
Nortriptyline.
Okay.
That's the original name to it, yeah.
And are you still taking that?
Yes. I take it every afternoon.
And what is that specifically for?
It's for night terrors and dreaming, helps you better with sleep and depression.
Does it help?
Yes, I've been on it almost a month now, so the
Okay.
full effects does help.
Do you plan on continuing using it moving forward?
Yes.
Okay. And then, once again, I'm just going over this report because all I have is the report and I want to hear what you have to say, right? So it says, quote, presents as remarkably unconcerned about trying to alter or take responsibility for any of his problematic behaviors. Do you think that that's accurate?
No, I do not think that's accurate.
Okay, can you expand on that for me?
I do. I take full responsibility of everything I do.
Okay.
So when he said when he said that, I was like, well, I don't see that as happening, because only thing I don't retake responsibility is the part of me growing up, my history of getting molested, all that. So
Sorry.
I don't take responsibility for that, but everything else I do in my life is my choice. I made that choice.
And thank you for sharing with me, sir. One of the other things it says that you were unsuccessfully removed from residential substance use treatment due to a dirty UA. Can you tell me what happened with that?
Well, most of the people I hang around with are gang members. And I did fail a UA because I was the medication I was on was not working. Then one of them gave me some Suboxone. I did it, and the next day I got piss tested, took a UA.
And
Then when some paper came in, I guess that's what it was. They told me to taste it. I tasted it, and it ended up being methamphetamines. So I ended up,
so is this like an envelope you're saying?
it was just looked like a notebook piece of paper.
And you said someone told you?
Yeah, to taste it. Like, put this in my mouth, you know?
Okay. And then it provided some diagnoses and recommendations. What did you think of those?
You talking about the past diagnosis?
No, the present suggested. It's probably on the very last or towards the second to last page.
Oh, you talking about these ones?
It's right above the recommendation section, excuse me.
The one where it says like opiate use disorder. and-
Opioid use disorder, malingering, antisocial.
Yeah.
What did you think of those present?
But when I looked at the word malingering, that blew my mind, because I don't think I ever heard this word before.
Okay.
The antisocial personality disorder. I think I have that. I have been smoking cannabis like all my life, and it does like help maintain like situations I'm in, makes me less stressful. Hallucinogens, I guess I don't know what it is about them. I liked them a lot growing up. Opiates, I don't really like that much, but opiates, it's like helps with pain, gets the pain out. But the stimulants, that's like I was on Adderall and Ritalin growing up, so those stimulants does help.
So How would you describe your current attitude towards substances?
My attitude towards them is I function, me personally, I function great off stimulants, like off drugs. My goal is not, I don't get into trouble, fights, stuff like that. I get my work done, stuff like that. But when I'm not on it, I might think a little differently sometimes,
When you're on it?
off of it.
Oh.
I might think a little differently, have trouble sleeping, stuff like that. So most of the
So
time.
it sounds like you want to use.
I got approved for Suboxone, but when I got moved, it got declined.
Okay.
Cause I used to be on it when it first came out.
Okay. Do you think you need treatment?
Me personally,
Yeah.
I think I don't, but when I went to treatment, I learned a lot. It was good. You get to learn about yourself, you learn how to be with others. You learn other people's visions, goals, stuff like that.
It sounds like there's things you liked about the program, but not related to substance use.
Yeah, not related, because when I went over there, it was easy, nice program. It was fun. It was just, I would say, some of the people and some of the guards, they hassle you, like harass you a lot. And I was like, well, I'm not doing anything wrong. And they were like, well, for a person that's smiling all day, like they assume just because I smile all the time that I was on drugs. So I got drug tested a lot.
Okay.
But when I failed my UA, I was over, I think by one, just like one over it.
Okay.
Cause I won't do it like every day. But when it came to like somebody to let me try it, I would usually be in like too much pain at the time. And the receptors and the drug is fights for the same thing. So
And I would note you have disciplinary violations and they're related to substance use. Anything you want to say about those?
the only thing I have to say to those is it's all of them basically are for that. Are
All for what?
Like I guess failed UAs.
Yeah, like what were you using? You said meth at one point, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then what else?
Suboxone.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, sir. And then in regards to release, I showed that you'd like to live by yourself and work in landscaping or cleaning. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Any other plans for release?
Yes. Yeah, a lot more plans. If I go to, okay, one option is halfway house. There's
So
only
would you
two.
like that more than living by yourself?
Well, that's the first step
Oh.
before living by myself. I have to go to a halfway house.
Okay.
But there's only two halfway houses, Fortitude and Nuke. One's in Ogden and one's in Salt Lake. If I go to the one in Ogden, the places I'm gonna look for work is at American Nutrition, maybe a restaurant, stuff like that. Stay close to a local church, and get well acquainted with the area I am. If I go to Salt Lake, and try out for the Cheesecake Factory. Same thing like in Ogden, the restaurants, areas that are close by, so I won't get in trouble. Find a place where I can get clothes, food, use the assistance that they give you here and continue on my road of being positive. Because I made
Sounds like you thought
Positive.
about it, which is really good.
I made Positivity Utah from in here for crocheting.
Is that like a
It's,
group or?
no, it's a show they show on the news, like after the news, about all the positive stuff that's happening in Utah.
And you said you were on that program or?
No, they came into the prison and recorded us, and I made it. I was on the news, then I made it to that show.
All right, sir. I've made notes of everything you've talked about today. Those are all of my questions from here. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Family members, friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video, go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post it on our website. It's not immediate, just so you know. It still takes time, but it's faster on the website than the mail. And someone can look that up for you. Your guideline was 30 months or April 19th, 2024. Obviously, that's passed, and the board ultimately decides. The expiration of your sentence, meaning the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, is January 24th, 2037. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board?
Yeah, to say that the concerns they have, they're my concerns too, you know? And I was wondering, what concerns like basically do they have, you know?
So obviously, sir, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board decides. So I can't speak directly for them, but when I conduct my hearings, I try to address issues that I want to hear from you from, right? And so issues like not being able to complete residential substance use treatment, I addressed that. I wanted to hear what you had to say in that regard. Your disciplinary violations, I wanted to hear what you had to say in that regard. These are things that I'm thinking about. I obviously would know, and I did at the very beginning of the hearing, my concern about the violent nature of the offenses. And so that's my point of this hearing, is to make sure that I give you an opportunity to address those issues that I'm thinking about. And it does seem like you are thinking about those issues as well, and that you are taking programming that you sound like you want to help you in the future. So-
Yes, the only one I didn't talk about was the one that got me here.
Okay.
Because we talked about the first one, but I didn't get a chance to talk about the second one.
Is there something you'd like to say in that regard?
Yeah, that one, I guess I was just being
I mean, you was talking about your second offense. You're talking about the one with the
aggravated robbery.
Yeah,
And
yeah, yeah.
disarming a police officer. I
Mhm.
guess I was just being, like, I didn't want to cooperate, period. Like, guess I
meaning
was
with the
being-
police or?
the police, I wasn't cooperating, and with the dude, I wasn't being, I guess, nice to him at the time. You know, I take reconsideration that if I had to like change my attitude, things probably would have turned out much better instead of trying to force something upon somebody. So, yeah.
Do you
Then,
think things are different now?
yes, things are way different now. The fact that I don't have any family members or nothing in the state, that's a little depressing sometimes.
Where are they?
In North Carolina.
Okay. Do you want to eventually go back there?
Eventually, yeah, but
I'm just wondering
Probably.
because you're talking about you wanting your support. So that's why I was just wondering if.
yeah, that's like, because I try to reach out to my brother. He hasn't responded yet. So I don't know, because I don't think they know I'm over here in prison.
Gotcha.
So I just lost all contact with him because I was being, like I said, rude to the cops when I first got arrested. I wasn't cooperating.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your insight and all of your comments. I've made notes of all of them, sir. If you have no other comments, we'll go to conclude. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
All right, we are on the record. Today is the time and place set for an original hearing for Mr. Rico. Am I saying that correctly, sir?
Yes,
Galvin, offender number 198186. Is that you, sir?
yes, it is.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. This is an official proceeding. I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Okay. You mind getting a little close to the microphone? It's being recorded. I want to make sure we can hear you. Awesome. All right. Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
yes, I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes,
Did you have a chance to review that?
I did.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Are there any errors or corrections I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before you begin today?
I don't think so.
And we'll be going through a lot of it today, so obviously if you think of something to let me know. So just to kind of tell you how today's going to go, sir, I'm going to go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. I'm going to go over brief descriptions of your offenses. Obviously, the longer version was in that blue disclosure packet, and I'm going to ask you for any comments. We'll go over any background questions I have, institutional behavior and programming, if you were released, what that would look like. And then at the end of the hearing, if you have further questions or comments, let me know, okay?
Okay,
So it looks like you had a scheduling review was conducted in September of last year. An original hearing was ordered for now with cognitive behavioral therapy. The board noted that there was no restitution owing in cases 2319-08845 and 2419-03865. They returned case 2419-06449 to the court to determine restitution and forward to the Office of State Debt Collection. Does that sound procedurally correct, sir?
yes,
Okay. Regards to your offenses, I show first case 2319-08845. I show on August 20th, 2023, officers respond to an assault at a library. An employee at the library said they were informed Mr. Galvin was causing a disturbance. He pulled out 12-inch pliers and lunged at one of the employees. He picked up rocks and began throwing them at other employees. He was not questioned as he, quote, was talking nonsense, unquote. He began hitting his head on the cage in the vehicle, which required additional officers to remove him. He became combative and hit an officer. Is that correct, sir?
I kicked an officer. I didn't fight him.
Okay. Any other comments you have about?
No, but I do take full responsibility for what I did. I don't think that I was in my right state of mind at the time.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I was a little bit intoxicated, so
What were you using?
I was drunk. So
Do you know how much you had had that day?
probably have about maybe a liter to a half gallon.
I'm assuming it's some kind of liquor.
Yeah,
Do you think you have an alcohol problem?
I don't think I have a problem, but I'm willing to take classes if I need to.
And we'll probably come back to that issue, but I did want to discuss it a little bit in that offense because I think the report noted that you were drunk at the time. Next case, sir, 2419-06449. I show on on May 6, 2024, officers observed a fight between Mr. Galvin and another individual. Surveillance footage showed Mr. Galvin hitting that individual with a towel as the victim was lying on his bunk. The victim leaped off the bunk and the two began fighting. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct.
Anything you want to say about that offense?
I take responsibility for what I did. I mean, I don't.
What did
I
you
don't.
do?
Well, we got into an altercation,
Over what?
fighting. Well, it was mostly horseplay. So
So it wasn't an altercation? Like, when I think of horseplay, I think of something that's like
it led.
you're not,
It
it was
led to fighting.
jokes almost or something. I don't know. It's not actually you're trying to hurt the person.
Well, it led to a fight.
Okay. And why do you have current contact with this victim?
I don't.
Would you abide by a no contact condition with the victim?
Yes.
And I'm making notes of everything you're saying. Sorry, I'm listening, okay? Next case, 2419-03865. I show on August 1st, 2023, officers were dispatched to the University of Utah Hospital for an assault. Mr. Galvin had been pink sheeted and had left his room. An officer commanded him to stop. He swung his hands. He then moved to another area where he struck another officer in the face. He was taken to the ground where he tried to bite another officer. Is that correct?
Yes.
Anything you want to say about that offense?
I regret it.
It noted you were pink sheeted. Can you tell me what happened with that?
I was going through a schizophrenic episode.
Okay. Were you on mental health medication at the time?
I was not.
Did you know of your diagnoses?
Yes.
Were you prescribed any medications at the time?
I was, but I wasn't on them.
Any particular reason why?
I just ran out and I wasn't able to take them.
What do you mean you weren't able to take them?
I just didn't have the money or the means to get them.
Do you know when you were first diagnosed, sir? Like what year or what age approximately?
About when I was 25.
Okay. And thank you for discussing some of this stuff. I'm sure it's not easy. Were you using substances as well?
I was.
What were you using?
I was using methamphetamines.
Okay. And is there anything you want to say about victim impact or victim empathy with these offenses, sir?
I'm willing to make amends any way I can. I started taking the MRT class.
Okay.
They said it's a form of cognitive behavioral therapy, which is what the board wanted me to do before
Right.
I even seen the board. So I applied way back in June, but only recently got into the class.
What do you think of the class?
I think it's great.
Okay. What do you like about it?
Well, we've only been able to get past the first step so far. So I've read just the first 38 pages of my booklet.
Anything you learned, liked, didn't like?
Well, I like that it has like what you were doing in the past and like what you could have been doing instead, like what positive changes and things that I could do to make myself a better person to society.
So what do you think in these offenses you could have done differently?
I think I could have definitely been doing other things like working and just focusing on my family and rather than getting intoxicated and getting into confrontations with people.
Okay. Do you think you have an anger issue?
I don't think I do, but I'm willing to take classes if I need to.
And I appreciate that, sir, right? But you're talking about not wanting this to happen in the future. So I'm trying to figure out what you think will identify some of your risks and what you think will make you more successful in the future. One of the things you talked about was that you were not taking medications, mental health medications. Do you think you need mental health medications?
As of right now, I haven't been taking medications.
You're not on any medications right now?
Currently, no.
Okay.
I've been learning ways to cope without taking medications. I'm trying to find more positive ways to be a better member of society.
And what are some of those?
Well, I educate myself a lot more with the books from the e-library. I also try to find more positive ways that I could do hobbies and just things that would be more productive, like such as playing football or going to work and coming home and taking care of things that I need to that are more important than actually getting intoxicated and
So what
just getting into
You're talking about substances. What's your current attitude towards substances?
I don't want to use any substances, actually.
Why do you think that is, why do you think now you don't want to use?
I was getting tired of it before I even got in trouble. I just couldn't find a way to quit because of my addiction, and it was hard. So now that I've been sober for about 2 years, I feel like I might be able to better resist it, and I don't want to go back to that. Like, it's just something that didn't make me feel good about myself. I didn't like where I was at. And I wanted to find a way, I just couldn't at the time.
Okay. Do you think you need substance use treatment?
I'm willing to take substance abuse treatment.
Sir, those are the offenses for which the board has jurisdiction. But I do show many assaults in your criminal history, right?
Right.
W- Are there any that you want to talk about, or what do you think, why do you think there's so many in your criminal history?
Well, I grew up around a lot of violence. So, I mean, that's what I learned growing up. I don't think it's the best decisions to get in fights. Now that I'm older, I start to think more before I act. I mean, I haven't been into a fight since I've been here. I learned that rather than going head on into a confrontation, there's other ways that I can avoid it and problem solve rather than just using physical violence as a means to solve my problems.
Okay. And I appreciate your insight, sir, and you talking about some of that stuff. I do show some disciplinary incidents from September and October for refuse arrest. To your point, no assaults, but is there anything you want to say about those?
One of them, I was in the shower and I didn't know that we were supposed to rack in at the time. And the other one, I think it was because I was out of bounds.
Okay. In regards to release plans, sir, I show that you'd like to go to a halfway house and work in construction or food. Is that still the plan?
Yes,
Do you have any plans, any specific halfway house that you were thinking about?
I would like to go to Fortitude. I'm not really familiar with Ogden, so
Okay.
I mean, I would like to go to Salt Lake Fortitude so I can get a job in Salt Lake and get a place out there.
Have you heard of the MHSS program?
Have not. What is that?
So it's the Atherton facility. It's the Mental Health Support Services halfway house. It's specifically geared towards people who have mental health related diagnoses, and it helps with medication compliance. It helps with therapy. It can also help with other issues if like you need, help with finding a job or things like that. But it's obviously mostly oriented towards mental health related issues. Do you think something like that would be helpful?
Where is it located?
It's Atherton. It's I think it's approximately the West Valley area. That's what you're asking me. I don't remember the exact address right off my head, but is that something you'd be interested in?
I wouldn't mind the Atherton.
Okay.
I mean, I think there's a company I could work for out there. I think Coca-Cola's in West Valley
Okay.
as well, so.
And then, so I think I saw some contradictory information. So I just wanted to see, do you have children?
I do.
Do you have custody of those children?
My mom currently has custody of my youngest. I don't see my oldest too because they were adopted.
Okay. So do you have any parental rights or?
I do. I mean, I could still see my youngest, but my mom currently has custody of my youngest daughter.
Maybe like a visitation to
Yeah.
your. Okay. All right, so those are all of my questions from here. I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Your family members or friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post it on our website. Still takes some time. It's not immediate, but it's faster on the website than the mail, so someone can look that up for you. I know your guidelines, sir. Easiest way to think of that's kind of like a suggestion. It's based on a number of factors, obviously one of them being your offenses. And I show that as 18 months or February 27th, 2025. But obviously the board ultimately decides and go below that date, above that date, same date they decide. And the expiration of your sentence, meaning the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, August 27th, 2028. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board?
I would like to go to a Fortitude, but if I have to go to Hatherton, that's fine too.
Okay.
Thank
And obviously, I don't know what the board will do moving forward, right? But I'm just making notes of what you would like to see happen, and they decide what happens moving forward. Okay. Any other comments or questions?
I do not. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Well, I appreciate you attending this hearing. I made notes of everything you've said today. We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Original hearing for Mr. Tony Lisenbee. Am I saying that correctly,
Yes.
sir? Offender number 252156. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. As is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes,
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
I have.
And did you have a chance to review that?
I did.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Yes.
Are there any errors or corrections I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before we begin today?
The only thing I recognized in 2014, it said I had an open container. I don't remember getting that. That's the only thing I kind of went back with my girlfriend and we were trying to figure out when I got an open container. That's the only thing I can't remember. So
And I'll be making notes throughout this hearing. I want you to know I am listening. I'm just making notes of what
Yeah.
you're saying.
that's fine.
All right, so just to tell you how today's going to go, I'm going to go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. I'm going to go over a description of your offense. I'm going to go over a brief description. The longer version was in the pre-sentence investigation, which was part of your disclosure packet. We'll go over any background questions I have, institutional behavior and programming, if you were released, what that would look like. And then at the end of the hearing, if you have further questions or comments or anything else you want noted for the board to let me know, okay? And I would note that you have support here. I'll state that for the record and the board will know, okay?
All right, thank you.
So it looks like a special attention happened in November of 2022. The board continued the original hearing till now with sex offender treatment program memo. They noted prior to this hearing that they expected you to complete all recommended sex offender treatment and remain case action plan compliant. They returned case 2019-10580 to the trial court for restitution determination and then forward to the Office of State Debt Collection. In an earned time credit decision in December of 2022, it was noted that you completed your high school diploma. And then also in a special attention in August of 2023, the sex offender treatment program assessed you as below average risk. They noted based on your risk level that they recommended treatment in the community. And they said further, sex offender treatment program no longer provides treatment for individuals who are below average or very low risk. The board removed the sex offender treatment memo, and it was noted that you were expected to remain case action plan compliant and complete all recommended treatment. Does that sound procedurally correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay. In regards to your offense, I show case 2019-10580. I show the victim reported Mr. Lisenbee, who is the victim's stepfather, on several occasions engaged in lewd behavior, sexually assaulted her, and offered her money to perform sexual acts. In the pre-sentence investigation, he spoke of drinking during the offense. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, it was a granddaughter,
Okay. So the victim was the granddaughter, your granddaughter?
step granddaughter.
Otherwise, is that description
Yes.
accurate? Anything you want to say about the offense?
I just would love to apologize to her. I mean, we had a great relationship. I don't know why I became like that. I'm not that type of person. I mean, I love her with all my heart, and I'm a totally different man.
Why do you say that?
For being locked down, I mean, just the time I've been down is just to think about what I did. I think my problem was I was looking at too much porn, you know?
Trial porn?
Not
Child-
child porn, no, just regular porn. And maybe my drinking just got in the way there. That's just not who I am.
So obviously this happened, sir.
Yes.
So, and I understand you're saying a different person, but what are your risks? Because obviously this is a very serious offense and violent offense. So what are your risks moving forward?
I don't think I have any risk. I don't look at children that way. I'm a very loving person. I have a lot of grandkids. I have 3 boys, and I've never been like this before in my life. I don't think I would have a risk of going back or doing something like that. That's the last thing in my mind, to do something like that.
And sir, part of this hearing, right, is definitely talk about the offense. And for me to gain insight into how this issue will be dealt with in the future. But when you're telling me you have no risk, it obviously happened and you're saying it happened. So,
Yeah.
so why do you think it occurred?
I honestly don't know. I can't really answer that, why it occurred. Me and the victim were very close. We did everything together. I mean, me and my granddaughters, they were always with Papa, always. I don't know what went through my mind. Stupidity. I mean, that's all I can say about that. I mean,
Were you drunk during these offenses?
yes. And I'm in the drug program right now.
Which is good.
DEVIN recovery is what it's called now.
And I do want to talk about that first, definitely during this hearing. But obviously a lot of people drink and they don't commit this offense.
Yeah,
So I'm still, if you have any more further insight, about this offense, I would like to hear it.
I don't know what made my mind go to doing that. You know, I really don't. Like I said, I think I was just caught up and not thinking straight when I was drinking, because that was the last thing I wanted to do, is to do that.
Do you have any current victim contact?
No,
Okay. When's the last time you had contact with the victim?
before I got locked down.
during this offense or?
No, I haven't talked to her once since I've been locked down.
Sir, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. But I've never seen them grant parole without some kind of no victim contact condition. Would you abide by that, sir?
Oh, of course.
Sir, also, I think it is very likely based on the nature of the offense. Once again, I'm a hearing officer, make recommendations, but I do think based on the offense that you are likely to have what are called sex offender A conditions. Do you know what that means, sir?
You know,
Those conditions include things that prohibit you from doing certain things. It can also include therapy and other things. One of those things that would prohibit you from doing is having any contact with children. Would you abide by that?
yeah, if I have to. I mean,
You mentioned
I got 2 brand new grandsons out that I haven't met. I mean, my boys, but
so those are obviously children.
Yeah.
So what I would say is, I think it's very likely if you are paroled, which the board decides, but if you do get paroled and have any intent or would like to see them, that you ask your parole officer, see if that is allowed. And if it is allowed, what are the conditions surrounding it? But obviously you don't want to violate your parole, right? So,
I do everything they would tell me to do.
but I think it's very likely you have no contact with children condition.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll oblige to whatever they give me.
Okay. How long did these offenses go on? How long was the sexual assault? Like how many, was it months, years?
No, maybe months, few months.
And how old was the victim?
I think 14 at the time.
Sir, I understand that the sex offender treatment program assessed you. I understand what their recommendations are. But I'm asking you, do you think you need sex offender treatment?
I mean, if I need to, of course, I'll do whatever, you know,
But I'm asking you what you
honestly,
think.
no, I don't think I do.
Why?
Because that's just not who I am. I know I screwed up. And this is the first time I've ever been in trouble my whole life. And I screwed up big time. I mean, this is nothing to joke around. It's just not me. I mean, people I look for is people my age or, you know, my girlfriend, she's a little bit older than me. That's who I care for. And I just know I wouldn't do this offense ever again. I was not in the right mind. But if the board tells me to do this program, of course I'll do it. I mean, to prove to everyone that I am trying to change, that's if I would do it in a heartbeat.
It sounds like at least somewhat that this offense, you contribute your behavior to your alcohol use.
Yes.
How would you describe your current attitude towards alcohol?
Right now, I'm totally against it. Totally against the drugs, alcohol. I mean, I've been sober for,
Were you using drugs too?
no, never done drugs in my life.
So when you say you're against alcohol, so it sounds like you may have been drinking alcohol for a while. So why is your attitude changed?
Because you just don't think straight when I mean, your mind's not at the top of its game when you're under the influence. And then with this Achieve Recovery, it really teaches a lot of things, the skills and everything. And that's what we're here to get ourselves out of that.
So I thought did you graduate the program or?
I should be done in about a month and a half. Maybe the 1st of March is when I should be graduated from it.
So how long is the program?
It's usually about 6 months to 7 months.
And how long will you have been in the program if you
You
do
guys
March?
started in August,
Okay.
if I remember right.
And what have you liked, not liked, learned in the program?
I've learned a lot about drugs, even though I've never done heroin or all these other, I don't even know what the drugs are called, but watching the people in the classes and letting them open up and telling you what they've gone through, it's just mind blowing what drugs do to people and alcohol. I mean, on how people live their lives because of that.
And I appreciate that you're explaining that to me and you've had that experience and it sounds like you've taken it in. What have you gained about you?
I think I've become a stronger person. I'm more open. I became a peer lead in the section where I'm at right now.
Okay.
I mean, I get to talk to everyone and everyone comes, and if they have, I don't say I'm a counselor, but not everyone gets counseling unless you are in the program there. So they come and talk to the peer leads there and if they have problems. So you get to know a lot of people and you get to realize it makes you grow. It's made me grow so much by listening to people and trying to help them out and help them be positive in life. I mean, that's all I'm trying to do is be positive. You know, I'm always smiling, always easy to talk to.
Sir, in your board packet, one of the things I want to discuss was that I can't remember exactly how you phrased it, but you alluded to wanting contact with the victim, and that kind of, I wanted to make sure I gave you an opportunity to
That
explain
was
that.
just to apologize to the victim for what I've done. I mean, I have a feeling she still cares for me and loves for me as much as I do her. I've been there since she was a baby. I don't think she hates me. I know it was wrong. I would just want to let her know that if you want to call her papa, her grandpa, that is, I'm sorry from the deep bottom of my heart for what I've done.
And it, of course, you're allowed to say that at this hearing, but once again, I would note in regards to your conditions, you don't want to violate them. And I think it's very likely, even if it is to apologize, that you have no contact with the victim. Do you understand?
I know she's 18 now too.
It,
Yeah, I understand you 100%.
okay. In regards to release plans, I showed that you'd like to live with your mothers and sisters in Salt Lake and work in remodeled homes. Is that still the plan, sir?
Yes, I've remodeled my whole life. That's pretty much all I know how to do.
Are there children in that home?
That's what I'm not sure of. I know I talked to my sister. I'm not sure if there's even room there now. I don't know if I have to, I'll go to a halfway house. I'm going to the LDS church. I don't know I know they have plans on homes and stuff like that to help you out with. So whatever it takes, I'll do whatever I need to do.
Do you have any treatment set up in the community?
No, I haven't, not yet.
Have you looked into any treatment?
No, I haven't, to be honest with you. I've really been keeping my mind on doing all my studying and stuff for this program I'm in right now.
Sir, is there any treatment that you specifically think you need moving forward? That the board could order, whether it's in prison, whether it's in the community?
I mean, in the community, I think I've been a upstanding person in prison. I've never been in trouble.
I show no disciplinary violations.
If I need to, I would do the SO treatment on the outs if I had to. And I'm more than willing to do that. Other than that, I mean, I really didn't think I really had that bad of an alcohol problem. I mean, I've been in this program for a little bit, so yeah, for what I've done, I had a problem, you know. And I appreciate the program. I mean, the counselors and the therapists are just amazing here, so.
It's good. All right, sir. And then I would note that the board received letters of support. I reviewed all of them. They're part of the file and the board will have access to them, okay? All right, so those are all of my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Your family members, your friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post it on our website. It still takes some time, just so you know, it's not immediate, but someone can look that up because it is going to be faster on the website than the mail, and someone can tell you what that decision is. I note your guidelines, sir. The easiest way to think of that is a suggestion. It's based on a number of factors. That's how it's calculated. And your guideline shows is 59 months or September 18th, 2025. But I want you to understand, the board ultimately decides. They can go below that, above that, same date. They decide moving forward what happens. I show a lifetime top as your expiration of sentence. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board?
Not really. I mean, I've learned my lesson. I would love to be out there again with my family. I mean, I'd love to see my mother. She's 87 years old. I've already lost my dad and 1 sister since I've been down. So I'd really, really would love to just
Sorry to hear that.
be out there to show them that I am a better person, and to my girlfriend and friends, everyone, to let them know that I am a changed person, and I want to prove that to everyone.
Any other comments? All right, sir. Well, I made notes of all we talked about today. We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, we are on the record. Today's the time and place set for a rehearing and original hearing for Mr. Braxton Orr, offender number 226799. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. As is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand to the best of your ability. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yeah.
And did you have a chance to review that?
Yes.
All right. Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any errors or corrections I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before we begin today?
Well, I can't really say errors because I mean, like the people who scored it, like they usually don't make errors. But I have questions. You mean so like my expected release date is October 27, 2026. The incident. So I don't know exactly why or not, but the incident that we're here for today, it happened at the end of 2023 in August. And then, I mean, it took 8 months to charge me, and I didn't get charged until April of 2024. And so, but they're only counting the time from when I pled guilty, even though a judge said that I would get credit for time served when I pled guilty in, I think, June or July. So I'm just wondering if that was a mistake. I mean, if not, then, I mean, it is what it is. There's nothing I can do, but I'm just wondering why the 12 months that I have, like since the incident hasn't been counted, or at least since April of 24 wasn't counted towards my guideline.
So I show your credit for time served is 106 days. So I do show some credit for time served. In regards to, you know, the board, and we have a whole department that deals specifically with credit for time served and matrices.
Mhm.
If you think there's an error, please write the board.
Yeah.
They have no problem correcting it. If there is an issue, I'll make note of what you're telling me, but if you thinking that there may be some error and that you want to document it, please feel free to write the board.
Okay.
And then if there is an error, they'll correct it, but I'll also make note of it and the board can address that issue if they think there's any error in that regard.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments, sir?
No, that's it.
Okay. So just to tell you how today's gonna go, I'm gonna go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. I'll go over your most recent offense. We'll go over any background questions I have, institutional behavior and programming, if you were released, what that would look like. And at the end of the hearing, if you have further questions or comments, let me know, okay?
Okay.
So it looks like you had a rehearing after a parole violation original hearing, where a paper review was scheduled to track the potential charges related to incident on August 24th, 2023. At the paper review, a paper review was scheduled for May for possible charges related to December 23rd, 2023 incidents. Another paper review, a paper review was scheduled for September of last year, where the board took judicial notice of case 241904755 related to that August 24th, 2023 incident. In a scheduling review in November of last year, a rehearing and original hearing was ordered for now with the residential substance use treatment condition. And we'll be talking about that today, okay?
Okay.
So does that sound procedurally correct, sir?
Yes.
All right, in regards to your most recent offense, I should say, I show case 241904755. I show on August 25th, 2023, Mr. Martinez had injuries on his right arm, one behind his ear, on the other on his head and back. He reported he lost consciousness and had been vomiting after he regained consciousness. Surveillance showed he had entered a cell. He pushed two individuals. Another individual began to hit him in a stabbing-like manner. Other individuals shoved him to the ground, including Mr. Orr. They started to kick and stomp him. He was kicked in the head and appeared to lose consciousness. Another individual performed a quote Hitler salute unquote and then stomped on the victim's head one last time while he was still on the ground. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Anything you want to say about the offense?
Yeah, I just did a lot of things were left out, like in like the discovery concerning the incident. I mean, was a fight, did get out of hand, shouldn't have got involved in it. Like it did get taken too far, but the things that the Department of Corrections failed to leave out was that one, my cellie that I was living with at the time had a documented safety against Nicholas Martinez, and it had been there for 2 years. So like he should have never came to our rec. And even after he came to the rec, like we didn't just go out of our way and assault him in his room or even in the day room. Like we stood to wait and see if he was going to have an issue with my cellie that I was living with, which he did. He went in our room, which was cell 109, and attacked my cellie when he was in there by himself. And after that, then the rest of us felt the need to get involved because it put my cellie's life in danger. So as far as like the Hitler thing, like everybody that was involved are all dropout, non-active. So like I'm sure it wasn't a Hitler salute. Everybody either had a SL4 or was modified. So there wasn't an active gang member on the rec. So
Everyone
that-
was modified, you said?
that whole rec's a dropout rec, yeah. So I mean, there wasn't a gang member. If somebody did a Hitler salute, then I don't think it was meant to be that. You mean? I mean, I used to be a Crip. I have no reason to do that. Like it's just.
So are you currently
irrelevant.
gang affiliated?
No, I'm not. No. But I mean, regardless, it did get out of hand. I'm not minimizing that. I did kick him after he was knocked out. I shouldn't have done that, period. Like that ruined my whole self-defense claim in court. And that's the reason why me and Murdoch had to get 0 to 5s consecutive. Everybody else got case closed and they're going to get immediate release when they go to the board. Because like they can't even take judicial notice of their offenses because they got case closed. But I mean, they violated Nathan Keene's 8th Amendment right by putting Martinez even around him. And like, we didn't just come out and attack him. I still don't have anything against him. Like, even though they knew that they were going to charge me with a fight of life for that incident, they still put me literally next door to Martinez on the same rec, even though that's a conflict of interest of the case. But like, none of these things get documented. Like, it's all in O-Track though, like in Nathan Keene shit. And so in Martinez's, it says that they have safety concerns against Martinez. He can't be around him. Like, dude has a violent history and they still put him on rec. I mean, he did the exact thing that they were trying to prevent, which was attack Keene in our cell. And so like, I felt the right to help my cellie because dude has a violent history. My cellie's just this little Asian dude. Martinez is a big ass Samoan. Like that's unfair. That even happened because it should have been prevented, but it wasn't. And that's all documented in O-Track that they shouldn't even have been around each other.
So I noticed you're in orange.
Yeah.
Are you in orange because you're talking about disassociating from your gang? Is it because of safety concerns still moving forward? Are you because of these disciplinaries that you've had? Why are you in orange? Like, you're in max, right?
So both, like my points got messed up after the Martinez incident, but I was already in Antelope because of safety concerns because I can't be in level 3 for being like disassociated with the gang. So.
When did you leave your gang?
Beginning of 2020, when I came back, I was getting ready to have my first kid. And so I didn't want anything to get in the way of like me being with my kid, at least that.
And you said, it sounds like you've been around the victim since the offense, is that right?
Yeah.
And there's no issues moving forward?
No. No, I explained to him that I don't have anything against him. That I didn't even want to be involved in this at all. I just felt the need to help my cellie because he was,
Do you think there's anything you could have done differently?
Yeah, I should have stayed out of it. I should have just let that happen. And if a lawsuit could have been pursued, which it should have been, you mean, then like that would have been the proper thing. But at the same time, it's kind of hard to watch somebody because I've known Keen since I don't
Is that your cellmate?
he was my cellie at the time, yeah. And I'm telling you, he was attacked in 109. Like Martinez came in our cell with only Keen being in there, and like the emergency button is in the back of the room, like so. Yeah, like
So was that pushed or, I'm sorry, I'm just wondering why you're mentioning the emergency button.
no, because it's in the room where Keen was, where Martinez ran in. Like Keen wasn't able to get to the button, but like he was in there.
All right, so that's the most recent offense. But going over your criminal history for offenses that are not a board jurisdiction, I do show assaults, including a 2021 assault and a domestic violence in front of a child or in presence of child. Anything you want to say about that? What happened with those? What happened with that one specifically?
My parole was violated. I drank too much. Ended up headbutting my fucking my son's mom. But yeah, it wasn't in front of the kids. They were in their room asleep, and that happened in the living room.
Do you think? I mean, that's obviously concerning though, right? And although you said it wasn't in front of the children, you
No.
assaulted.
Yeah,
The
my parole was
victims.
violated. I came here for 6 months. Like DCFS got involved. I took domestic violence classes after I got out. Like this is all like 3 years ago.
So what do you think your risks are?
I shouldn't drink. Like that's for sure. I think that yeah. I don't know. I definitely need help like stabilizing out in the community. But I mean being here, I just need to fucking just mind my own business.
Do you think you have an anger issue?
Yeah.
Do you think you need anger management?
Yeah. Yeah. If they offered anger management in Antelope, I'd be more than willing to take it.
And I know Antelope is restrictive in regards to their programming. Do you have access to tablets at this point or anything?
No,
that-
we have tablets. They started doing like MRT, but it's all like I don't even know which cop would put you on the list to be like waiting. But since it's the whole building that is waiting to be on the list, like to do it, I don't know how they pick and choose like how to get into class or who to even hit up about it. Cause I have seen people hit people up about getting in classes and they still aren't in them.
Okay. Do you think you need substance use treatment as well? You mentioned alcohol.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you like that in the community or in the prison?
Both.
How's your mental health, sir?
It's good.
Are you currently taking any mental health medication?
No.
Okay. I do show some disciplinary incidents, but I do show the last one was in April of last year. So that's what, 8 months almost of no disciplinaries.
Yeah.
Why do you think you've had a lack of disciplinaries for the last 8 months? Do you think there's anything that's changed or everything's the same?
I mean, this is just a big eye opener. Like, that's my first time getting a first-degree felony. Like, after that, they said that anything concerning violence is automatically going to be enhanced, like the habitual violent offender. So I don't want to get in trouble. I mean, like, I do care about the 2 kids that I have, and like regardless of what my history says, like all the times that I have been out, like I have been a good dad to them. Like, you mean my downfall's been trying to make a toxic relationship with a super toxic person that uses drugs and does just horrible fucking things to people. I mean, lies, just bunch of bullshit. Was trying to make that work, like to be with my family, but
So are you still in this relationship?
no.
So is that something that's recently changed?
It's the whole 3 years I've been here this time. We haven't been together. Like we're respectful to each other and like we're like friends. I mean, I try to be supportive and understanding in the sense that like I'm not there to help her. So I mean, I try to just be supportive instead of like nag at her and stuff. But yeah. And I don't plan to be with her when I get out. I plan to compact to Oklahoma with my sister.
Have you ever been to Oklahoma before?
No.
So any in particular reason why like now do you think that would be helpful to you?
I have no support out here besides my grandma. Like my mom, since me coming here 3 years ago, my mom got addicted to fentanyl. And so like my support system, that was really the only support system I had was my mom, my grandma, but now my grandma's like super ill, probably won't be there when I get out.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it's okay. Then like my mom too. I have a little brother who's 15. I'm trying to go to Oklahoma and like help get him out there with me because he hasn't gone to school the last 3 years, like since I was out. And yeah, mom's just not doing nothing for him. So
So, I would note if you are given a parole date and you, obviously, it sounds like your intent is to go to Oklahoma with your sister, that there's a process. I think it's $50. I could be wrong on that.
yeah.
There's an application and I would start getting with your case manager to get that process started. Anything in particular else that you think would be helpful in Oklahoma, that you have treatment? Do you have waiting for you a job? Anything else?
So I have a job. I have a job waiting for me at Hobby Lobby. My sister's husband works there. He said he could get me a job with him. My sister wanted to look into like, so she already does. She already sees like a psychiatrist to regulate her bipolar pills because we're both bipolar. So she said that she could help me get set up to do that. So I would see a psychiatrist, get like regulated on like mood stabilizer and antidepressant for bipolar. She also does therapy. So like if I wanted to do that, then she knows where to do all this stuff. She was talking about getting me into like a sober living to transition to go out there, but I told her that I don't think they would accept my insurance here. But she says she has no problem with me paroling to her house, but she would just want me to like seek some type of treatment like after going out there. But she said that she would help me set up. I can't tell you like specific places or anything like that, but
It sounds like you've been at least discussing it, which is good.
yeah, no, that's been the plan for a long time to go out there.
It's good. All right, sir, those are all my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Your family members, your friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post on our website. It's not immediate, it still takes time, but it's faster on the website than the mail, so someone can look that up for you. I note your guidelines, sir. The easiest way to think of that is a suggestion. The board ultimately decides, which is 26 months or October 29th, 2026. I did make notes of your comments at the beginning of this hearing about your concern about credit for time served. And then in regards to your expiration, assuming no other offenses, I showed January 26, 2032.
Okay.
Do you have any other closing comments or questions for myself or for the board, sir?
No,
Well, I've been making notes of everything we talked about today. I appreciate you coming. We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you.
I appreciate you too. You have a good day.
You too. Hearing for Mr. Anthony Hines, offender number 250477. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. As is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have a chance to review that?
Yes.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Yes.
Are there any errors or corrections I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before we begin today?
Nope.
So just to kind of tell you how today's going to go, sir, I'm going to go over your most recent offenses. I'm going to go over the allegations contained in the warrant. I'll need an admit, deny, or no contest to each one of them. Based on your pleas, I'll play the rights associated with that. We'll go over any background questions I have. If you were released, what that would look like. And then at the end of the hearing, I'll give you for closing comments or questions, okay?
Okay.
So first case I show is 2419015550. I show on June 4th, 2024, an officer responded to a Maverick on a trespassing. The manager wished to have 3 people trespass due to previous issues. When identifying them, the male continuously gave the name of Mr. Archuleta. The officer couldn't find that person. He finally said his name was Mr. Hines. The officer did not find a board of pardons warrant, which he said he had, but didn't find a threat of violence warrant. He was searched and found to have syringes and pills. In his backpack was a pipe with residue and burn marks. He admitted to using meth. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Anything you want to say about the offense?
No.
Okay. Were you using meth at the time?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And next case, 2419022278. I show on August 16, 2024, officers responded to a park. They observed Mr. Hines lying in the park. They knew he was a parole fugitive. He was arrested. He was found in possession of a baggie, tutor, and a folding knife. He advised he had found the knife. The knife was a tack force knife that was folding and not designed as a tool. When asked about the tutors and asked why he was, and if he would be dirty, he said he'd be dirty for fentanyl. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Anything you want to say about the offense?
No.
What were you using at that time?
Fentanyl.
All right, sir. I want to go over the allegations contained in the warrant. I need an admit, deny, or no contest to each one of them. I want you to understand if you plead admit or no contest to any of these or all of these, the rights that you're waiving. You're waiving your right to have the state prove in an evidentiary hearing by a preponderance of the evidence standard, the allegations they maintain. They would have the ability to bring witnesses and exhibits. You had a right to cross-examine them. You would have a right to bring your own witnesses and exhibits. If there were any unadjudicated criminal charges, you could remain silent and the board can make an inference from your silence. You would also have the right and be an appointed attorney. Sir, if you plead admit or no contest to any or all of these allegations, you understand you're waiving those rights.
Yes.
Number 1, by having failed to establish, reside at, or change without prior approval of APMP, the residence of record on or about July 15, 2024. Admit, deny, or no contest.
Admit.
Number 2, by having absconded or fled from parole supervision on or about July 15, 2024.
Admit.
Number 3, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated court order, purchase, transfer, possession, use of a firearm or by a restricted person on or about August 16, 2024.
Admit.
And last one, sir, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated court order, use or possession of drug paraphernalia on or about August 16, 2024.
Admit.
All right, sir. And I also can take judicial notice of the new case and revoke your prior parole. Sir, it looks like your parole was about 3 months before the warrant was issued. Is that right?
Yeah.
So what was going on?
Nothing. I left the halfway house to go to rehab and I didn't go to the rehab
And why not?
because I just did drug treatment up at Gunnison and didn't feel like I needed more treatment. So I got mad and just didn't go to the rehab. Went home for a couple hours and then I left with some of my friends and never came back.
I'm making notes of everything you're saying. I want you to know I am listening, okay? So sounds like you were frustrated.
Yeah.
Are you still frustrated?
No.
Why do you think that's changed?
I don't know.
So if you're paroled again, what are your intentions?
I'd like to, I have a friend that can get me into the Haven. She knows the lead therapist at the Haven here in Salt Lake. She already told me she could talk to him. They would be willing to take me. I just don't want to do another program. That's the thing is I don't want to do another like the Haven, they offer substance abuse, but they're more that you do how you want to do it. It's not, oh, here, you got to do it this way. I've done Hope. I've done Conquest. I ain't into those kind of programs. Like if I can't control myself and have to have somebody else tell me what to do, that's not for me. At the Haven, it's self-discipline. Like you self-discipline yourself. Or go into a sober living. My main issue is when I get out, I'm homeless. I don't have a place to go. I don't have an address or nothing. So more, I'd like to go into a sober living, or I'd be willing to go back to the halfway house and to get my job back because I was at Fortitude here. So
Where were you working?
I was, the day that I got the day that they told me to go to rehab that afternoon, I was supposed to start at the Flying J.
So that was more of the reason why I was mad too, because I just barely got hired on for a job.
And you can go back to that job?
Yeah, well, I'd probably would have to put in an application, but the manager at the Flying J by Fortitude, like, I've already talked with him. He was willing to hire me first time.
So have drugs been an issue? Were drugs an issue throughout your parole?
No.
So when did you start using within the parole? It's because I said like,
Like when they told me I had to leave the halfway house to go to the rehab. Like, they didn't really come into factor until about 2 to 3 days after I left.
so why do you think, because it sounds like you stopped using for a while.
Yeah, I did. I was clean.
So what do you want to be clean?
Yeah, I want to be clean. It's just, I don't want to do a program. That's the thing is, I can get clean. I've done it before. It's just, I don't want to go back to this, going back to Ogden, and that's where they sent me. They sent me back to Ogden to a rehab that's there. We were recovery by Nuke. Ogden's not good for me. Like, yes, but too many people there know me. I know where to go to get drugs easy there. Like, I just don't want to go back there. And that's where they sent me. And within a couple days going back, I was getting high because people knew me. And I want a fresh start. And that's why I'm not trying to do it. I don't need a program to get clean. I've done it before, but I don't need a program because I've already done a program, everything. I've done those. I know the steps, what I need to take and everything. And I'm not trying to sit here for longer and have to do a program here when I could do one on the street that helps more, and not go to a county where I know where I'm going to end up just automatically relapsing because I'm around the same people I've already used with that don't want to change.
So what do you see as success? If you were paroled 5 years from now, what would be success to you?
Probably being away from Ogden in my own place. Like, I'm trying to stay out here in Salt Lake this time when I parole. If I'm granted parole, I'm trying to get my own place. It's why I'm willing to go back to Fortitude and get my job. I just want to have my own apartment, my own, somewhere to call home. I haven't had a home since I was 13 years old. I've been in and out the system since I was 13.
So I understand that it sounds like you don't want substance use treatment,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
What about mental health or vocational rehabilitation? I mean, is there any
So
or-
when I got out last time, I was on, because my drug of choice is heroin. I'm an opiate addict. When they did my exam, they put me for medical substance abuse treatment help. So I was on the MAT treatment at the halfway house. Coming back this time, they haven't offered me MAT treatment. Like, I didn't even know we did MAT treatment up here. I've been trying to get put back on that, so I already have it for when I get out. Like, it shows that I've been on it. But I'm having issues with medical here about it. But I've done MAT. Like, the MAT treatment works. Like, that works. Because my main downfall is heroin and fentanyl. Like, meth ain't my thing really. I don't like uppers. I'm a downer. I like downers. So mental health, yeah, I do need help with that because I am schizophrenic. I have schizophrenia, and fucking ADHD and bipolar. So yes, I do need therapy a lot. I do admit that.
are you getting it inside the prison?
No.
Have you tried and they haven't
I
seen you,
tried-
or
I
have
did-
you not tried?
I tried at Gunnison last time. It just didn't work. Like, I felt like I was always getting contradicted when I would go and see him.
Okay. Are you on any mental health medication?
No, not here no more.
You think you need mental health medication?
No, not really.
Okay. Sir, I would note that I show some disciplinary incidents, but they're only pending. As they're pending and they have not been adjudicated, I'm not going to talk about them, okay? In regards to release plans, I show that you'd like to live well, it sounds like maybe things have changed. I showed that you'd like to live with your wife in Ogden and work in a warehouse, according to your board packet.
Well, well, that's, yeah, my wife's been kicked out of where we live, so she's currently living with a friend. I've talked with her. She don't even want me going back to Ogden because she knows it's a bad place for me. And so I'm trying to set up to where I can get it set up here, working with the church here, trying to get housing set up for if I get a date. That's the only issue is where they gotta wait to see when my parole date is to help me with housing here.
Or the Haven, it sounds like.
Or the Haven, yeah, the Haven will help with housing too. That's,
All right, sir, those are all of my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Your family members, your friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post on our website. It's not immediate, just so you know. It still takes a while, but faster on the website than the mail, obviously. I know your guideline, it's calculated based on a number of factors, obviously one of them being your offenses, and I show it as 13 months or September 16th, 2025, and the board decides whether to go below that, above that same date. The expiration of your sentence being the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, August 16th, 2029. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board, sir?
I do not, ma'am.
Well, I appreciate you attending this hearing. I made notes of all your comments. We'll go to conclude. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
This is the time and place set for a rescission hearing for Trenton Forest inmate 240535. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, did you receive 7 days notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes,
Did you have a chance to review that?
I did.
Do you have any questions on it?
Just one. You sent me or you guys sent me a list of the people that have attended my board hearings. I was asked to inform you guys that just because my family isn't here in person, it does not mean that I am not supported out there. I have multiple family members watching online, as well as I believe my grandmother is phoned in. My father might have too. He might be online as well.
Yeah, and I don't have access to that information during the hearings. If they're not in the hearing room, I don't know. There's another website that they come through another feed. So the
Okay.
correctional officers would know that information, but they don't make note of every single person that's on there because these are live streams. So pretty much anybody can log in, but that's understandable. As far as that goes, your family logging in and things like that. So I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
So it looks like you had a prior parole date for December 17th, 2024, which was rescinded due to a special attention we received for a couple of disciplinaries you that had occurred, correct?
Yes.
Tell me what was going on.
I thought a lot about this, and there's no real good answer other than I made a mistake.
Okay.
I was going through just some emotional things that I didn't seem to feel like I could handle, and I sought refuge in a substance that was not prescribed to me. I have admitted that to everybody, including my family, as well as the correctional officers and the IDHO disciplinary woman over in USCF. And she actually dropped one of them, the second write-up that was on
The October one?
October, yep. I honestly like to think that I was honest and straightforward with her about what I did and the things that happened.
Okay.
That I was able to get, that she was willing to look past that and see it for the mistake that it is.
So tell me what caused you to use.
I was my daughter's mother had blocked me at the time. I've had constant contact with my daughter, and at the time, her mother had said some things in front of our child about me, that some things that were true and some things that weren't, but either way, they were things that she didn't need to hear, and I didn't feel like I was able to safely correct my daughter or correct her mother's statements to my daughter in a way that it would allow me to continue to have a safe relationship with my daughter.
Okay. And because of these substance disciplinaries, you were removed from your program, correct?
Yes, because they gave me 2 write-ups for the substance. They removed me. I have put in to try to go back multiple times through writing them, as well as through a Michael Cox, I believe. He's one of the gentlemen that work over there or at least volunteers over in the green at USCF. I have reached out to them multiple times. I did actually finish the program in 2023, but they decided not to graduate me because of I was unable to produce a UA. I had a emergency where I was sent to the hospital and confirmed that I have nerve damage in my lower back and lose feeling from my belly button down. But that even though I have finished that doesn't mean that I'm not looking at trying to continue my programming outside. I am currently accepted into Odyssey House upon release. I'm looking at doing multiple different organizations as well as like AA, NA, looking into counseling, different anger management things, domestic violence programs. I want to do what I can to help myself do better in the future. I'm set up for going to college to complete my generals. I'm set up to do a trade school. I have finished 2 rounds of Captain Your Story. I've done 2 anger managements. I've done Inside Out Dad.
Is the trade school in college while you've been incarcerated?
I did some. I'm currently doing HVAC right now.
Okay.
And I am but the trade schools I'm looking at are on the outs. I've kind of found that I like to cut hair, and that's what I'm looking into doing. I'm also from what my family says, is I'm okay at drawing and art. So I'm looking at doing art and photography as a major in college and doing my generals while I can. I also have certificates for welding and as well as a mechanic.
Sir, if the board were to parole you, I know you said you were accepted into Odyssey House. What would your plans be after Odyssey House?
My plans after Odyssey House were to continue with my schooling. That's when I would actually be enrolled for college, my generals, the art programs, and the photography, as well as the trade school.
As far as living situations, where would you go? Is that something that you have planned
yeah.
or?
Yeah, Brigham City, Utah. My grandmother, she says she would feel safer if I lived there with her. So I will be going there until a time where I'm able to afford my own house or apartment.
Okay. And then as far as work,
I have been a mechanic, a landscaper, and I've worked in concrete and construction my entire life. I have my CDL as well. If I can't get a job in one of those fields, I will be doing my apprenticeships with HVAC. Once I complete the certificate, I will earn from here, and as well as apprenticeships with barbering. And the rest of my time, I will be doing programming and doing what I can to have a stable relationship with my daughter.
so it doesn't sound like you have issues getting work.
No.
Do you have any mental health diagnoses, sir?
Depression.
Are you on any medications for that?
Currently, I'm waiting for them to give me my script back. I have put in for it with the mental health, but they are a little bit behind. I am on Lexapro for depression.
Does that seem to help you?
It does. It does. I was actually just speaking with my grandmother the other day because it's been about 2 weeks since I've had my last dose, and I've noticed a significant difference on what it does, what it is to have the medication, what it is to not have the medication. So I would
So-
say that it helps.
So you're on medications, but there's currently a
it's-
lapse just
yeah.
because they don't have your medication. It's not because you've chosen to stop taking it.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Well, sir, that's pretty much, these hearings are pretty quick as far as the rescission hearing goes, just basically to see what's going on, things like that, and what potential future plans you do have. Is there anything else you would like the board to know at this point?
Just that I recognize that I made the mistake and that it was nobody else's fault but my own. That I received the write-ups that I used a substance that was not prescribed to me. And I believe that this extra time and seeing that the date that I had was pulled was a definite eye-opener for me and something that I will not take lightly if I was to be paroled.
Okay. Well, sir, what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board. You're well aware the board is the one who has the final say over your case. They're the ones that make the final decision. It usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. You do have that 15-year top, which puts you out October 18th, 2036. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. As you're well aware, you are past your guideline as of October 18th, 2023. The board can still choose to go past your guideline if they want to see you complete that treatment program. Due to the severity of your offenses that brought you here, there is a high likelihood that they will want you to complete that program. I'm not saying it's official. It is up to them on what they choose to do, but I would suggest plan on completing that program prior to being paroled. Again, you'll get that decision in the next 2 to 4 weeks. Your family who are listening via video or by phone can also go onto our website at bop.utah.gov. Once a decision has been made, they would probably be able to see that before you did because it's uploaded electronically. And so then they would be able to give you that information.
If I may, I do have a transcript that has been signed by all the programming staff at USCF from my previous time in the program as stating that I have successfully finished the program before already, that they decided not to graduate me was kind of I fell through a cracks type of deal.
Okay. And again, and they'll take all of that information. They'll review all of that information, but they still could come back and say, we want you to complete it. If it's not saying complete, it basically doesn't count for the most part, but they'll take all of that information into consideration as well and take that under advisement. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and affirm the rescission of your parole date for December 17th, 2024, and we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day, sir.
I appreciate it. You too.
Thanks. This is the time set for a parole violation original hearing for Troy KANAKIS, inmate 61252. Is that you, sir?
Correct.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
I did.
Did you have a chance to review that?
I did.
Did you have any questions on it?
No, it's pretty cut and dry.
Okay, what I plan on doing is going over your current committing offense, then we'll go over your parole violations, okay? So in case 231-501-875, you were convicted of a third-degree felony retail theft, qualifying felony prior in 10 years, which is why it became a third-degree felony. It looks like on April 22nd, 2024, there was video footage of you entering a business, basically taking a fishing pole, tackle box, and a fillet knife, and walking or attempting to walk out. Did you walk out of the store or attempted to? Okay, walked out of the store with it. Does that sound about accurate, sir?
Correct.
Is there anything you wanted to add to that?
I was just in a bad time and I wasn't thinking and I just fell back into my old behavior and regret it.
Okay.
Regret it ever since. Bad.
And we'll talk more about that when we talk about your parole.
Okay.
So let's go over your parole violations really quick. On allegation 1, I'm going to ask if you admit, deny, or no contest throughout all of these for the parole violation purposes. So by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, retail theft, or by having associated with a person involved in criminal activity on or about, this says May 1st, 2024, but it's actually April 22nd, 2024, correct? So we'll amend that to reflect that date. In violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
Admit.
Go ahead and take judicial notice on allegation 1. It is that is your current committing offense in case 231-501-875. And then on allegation 2, by having used methamphetamine on or about May 2nd, 2024, in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest? Go ahead and accept admissions to both allegations, revoke parole for February 15th, 2022. Okay, so tell me what was going on during this time, how parole was going.
It was going good. I was in St. George and I decided to get away because I was having problems with an ex there. So I decided to come back up north to my dad's. Him and I wasn't getting along, so I was staying at my sister's and I ran into my little sister and we started using again and I just was out of money and I walked into Walmart with her and just had a receipt and I found a receipt in the parking lot and I was going to go grab that and take it back and get some money. So I had some gas money and stuff. So
Okay.
it was something I was doing good until then and I just relapsed and fell back into that behavior of what I was used to doing back in the day. And I regret it. You know, I know I'm not at that. I made a lot of positive strides since this. I got a letter if I could read it to you.
Sure.
It just says, this letter I wanted to share with you regarding my vision I have put together for myself. It starts with committing myself to a life of sobriety and building a foundation that will ultimately get me to where I want to be in my life. I have everything I own. It's in Arizona at my sister Tasha's house, where I have plans to move upon my release with her and her fiance. They do own a small engine repair business, which I will be working at, and I will reside at their residence while I find a place of my own. And to get started back into school, finishing my diesel mechanics education in business class, I have plans to start my own business, earn back my children's trust by proving to them that I can be there for them and make positive choices in my life. I have a wonderful support system between my sister, her fiance, and my nieces and nephews there in Arizona. I have plans to be a peer support member there, which I've in contact with people there that I want to go out and help children and share my story with them and give back to the community. I plan to be of service to others and continue with AA and NA and find a sponsor there in Arizona to turn to when I'm struggling. I have made a list of boundaries which I plan to follow. I know in my heart that I'm at the place in my life where I'm ready for change. Where I'm ready for change and if you grant me the opportunity for an early release to interstate compact to Arizona so that I can get started with my vision of being a successful father and business owner and a productive member of society. and for once get back to the community and be that at that place in my life where I'm actually happy and content with myself and just get on with my life. You know, I want a new start. That's why my sister's given me the opportunity. They have an excellent business there. They're clean and sober. I have a place. All my stuff's there, my car, my job. They have a job for me. They're excellent support system. I mean, my mom passed away since I've been in here 20 days after I came in here, and it's opened my eyes tremendously to where I'm 52 years old, and I can't do this no more. I've done everything I can in here. I've maintained a job. I've no write-ups. I don't get involved with the gangs. I got a whole business plan written out right here. All the finance, everything I need to start a business, my release plan. I don't sit dormant. I mean, I'm staying busy. I work. I'm doing Becoming Your Best class. I'm in the Captain Your Story. I'm in Inside Out Dad. Trying to get involved in the peer support program they have here. I'm in the pre-solid. We're doing the solid, starting the solid program in Bear 4, Section 4, where I'm at. And I'm really excited about that. I'm just ready for a change in my life. I've done this for far too long, and I can't do it anymore.
Okay. Tell me about mom's passing. How have you grieved that?
I haven't really.
Okay. And the reason I ask is because I get a lot of people in here who are addicts.
Yeah.
And they tend to relapse because they don't grieve.
No, I mean, I've had every opportunity in the world to use, and I haven't. I choose to just stay busy, write my story. It's been hard.
Are you planning on grieving that when you get out then, or
Yeah,
is that gonna look like?
She got cremated, and we're gonna spread her ashes over my stepdad's grave and then up at the lake in St. George.
Okay.
So, yeah, no, I'm not relapsing. Mm-mm.
Tell me about your sobriety prior to relapsing this last parole. How long were
I
you
was
clean
sober.
for?
I did have a couple slip ups in St. George, but I worked almost the whole time there, and it's just I was hanging out with a girl that was bad for me, and that's why I was trying to get away from her.
Okay.
You know, she was using, and I told her I'm done with that, and she'd always bring it around, and I'd turn it away most of the time, but I did slip up a couple times, and I'm just.
What's the longest you've been sober outside of incarceration?
Couple years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, how long ago was that?
I was sober this last time for like a year,
Okay.
and then I slipped up once, and then I was sober for a long time again. But prior to that, it was been a few years, several years ago. But
Okay.
you know, I was miserable the whole time. I don't know why I do it. I hate the stuff, and it's just I'm at a point in my life where, I mean, if I wanted to use, we both know
Right.
in here, and I'm not using it. I'll UA anytime. They know the guards. I know they wrote a progress report for me in here, and I just do everything I can to not get involved in the drugs and the gangs, and
Okay.
I know I stay busy and I work, and I just want an opportunity to get to Arizona, and they need my help. They got a really successful business, and you know, I plan on going back to school. I've been trying to get in school here, but they said I couldn't until I see the board. So, but I have everything set up to go to school. I went to school in St. George for diesel mechanics.
Okay.
So I do have certificates from
That-
Dixie Applied Technology.
Do you have any mental health diagnoses, sir?
No,
Okay.
just ADHD, but I mean,
Do you feel like there's anything that would prevent you from being able to complete a parole?
nope, especially in Arizona, because I got that before. I didn't have the support, you know, and my mom was older. I mean, she tried to support, but she was so old. I mean, and I didn't have nobody in St. George that was right there for me. And my sister is amazing, and her fiance is just, yeah. I mean, he does the same kind of stuff I do, mechanics, and they just want me out there real bad. My nieces and nephews, I mean, they're productive. They're younger, and you know, I got a couple younger nieces that I could just play with, and go fishing, camping. My kids, they're in Utah, but they want to come out and visit me if I'm doing good and stuff. And I'm talking to my youngest son. He's in St. George with his mom. So I'm trying to earn his trust back and stuff. So I got an excellent support group, and I want to do that peer support to help go talk to kids, and just, I'm done with this.
Okay. Is there anything else you feel like you'd like the board to know at this point?
Just that I've just changed everything in my life. I know I need to change everything, not just a couple things, and that's why it's kind of like a reset in Arizona for me, you know. I've lost my mom. I've lost my kids' trust again, and I want to earn that back and give back to the community instead of just taking and being a menace to society.
Okay. Well, sir, what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board. You're well aware the board is the one who makes the final decision in your case.
Yeah.
Usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. You currently have a guideline of 16 months, which puts you at September 1st, 2025. You're well aware that guideline is what it is. It's just a guideline.
Yeah.
They can go below that, on that, or past that, depending on if they want to see you complete something prior to parole. They will take into consideration stuff that you have completed prior to this hearing. You do have a 5-year top, which puts you at April 26th, 2029. You're also well aware that is the
Yes.
length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. Do you have any other questions for me, sir, or comments?
Just
board?
that I'm doing everything I can, and I hope I can maybe possibly get a chance to get out sooner than later to go to Arizona to start my life and my business and just get on with my vision of being a business owner and a father to my kids, and
Okay.
be there for my sister to help them. And I just want to be productive and start a new life.
All right. Well, sir, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day.
Thank you, you as well.
Excuse me. This is the time and place set for parole violation original hearing for Jeremy Roberts, inmate 196254. Is that you, sir? I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Sure did.
Did you have any questions on it?
Nope.
Okay. What I plan on doing is going over your current committing offense, and then we'll go over your parole violations, okay? In case 241-902-207, you were convicted of a Class A misdemeanor possession or use of a controlled substance. This occurred around March 29th, 2024, where officers were conducting a search of you prior to taking you to jail. They found 0.8 grams of methamphetamine on your person. Is that accurate, sir? Is there anything you wanted to add to that? Okay. I'm going to go over your parole violations, and I'm going to ask if you admit, deny, or no contest to each one. Some of these may have been dismissed, not filed, something like that in your court case. I'm still going to ask if you admit, deny, or no contest for the parole violation purposes, okay? On allegation 1, by having had contact with children under the age of 18 without prior authorization from adult probation and parole on or about March 28, 2024, in violation of your condition D of the Group A sex offender agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
Admit.
On allegation 2, by having had in your possession materials that act as a sexual stimulus for his deviance on or about March 28, 2024, in violation of your condition G of a Group A sex offender agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
Contest.
On allegation 3, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, enticing a minor by electronic communication device, a second-degree felony, or by having associated with a person involved in criminal activity on or about March 28, 2024, in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest? On allegation 4, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, possession of a controlled substance within a correctional facility, Class A misdemeanor, which I amended to reflect your current committing offense, or by having associated with a person involved in your criminal activity on or about March 28th, 2024, in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest? Go ahead and take judicial notice on that allegation. It is your current committing offense in case 241902207. Will accept admissions to allegations 1 and 4, revoke parole for March 5th, 2024, as well as accept your no contest pleas to allegations 2 and 3. Tell me what was going on, sir, during this time. You only lasted on parole for about 24 days.
That's usually all I ever, so I don't do well with supervision. So with me, when I feel like I'm in a corner, in a rut, I just go down a path of destruction. And there's no way out. So that's what happened. I felt myself going already in a downward spiral instead of using the tools that I've learned. I just chose to continue to go down that same path.
So if this is your reoccurring pattern, basically, then, and you're probably not going to get off supervision, how are you going to move forward? Like, how are you going to change that? Because you're the only one who can.
No, absolutely. And I have to be aware of myself before I, I have to understand my patterns. I have to understand the way I feel in certain situations and be able to break that cycle. And so therefore I've got the tools. At times I just choose not to apply them.
So what's going to change you to be able to choose? Because you said you knew you were going down that path this last time, but you chose just to continue down that path. So what's going to change that mindset for you?
So when you put me in especially so with the halfway houses are a trap house. I'm gonna be 100% honest. You know what I mean? You're putting an addict in a place where there's already gonna be drugs. So when I first hit Nuke, I had already had drugs in my hand before less than an hour of being there. So you're putting me already in a situation where I'm already gonna have to start that downhill spiral.
Okay.
So I've told the board this. I've been saying this for years since I started parole, that it's halfway houses aren't I'm not suitable, and I'm not suitable for supervision. I didn't do good on probation, and I've done 7 paroles. Obviously, I'm not suitable for supervision. So and I'm gonna be honest, I will not accept another parole. So you can either expedite me or terminate me.
Okay.
Because I'm tired of looking like a revolving door. I understand that it's my behaviors that are doing so. And I'm just gonna be honest, I'm not suitable for it. I'm not a candidate that can continue to do pro, because all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be right back.
One of my other concerns is the contact with underage girls. Because that'll get you, even if you were to terminate, that'll get you back here faster than anything else. So what is it that causes you to continue that pattern or patterns that are similar when it comes to underage kids?
My addiction. So before I even started getting high, it's not an issue. When I start getting high, I get into the mindset of I don't care. I don't care about who cares. I don't care about anybody. But it's once I start, and I haven't fully understood, how to break the cycle of my addiction.
Say that last part again.
I haven't quite learned how to break the cycle of my addiction. But that's my biggest thing, is when I start getting high, I don't care.
What's going to help you start to identify those things?
I mean, I've done Conquest, but over there, they teach you just the basic fundamentals. They don't do in depth. So I've asked the board, but there's no rehabs that'll accept sex offenders. So it's hard to go to a rehab.
Right.
I mean, there's certain sober livings that'll accept us. But it's like, how do I go about doing that? If there's not a rehab that's gonna accept me with my charges, then obviously I can't. It's hard to do any type of them programs out there. And here we got Conquest, you got Hope, we got the basic fundamentals, but there's nothing that dives deeper.
Okay, so you feel like you need a deeper level of programming treatment for your addiction to learn to better understand it. But there's barriers there because
Because of the sex offense. I mean, I've found at least two sober livings that'll accept sex offenders
okay,
that I know of.
okay,
And I contacted them the last time I was down, and they're like, yeah, you just get a date, and then, but every time I find these pathways, it seems like, okay, no, we're sending you back to the halfway house. You need that structure.
okay.
Well, let me go do what I need. Let me go fundamentally do what I need to do. You know what I mean? I'm finding alternate pathways. Let me try something new. You keep sending me back to these same old ways. Why? Just because you know I'm gonna go back to these halfway houses and mess up just so I can come back. Let me try an alternate path.
And I see what you're saying, but at the same time, I mean, you've even said it's your choice that keeps bringing you back here, right? So at some point, I mean, even in society, you're going to run into the people that are going to tempt you or potentially bring you back down this path. So really, the biggest thing is your mindset.
No, absolutely.
That's got to change.
No, absolutely. And with that being said, in society, if I'm out in society, I can leave. I can go do something. In a halfway house, I can't. I'm stuck in a building with a bunch of individuals that are doing the same exact thing.
So are you, and you're saying you'll refuse parole, period, no matter what?
If I'm able to do an alternate, if I'm able to go to a sober living where I can try an alternate path, I'll take a parole.
Okay. So it's just if they're going to
If
send
you're
you
just sending
back
me
to
to a halfway house,
CCC.
I will not sign a parole agreement because I know what happens in there. And I'm not willing, I don't want to be looking at continuous revolving door, 7 paroles, all 7 of them into a halfway house.
Okay. Do you have an address?
I have a place in West Weaver that I can go to. But I don't want to necessarily go directly to
Right.
address. I would like to try the sober living out to figure out, see if I can find alternate tools or tools that I haven't learned yet for my addiction.
Okay.
And I've been in contact with Pivot Point. Pivot Point's one that accepts sex offenders. So if I can go to a sober living where I can learn something, possibly, then absolutely I'll take a parole. But if I have to go to a CCC, I would much rather not. I would much rather not waste my time and the state's time.
Okay. When's the last time you completed sex offender programming?
2018.
Okay. There is a chance that they'll more than likely want to see an updated assessment from SOT because of this.
The nature of the violations.
Right. So just be aware of that. As far as that goes. Tell me about your disciplinaries.
So I had a failure to produce. I couldn't urinate.
Okay.
So, and then I had possession of tattoo paraphernalia. I had a little baggie of ink.
Were you going to get or going to give?
Neither. I was holding on to it for somebody that had left the section.
Tell me what you've been up to since you've been here.
So I'm in right now. I got 2 more weeks left of Captain Your Story.
Okay.
I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna do the bounce back with them. I just started Inside Out Dad again for the second time. I was in solid for 7 months, almost 8 months before I got kicked out.
Okay. Tell me what you got kicked out.
For that disciplinary, for the
August one?
yeah, the
Substance use?
no, the other one, the tattoo paraphernalia.
Oh, okay.
BL7.
How was the solid program for the time you were there?
It was nice. The structure was great. It was being able to, you you're staying busy at all times throughout the day. So it was made my time go by quick, and I mean, I didn't really have to have that negative mindset of wanting to do anything else besides just focus on myself.
Tell me what you've learned in capturing your story and the time that you were in for solid.
So the time I was in solid, I've learned structure. I've learned to identify why I was doing what I'm doing and kind of the mindset, but also how do I counter that now? You know what I mean? So I've kind of learned different tools from individuals that are successful or have been successful. Captain Stories just opened up my mindset of, what do I want to do in life? What is your biggest picture? And how to actually accomplish that without having the roadblocks and how to get over them. Them roadblocks are learning dips.
Okay. How can you apply that to your own situation?
Right now, it's kind of hard because I'm not in a situation where I can really utilize the tools. But fundamentally, when I get out there, I can utilize what I want to do in life. So ultimately, I'm wanting to go back to school. I'm wanting to open up my own business. And with Capture Your Story, there's people in Capture Your Story that'll teach you and guide you that are obviously been successful in the business industry and have told me, when you get out, come talk to me. I'll help you fundamentally learn how to open and run a business.
What business do you want to open?
So I want to open up my own barbershop.
Do you have any mental health diagnoses, sir?
Yeah.
What are they?
Bipolar, manic depression.
Are you on medications? How do you feel like they help?
The one I'm on now is better than the ones I've been on.
Okay.
So
So you feel like they're useful? You plan on taking those when you're out?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you feel like there's anything that would prevent you from being able to have a successful parole?
my only problem is my addiction. That and that's one being 100% honest is.
Okay.
I'm a strong drug addict. When I start, it's once I start into like a depression cycle or I don't care cycle. I just choose not to pull myself out, and I don't know why that is. I still haven't figured out why I want to continue just to fall instead of break the cycle and get out. Why I continue just to. To me, it's something I've been doing my whole life, so it's just been a habitual, not a habitual, yeah, I guess a habit that I've just, because I've had nobody in my life to be like, hey, pull yourself out of it. It's always here. Here's some meth. Here's some dope. Pull yourself out of it. You'll be okay.
Okay.
So I'm like, okay, cool. Let's just mask it and hide it.
Okay. What do you feel like for you has changed this time around in hopes that you don't end up back here, if anything?
I'm hoping that with the classes I've taken, solid, being fundamentally the way that they are. And I've still got all the assignments, all the seminars I've done. I've got all that I've kept all my resources, as well as having the community with Captain Your Story. I feel like I've got a stronger support now that I could fall back onto if I start getting into a rut, that I've never had. I've never had people being able, so I can just be like, hey, I'm in a situation. I need to either talk. I need to be pulled out. I need to, you know what I mean? I have that resource now.
Okay. So you feel like you have supports?
Yeah.
Sir, is there anything else at this point you would like the board to know or feel like the board needs to know? Okay. What I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board. You're well aware how this works. Board's the one that makes the final decision. Usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. You are past your guideline as of November 29th, 2024. You're also well aware that that is just a guideline. The board can choose to keep you past that guideline if they feel like they want you to complete something prior to that opportunity. Like I said, they'll probably want a sex offender assessment updated just to get a read on that. You're also well aware you have a 15-year top, which is coming up, which means on January 18th, 2027, your time with the board will have expired, given there are no other further offenses moving forward. Do you have any other questions for me, sir?
Nope.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day.
You too.
This is the time and place set for a rehearing for Paul Stewart, inmate 252-022. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any questions about it?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I do want to make note that we do have a victim here who'll be making a statement a little bit later, okay? So at that time, I will swear her in when I'm ready for her to make that statement, and we'll go over some of that. It'll be kind of like last time. I did listen to your prior hearing. I know a statement was made, I think, at that hearing as well. This hearing will be kind of similar to that hearing. We're just going to follow up and see what you've been up to since you've been here, if you've been complying with programming and so on and so forth. So it looks like at your last hearing, the board wanted you to work on domestic violence, cognitive behavioral therapy, and substance abuse programming and remain disciplinary free. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
So tell me what's going on. What have you been up to?
Well, since then I've been able to complete various different life skills classes. I have sent in those certificates along with what's on my blue packet. For domestic violence, I was able to take a course on the tablet at the prison, and I did get a certificate for that as well. Given my circumstances, there's not much as far as programming is concerned for domestic violence, but whatever I've been able to get done, I have gotten done. So,
Okay. And I show that you're currently in the substance abuse program down there. Is that correct?
yes, ma'am.
And that's recently started just this month, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how long that program is?
It's 6 months.
Okay. So tell me what you've learned overall during this time of programming and things like that, that you can apply to your life and regarding these offenses and kind of your past history. What's going to help you?
Yes, so with programming and just with the whole experience overall, I've been able to really get some insight as to who I am as a person and kind of what triggers I have and so on and so forth. I've tried to use this time for a lot of personal development. I've been sober for 2 years now. I haven't had a dirty UA, despite the fact that there are drugs and alcohol readily available in all the facilities I've been at. But I've tried to remain goal-oriented, and I've come up with a plan for when I get out. I am deeply ashamed of what took place and why I'm here. And I take full responsibility for what happened. There's not enough I'm sorry's in this world to really express how I feel about what took place. But all I can do now is just move forward and try to be a better person for myself, for my family, for my daughter. And I've tried to do whatever I can possible to try to do that and to really discover myself. This is the longest time I've ever been sober as an adult. So it's really been eye-opening in my experience incarcerated, just being able to really find what I want to be in life and who I am. I did find, I guess I rekindled my faith in God, which was pretty non-existent before I got incarcerated. But I've tried my best to just stay optimistic about things and to just work on myself. And I will continue to do that if granted parole. And yeah,
I take this experience and I would say that it's something that I felt in hindsight was good for me. You know, I was headed down a really bad path, and with my drinking, I didn't think that it was that big of a problem of an issue. It really wasn't something that I didn't think that something like this could have happened. And you know, I wish I could tell the victim, you know, how sorry I am. And I know she's heard that before, but I truly can't express how sorry I am for what took place and for what she went through, because I know it was a very traumatic experience. I know my mom is a victim of domestic violence, and she's done her part with letting me know the impact that it has on people that go through it. And again, it's something that I'm deeply ashamed. It's something that I wasn't raised around, but all I could do was work on myself. And I feel like that's what I've been able to do these past 2 years.
How long were you and the victim together for?
About 2.5 years.
How often were you violent?
I would say that I had a lot of blackouts during my height of alcoholism, and we've gotten physical a few times. I couldn't name off the top of my head, but
Was it all when you were under the influence, or were there times you were sober and there were situations that arose as well?
to my recollection, it was every time it was when I was under the influence of alcohol.
How often were you drinking?
Pretty often. I did end up going to a treatment program, and I completed that, and outpatient as well as managing a sober living house for a couple of months. But I did end up relapsing a couple months afterwards, and it started off kind of gradual, weekend type of situations to every other day, and then it just kind of went into an everyday drinking from sun up to sundown type of situation, and that's where I started having the blackouts again. And you know, it's I was extremely unhealthy looking back. So
Okay. Tell me about your triggers. You mentioned that you were able to work on your triggers, identify those triggers since you've been here. Tell me what triggers you found.
Well, just certain scenarios. I've taken 2 anger management classes. What I've been able to identify just through myself and kind of piecing together various, I would say, past histories. A lot of it boils back to issues with my mom.
Okay.
It's not something that I'm proud of saying, but yeah, it's I've been able to really hone in on that. And I know me and my mom, our relationship's gotten a little bit better, you know what I mean? But I do have some underlying issues that I've been able to identify, as well as we're able to talk to a therapist here with the program. And so we're kind of getting into those as well.
So some family therapy.
Yeah, exactly.
Is there anything else you found that triggers you for like relapses?
Really, the reason I was drinking in the past was because of depression and not feeling happy. Looking back, I felt like it wasn't that big of a deal, as I've stated before, but just weighing all the stuff that I was going through and you know, I didn't like who I was as a person, you know, and it was unfair to the victim as well, because she was a great girl for me, at least, at the time. I just wish that, when we met, that alcohol was never in the picture. I think that this whole situation would have gone a lot differently, but I was drinking for the wrong reasons. I do know that alcoholism runs in my family. It's pretty deep. I've been able to talk to various family members since I've been incarcerated, who have stopped drinking and who have tried to give me some insight on why they stopped. But for the most part, it's, you know, some people can drink and be okay, and it's like a social thing. I can't do it. And I know that that's something I'm going to have to deal with for the rest of my life. And I'm okay with that, because this is, I feel like I've got the tools to be able to maintain my sobriety.
Okay. You mentioned depression. Are you taking any medications or anything for that?
No, ma'am, no. Currently, I don't feel depressed. I feel
Okay.
like everything that I've gone through so far has been what I needed to go through. This is where I need to be, and I'm content with that.
Okay.
A good relationship with God, and it's brought a lot of peace into my life. So.
Okay. Well, let me talk to the victim for a minute. I'm going to get her statement. And just like last time, I'm just going to ask that you remain quiet during this process. Afterwards, I'll ask you what your thoughts are. No comments directed toward the victim, as just like last time.
Okay.
So ma'am, are you there? Can you hear me?
Hi, yeah,
I'm going to are you wanting to make a statement today? Still?
yes, yes.
I'm going to have you state your name for the record, and then I'm going to put you under oath, okay?
Okay. Do you need my video on or can?
No, you can leave it. It's up to you. You
Okay.
can leave it off. That's totally your choice. I'll just, in good faith, believe that you have your right hand up, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead and state your name for the record, ma'am.
It's Tony, Toni Ozuna, Ozuna.
Okay. And do you swear that from the information you're about to provide is truthful and accurate?
I do.
Thank you. Ma'am, what would you like me to know?
I want you to know that today I have to look down at a lake that I hate with my whole being. And I have to remind myself that I'm lucky. Sorry.
You're fine. Take your time.
That I'm lucky to look down and see a disgusting scar because I was fortunate and blessed to keep my leg. Physically, what his actions have left me with is constant pain. Pain I have been forced to come to peace with. Often by the middle of the day, my leg hurts so bad that I wish they would have just cut it off. It doesn't bend how it should. I have so much scar tissue on my knee that walking is painful. I have a limp, and if you want to see a really good joke, you can watch me go up and down a flight of stairs. It's a far cry from the active person I used to be. Coached hundreds of girls in cheer. I was active, I was always in shape, and I was known to dance everywhere I went. The traumatic brain injury I received has given me the gift of migraines every month, if not weekly. I often can't find words or remember small things like names or dates. And if things aren't written down, I'll forget my commitments, which is why I'm reading this today. I often have learned to make a joke of myself because I am constantly offending people because I forget that I met them. Mentally and emotionally, The aftermath was being diagnosed with CPTSD. I struggle with sleep, and nightmares are a constant occurrence. I'm easily startled by day-to-day things, and when this happens, it'll take me a while to remind myself that I'm fine, I'm safe, and I don't need to be afraid. I have a huge distrust for anyone new in my life. Someone I loved and trusted so much caused so much pain, and he did it without a second thought about me or my life. My sweet kids or my family. Today I remain in weekly therapy that I cannot afford because my family, and my kids especially, can't afford to lose any part of me ever again. I know Paul says he can't remember. And that would be easier to accept if his actions didn't align with his pattern. Everything he did to me, he had done before, but now instead of threatening someone with a knife, he used it. He was in no way trying to hit me in my knee that day. I pray every day that I can regain my memory of the events, but unfortunately I only have pieces. I know I stayed longer than I should. I will never understand why he didn't try to help me. Like he had said, we had had altercations before. He'd punched me in my face twice, leaving me badly bruised in both eyes. The night before my dad's funeral, he got angry because I could not braid his hair, and he fought with me until my elbow dislocated. And when he heard it pop, he stopped. On his birthday, he broke my ribs, and as soon as I dropped to the floor, he stopped. His continued escalation makes me believe with my whole being that I'm lucky to be alive. He did not stop this last time until a neighbor knocked on the door. He did not try to help me. I don't know if he was relieved or angry when he got home and I wasn't there. What I do know is that a person who was beaten to the point of blood coming out of their ears, choked unconscious, and attacked with a butcher's knife is lucky to be alive. I spent weeks in the hospital, 1 month on home health care, 5 months visiting a wound care clinic twice a week. My kids lost their mom, who was their only constant parent. I lost my business that I had worked so hard to build so that I could provide for them. I lost my sense of self and security. My family went through an enormous amount of pain watching me in the hospital, fighting to get better, and watch me fight every day. Now, my mom had to take off a month of work because I was completely dependent on her. My kids had to go leave and live somewhere else for a month before I could because I couldn't care for them at all. The pain I live with today, I know, is minuscule to the pain my kids and my family would feel if they had lost me. It's hard to admit, but I was around and knew about his previous assault and case. I saw how he celebrated when his victim did not show up to testify. I saw how he flawlessly finished probation, how he always said the right thing and toed the line because he knew what violating that probation would do to him. I saw how quickly he changed when that probation ended. I know Paul's sentence will end and he will get to move on from this, and that this pain is something I might have to live with for the rest of my life. But I'm very grateful to be here, and I'm grateful that you gave me this chance to share my experience. I understand that the charges you see today are for assault. I understand that the charges Paul has to look at are for assault. But I hope you both recognize how lucky I am to be alive. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, Sir, what would you like me to know?
Um, um, I apologize. Kind of at a loss for words, but I would hope that she knows I'm aware of all that she had to go through, and that she uh, is lucky to be alive. I'm completely aware of that, and I thank God every day that she is alive and that this situation didn't turn into something else. Words can't express how sorry I am for what happened, and I know sorries are just sorries, they're just words. I apologize to repent. I'm not asking for forgiveness because I know forgiveness is a gift, and she's a great person. She's a strong mother. She's a wonderful person to be around, and I feel so ashamed and terrible that she's still having to deal with those issues. And despite I know that she doesn't like me, and she won't ever forget what happened, but I would hope and pray that one day she can find it in her heart to forgive me for what happened. Because if I could take back the actions of that day, I promise I would give anything in this world to be able to do that for somebody that I actually truly loved. The times that we had together, sober at least, were great. And I'm sorry that I took those things away from her, happiness and being able to dance and whatnot. I just, my heart goes out to her and her family. And I wish I could give more. I really do. I don't know what else to say, but all I can do now is at least try to become a better person and to make sure that this never happens again. And,
Sir, if there's restitution owing in your case, are you willing to pay that?
yes, I haven't had anybody contact me about that, so I don't know what's owed. But yes, most definitely whatever needs to be paid.
Okay. If the board chooses to parole you, and I'm not saying that they will, but if they were to choose to parole you, are you still planning on interstate compacting?
No.
Okay.
No, not to, no, I was going to, I have a daughter that's out here, and I was going to, I plan on going to treatment as soon as I'm done with whatever treatment is here. I want to continue that treatment and try to start over again out here.
How old is your daughter?
She will be 7 next month.
What are your plans for parole if the board chose to parole you?
So again, it would be to go to a program. There's I've two that already accepted me. Reflections and Papillon. From there, there'll be outpatient. I plan on going to Mountain Land Tech because I've been able to take a few courses on the tablets that they have here, and I found that the tech industry would be a career choice that would interest me. So I did get some information on that school, and with Voc Rehab that's made available to parolees, I'll take advantage of that and then just try to start over and be active in the sober community as well.
Have you ever had issues getting work, sir?
No.
Is there anything the board that you would like the board to know at this point?
No, I want to just say that I'm sorry to everybody that's been affected by this incident. To the board as well for having to deal with this, to her family and her especially. But I would hope that we can move on from this if possible. And I promise to vow to never have this happen again. I want to be a better man.
Well, sir, what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board. The board is the one who makes the final decision in your case. You were told last time they're made up of 5 people. It takes a majority vote for them to make a decision. It usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. Except for in some circumstances, it may take a little bit longer. I say that because this may be one of those circumstances. This could have easily been, sir, that you were here on an actual murder charge or actually an attempted murder charge of the latter had you actually taken your victim's life. And with the information in the report, it could have easily ended with a conviction of an attempted murder that would have given you a longer sentence than what we currently have, which is only 10 years in this case. And so they may take a little longer to deliberate on whether or not they feel it's appropriate for you to be paroled. They will more than likely want you to complete that substance abuse program prior to the opportunity at parole. So just be aware of that. Again, you do have only a 10-year top, which puts you at February 24th, 2033, meaning regardless of the decision that's made from this hearing, at some point, if you have no other further offenses moving forward, that would be the date that you would be done with the Board of Pardons, is that February 24th, 2033. Do you have any other questions for me, sir?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And just know that during this time, when I write my reports, I do re-listen to my hearings so that I make sure and get all the information. I appreciate the participation from the victim. I know it's not easy having to go through something so traumatic and having to continually come to these hearings and relive the entire experience over. So I appreciate the input that's been given today. We'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day. Hearing for Edwin Campbell, inmate 204078. Is that you, sir?
Yes, it is.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today because I'll be taking testimony from you. I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to review that? Do
I have.
you have any questions on it?
No.
Okay. What I plan on doing is going over your current committing offense, and then we'll go over your parole violations, okay?
All right.
In case 241-901-651, you were convicted of a Class A misdemeanor attempted possession of a dangerous weapon by a restricted person. This occurred around June 15th, 2024, where officers observed a male driving without wearing a seatbelt and the vehicle lacked a third brake light. The officers conducted a traffic stop, deployed a K-9 indicating the presence of narcotics. The officers located at that time several knives in the door panel. And you had admitted that you were on parole and a convicted felon. You had smoked methamphetamine the previous day, and that you had the knives because you had dropped out of the Silent Aryan Warriors gang and kept knives for protection. Is that accurate, sir?
Well, it was that, and I had them for work too.
Okay.
I worked construction, so there's things that I would have to open up, or like there's rubber, or there's tar fittings to where when you lay a manhole, you got to cut it, and if you don't have that, then you're kind of screwed because you can't leave no extra or layover on it. So I wasn't using it for. I know I'm in the wrong, but I was using them for work as well.
Okay. So for both, you had them for both reasons. It sounds like, is that accurate?
Yeah, because I got jumped. I let my PO know I got jumped at a gas station by a couple of the SAW gang members. And my PO knew about that. So after that, like, I was kind of, I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of scared because we all know when you drop out, they're coming for you, you know, like you left something that you were committed to, and I'm ready to start over. I want to go home and live with my family. I don't want to be in prison no more.
How long were you a part of the gang, sir?
I was a part of the gang from 2008 until 2000. I think it was 18. I dropped out.
Okay.
I was active all the way through the feds. I came back, and then I realized this ain't me. I'm ready to go home and start a family.
Is that when you got involved, was when you were in federal system?
No, I got involved when I very first came to the state prison.
Okay.
And then my first violation, I ended up catching a federal case and went out to the feds on that.
Okay. What was your reasoning for getting out of the gang or leaving?
Well, I've lost my mom and my dad. Well, when I was in, I lost my mom. And I was like, you know what? I don't ever want to lose another family member. I want to be able to be there and be able to not have to beg to try to go to their funerals or be able to see them before they take their last breath. And I wasn't able to do that with my mom or my dad. And it scares me because now I only got siblings, you know, like I have kids, but I don't ever want to see another loved one pass and me not be able to be there.
Okay. Let's go over your parole violations really quick before I forget about them. As we go through these, there are going to be some of these parole violations that were part of that committing offense that I'm still going to ask if you admit, deny, or no contest for the parole violation purposes, okay?
Yes.
So on allegation 1, by having committed or by having been convicted of any criminal offense or violated a court order, possession of a controlled substance, or by having associated with a person involved in criminal activity on or about June 16th, 2024, in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
I admit.
On allegation 2, by having purchased, possessed, owned, used, or had control of any explosive firearm, ammunition, or dangerous weapon, including archery equipment or crossbow, or by having, or on or about June 15th, 2024, in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
I admit.
On allegation 3, by having used methamphetamine on or about June 14th, 2024, in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
I admit.
On allegation 4, by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, unlawful possession, purchase, transaction of a dangerous weapon by a restricted person, or by having associated with a person involved in criminal activity on or about June 15th, 2024, in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
I admit.
And then on allegation 5, by having failed to pay supervision fees without having been granted a waiver by the Department of Corrections in violation of your program requirements, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
I admit.
We'll go ahead and accept admissions to all allegations, revoke parole for May 30th, 2023. We'll take judicial notice on allegation 4, as it is your current committing offense in case 241-901-651. Tell me what was going on with parole, sir.
So, you know, this last parole, it's the best parole I've ever done. Obviously, my PO is got that in his report that I've always never been able to pull my head out of my rear end. And I finally was able to do that once in my lifetime, and I was doing so good. And then, I'm not gonna lie, my sister, Cassie, she started coming around me, and she was doing bad, and I was doing so good. I haven't relapsed at this time or nothing. And the time I relapsed, I ended up getting this charge. I told my PO about it. I let my sister come around me when I shouldn't have, because I was doing so good. I was 2 months away from terminating successfully on parole. I was doing good, and it's a shock to me knowing that now here I sit in prison again, you know? So I know I shouldn't have let my sister come around me when she was doing bad like that.
Okay.
If I could take it back, I would, but I know I'm in the wrong for what I've done.
Moving forward, what do you think is going to help you?
Staying away from people that are using. You know, I want a fresh start. I don't want to be to where, oh, I get pulled over and I go to jail or come back to prison. I want a fresh start. Like, I've never been able to have that, you know, like, I've been in the system since 2009, and it's a rut that I'm struggling pulling myself out of. And I thought I had it this last parole, and I still came back to prison.
Okay. What have you done since you've been incarcerated that you feel like is going to help you moving forward?
I've enrolled myself in education. I've started doing life skills. I tried to get into the substance abuse treatment, but it was full for this class. So if I'm still in, I'm gonna take that upon myself and jump in that, because I know that I need it. My last release, I went to Foothill Treatment Center and successfully completed that. That's the first time I've ever completed something like that.
Okay.
So
That was on your last parole?
Huh?
That was on your last parole?
Yes, I got released from prison and I went right to Foothill Treatment Center, and I completed it. Like, I've never once been able to do that, and I did it. So, like, I want a fresh start to where I don't have to worry about coming back to prison, or if I could just leave the state of Utah. Like, I'm frustrated because I've been in the system for so long.
And it's a rut that's so hard to get out of.
Yeah.
And my kids don't deserve this. My family don't deserve this. My daughters have already told me, Dad, if you ever go back to prison, we're out of your life.
Okay.
My daughter just turned 16 and 14, and it's like, out of all them years, I haven't been able to spend much time with them. You know, I spend my time in prison because it's such a hard rut to get out of.
Do you have any mental health diagnoses, sir?
No, I don't.
Do you feel like there's anything that would prevent you from being able to have a successful parole?
It's hard to say. Like, I have one person that's out there doing good, and it's the person that I'm going home to. It's my girlfriend. I can honestly say I don't know all my family. I don't stay in contact with my family very much because I hold a personal vendetta on a lot of things with them.
Okay.
So I'm trying to, that's why I want to leave state Utah, is because all my family lives here. I don't want to be here anymore.
Where do you want to go?
I'm trying to go to like up to Colorado or to California.
Is your girlfriend here?
Yeah, she is.
Has she been involved in the system at all?
No, she has not.
Does she have any substance use issues or anything?
No, she don't.
Okay. As far as work goes, what, do you have anything planned?
Yeah, so I was working for Cap Construction. That's somebody I do stay in contact still, is my
Okay.
boss. He said that I done nothing wrong to actually lose my job. I got pulled over and I came to jail, so I didn't do nothing to lose my job.
Right.
I was a good employee for him. He says that I'm more than welcome to come back. So
Okay.
I'm trying to go right back to there until I can get out of here.
And then as far as programming, what are your plans?
Programming, I was gonna try to do outpatient at like I don't know if it's the same in Davis County as it is in Weber County, but I'm trying to go to Davis County, so I think it would be like Davis Behavioral Health.
Okay.
And I know I can get through it. I've done it before. I just done it this last parole, so yeah, go to Davis Behavioral.
Okay. Sir, is there anything else you feel like the board needs to know or you would like the board to know at this point?
I kind of want to ask for a termination, but I'm scared because I owe so long. But I was like, I want that fresh start to where when I walk out, I can be like, you know what? I can do this. And I improved not only to myself, but to my kids that, hey, they gave me a fresh start. They gave me a chance to come home and be a dad and not have to worry about going to prison or going back to jail. I want that fresh start. And that's something that I want to ask is if I don't want, I don't want a long termination. If it can be like a meaningful time termination. Like I was 2 months away from terminating successfully, and that let my kids down bad. My kids, they told me, Dad, like you're doing so good, and then I had to call home from the jail, and they're like, Dad, why are you in jail?
Right.
I don't ever want that to happen again.
Okay. And I can put that information in there as well. The board's the one that's going to decide either way.
Yeah.
So I can put that in there that you're seeking a termination if it's not a lengthy one, basically. But they're the ones that'll ultimately decide, you know that. So what I
Yeah,
plan on, go ahead.
If they do grant me, I can promise I'll never ever be back in front of the Board of Pardons again. Like, I'll never come back to prison again. I never honestly thought I was gonna come back this last time.
Okay.
Like, I was honest with my PO, I relapsed, I told him. Like, didn't want to hide nothing because I knew that if I hid it, I was coming back.
Right.
As soon as I relapsed, I was like, oh man, hey, I messed up. Like, I want that possibility of me going home and never have to worry again.
Okay. Well, sir, what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into report and submitting that to the board.
Okay.
You're well aware the board is the one who makes the final decision. It usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. You do have a 12-month guideline at this point with that new offense, which is June 16th, 2025. You're also well aware that guideline is what it is. It's just a guideline.
Yes.
Meaning that they can go below that, on that, or past that, depending on if they want to see you complete something prior to paroling.
Yes.
You also have a 15-year top, which puts you at May 4th, 2034, which is the length of time you're well aware the board will have over your case, given there are no other further offenses. Do you have any other questions for me, sir?
No.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day.
Alrighty, thank you.
Thanks. This is the time and place set for a rehearing for Cody Harwood, inmate 155808. Is that you, sir?
Is 151 Harward 155808?
Yep.
Yep.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any questions on it?
No.
So it looks like you had a prior hearing with the board back in 2022 and they wanted you to complete sex offender programming or at least get into sex offender programming by this next hearing, which from my understanding, it looks like you have done, correct?
I'm just about finished with it, yes.
You still have a few months, is that right?
I probably got, say, about another month left in it.
Okay.
I've already finished the pre-program and I'm almost done with the core.
I also show that September 2024, we've received restitution in the amount of $3,675 from the Utah Victim of Crime Office. Did you receive that information as well?
Yes, I did.
Okay, is that something you're willing to pay?
Yes.
Okay. So we received a treatment memo from the sex offender program back in November 19th, 2024, which at that time said you still had a few months left, which is why I mentioned the few months. Did you by chance receive a copy of that?
The letter from the therapist?
Sex offender program?
Yeah, I got the letter in here.
Yeah, did you have a chance to review that?
Yes.
And its recommendations?
I reviewed it before he, I read it before he sent it to you.
Okay. And I'm assuming he went over it with you?
Yes, you went over it with me, and I also got a copy of it, so.
Okay, and what were your thoughts on that?
He was, I'm fine with it. He was right on, so.
Okay. Tell me, because you've got an extensive history, right?
Yes.
So tell me what you've learned in programming that's going to help you moving forward. And let's start there.
Well, during the programming, I've learned different skills to manage my urges, to different self-control, how, deep breathing, how, practice deep breathing, asking for help, which I had a problem with later, before. So I've learned a bunch of different skills that can help me manage my urges, so that if I run into a situation, I can ask for help if I need it.
Okay. How confident do you feel, given your history, that you can move forward without having another sexual offense in the future?
I feel pretty confident.
On a scale of 1 to 10.
1 to 10, I'd say probably about an 8 or 9.
Okay.
I mean, there's that chance, but I have it's always going to have that chance.
Right.
But I've learned, and I've gotten this, I've gotten some skills that help me manage those, so that if I run into a situation, then I can work my way out of it and not offend again.
Okay. So you mentioned an 8. So tell me why you don't believe it's lower than that, like a 6.
Like a 6? Because I don't feel like I'll come back. I don't want to hurt nobody ever again. It's not something I want to do. And, I've said that again, but I want to prove to myself, I've told myself over and over that I can do it.
Okay.
So yes, it could be, I'd say between the 7 and 8, somewhere in that area.
Okay.
So.
What do you feel like it would take you to get to a higher, like an 8 or a 9?
Just to, like I said, it's where I haven't been out for 22 years.
Yeah.
I'm nervous.
That's fair.
But I feel that I can work my way up higher once I get out and continue to get the help that I need and get into a support group.
So you feel like it's something that you still will benefit from continuing to work on?
Yes.
Okay.
So I plan on continuing.
Tell me,
on it.
I know you've been incarcerated for quite a while, clearly. Tell me, in your past, moving forward with your own sexual offending, your victims, what led to those situations?
What led to me to offending them?
Yeah.
Just not being able to control my urges when I wanted them.
Okay.
Not feeling like, and then it's, but I just had a bad thing, bad sexual problem. I really wanted it all the time. And if I had a problem, I used to take my problems out on other people sexually.
Okay.
To get over, my problem, or to get away from it.
Okay.
And that's, so I used it as a brace to get away from other problems.
Okay.
And that's,
I
had a bad attraction, I agree, I have an attraction to young girls and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I need to work on, and it's always gonna be there, but I feel I have the urge, the skills, and learned the skills to control it.
Okay. Did you have a substance use issue when you were out in the community, sir?
No.
Okay. Do you have any mental health diagnoses?
No.
Is there anything that you feel like would prevent you from being able to have a successful parole?
No, I don't think there's anything that can stop me from being successful.
Okay. And since you've been here, you've done quite a bit of programming. So
Yes,
tell
ma'am.
me some of the other things that you have completed while you've been incarcerated that are going to help you moving forward.
Well, I've gotten college degrees. I've gotten an associate's degree and others college certificates while I've been down. I've done MRT. Also finished that. You guys should have had a copy of that already.
Yeah.
So, and I've done other life skill classes to help me gain other skills to help me manage my urges and my problems if I run into them. So.
And that's what I'm asking, like through all the programming that you've completed, just aside from sex offender programming, what have those programs done to benefit you being able to progress in a positive direction moving forward?
They've helped me gain other skills besides the skills I've learned in the sex offender treatment to help me manage my urges. And if I run into problems, to be able to ask for help and that when I need it.
What are some other coping skills you've developed since you've been incarcerated?
Self-control is one of them. Being able to ask for help when I need it, which I had a big problem with in the past, not being able to ask for help.
Okay.
So that was one of the biggest ones. Getting defensive whenever somebody asks me something, not listening, which I've learned, which I've still have a problem with, but I'm working on it. So asking for help, I've come a long ways on, but getting defensive and stuff like that and not listening, there's still something I need to work on. So, which I plan on continuing. So I plan on trying to get into a support group when I get out, so that I have somebody to, ask for help with. So.
And I show that you've only had one disciplinary since you've been incarcerated. Is that accurate still?
Yes.
Okay. If you were to be paroled, sir, if the board chose to parole you after you completed your sex offender programming, what are your plans moving forward? Where would you go? What would programming look like? I know you might not have a job lined up, but what are you looking at potentially getting into?
Well, when I do get out, I plan on getting into a halfway house to start with, which I'm most likely going to a halfway house and just working into a job, any job that, fast food or anything I can get until I can work on the job that I want to get. And I plan on getting jobs where I can pay off my restitution for one and my court fine, because I have that court fine I also owe.
Okay.
That's $3,000. So I have the money to pay for it all right now, but if I use that money to pay for it all right this minute, then I won't have nothing to use to get on my feet.
Okay.
So I plan on getting a job, any job, and start paying that off in payments.
And what programming are you looking in doing?
Well, I'm planning on getting into sexual aftercare.
Okay.
And when I first get out.
Have you had the opportunity to look into any of those?
I haven't seen any of it, but that's one thing I plan on getting once I get into the halfway house. I plan on asking them and asking for help and getting into one of those. So.
Okay. And then prior to your incarceration, did you ever have an issue finding work?
No. No, I never had a problem finding work.
Okay. Do you have support out in the community?
Not a lot. I mean, I have my parents, my mom, my stepdad. Whenever I need to talk or need to call, they're right there when I need it. And then the church. I have the church that I can, talk to. Other than that, and then I plan on getting into a support group, like I said. So.
Okay. Is there anything else, sir, that you feel like the board needs to know or you'd like the board to know at this point?
No, I think you have everything.
Okay. Well, sir, what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board. You're well aware the board is the one who makes the final decision in your case. They're made up of 5 members and it takes a majority vote for them to make that decision. It usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you.
Mm-hmm.
You do have that 25 minimum of your sentence. Do you have any other questions for me at this point, sir?
That now, 25 minimum, are they gonna have me do that whole 25, or you can go, are they going?
It'll
by-
be up to them. I can't give you a definite yes or no on that. It will be up to the board at this point.
Okay.
So
And then-
unfortunately, I know it's frustrating to have to sit and wait, but you'll just have to sit and wait for them. But at
Is
least
it-
you have your programming that you still have to complete to bide the time.
Yeah. And
Okay? Anything
any-
else, sir?
no, is there anything else that you need to, anything else you need to know, or?
Nope, that's pretty much it.
All right. Sounds good.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day, sir.
You too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I have to get close. This is the time and place set for a rehearing, original hearing for Michael Nelder, inmate 172639. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm gonna have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes.
Do you have a chance to review that?
Yes.
Do you have any questions on it?
No.
Okay, I do want to make you aware that we do have victims in the hearing room here at the Salt Lake Prison. They will be making a statement a little later on in the hearing, at which time you will be directed not to directly talk to them, because I will ask you what your thoughts are, or if there's anything you want me to know after the statement, okay?
Yes.
Can you hear it? So at your last hearing, the board wanted you to complete sex offender programming, have no contact with the victims, and have no disciplinary violations. Because this is a rehearing original hearing, that means that you have committed a new offense and were convicted of a Class A misdemeanor, so we're gonna go over that offense, okay?
Yes.
In case 221600004, you were convicted of a Class A misdemeanor, attempted assault by prisoner. This occurred around March 7th, 2021. Can you tell me what happened?
I was taking care of other inmates' electronics, making sure they were charged. I dropped one of them, and another inmate started running his mouth about it because and I got upset about it because it wasn't his business. And once I went back to the dorm room, came back out, he jumped up from the table. I took it as like a defensive measure, and I just went after him and started fighting him.
Okay. At any time, did you think that probably wasn't the best idea?
No, because I went off of my anger.
Okay. Looking back, is there anything you would have done differently?
I should have sat down and talked with him calmly and brought in other inmates that were quote unquote leaders because it was the program, and brought them into it and settled everything in a calmer manner.
Was this when you were in the sex offender program?
No, it was in the drug program Focus in King County.
Now tell me a little bit about, let's start with the substance abuse programming. Tell me what's going on there.
So I entered it in March of 2018 because they seen it as my #1 on my mapping.
Yeah.
So I accepted it, and throughout the 5 years I was in it, I kept on self-sabotaging myself because I was afraid of getting out early at that time.
Okay. Where are you at now?
I am in Duchesne County.
I'm talking about with the programming, sorry.
Oh, as far as I know, the drug program was taken off my mapping, so they didn't accept me back and got sent to Duchesne County upon waiting for the SOTP program.
Now tell me what's going on with the SOT program.
So before I left King County, I was a month and a half into pre-SOTP and got kicked out of the jail for security reasons and sent here to Duchesne.
Okay, and what security reasons was that?
I was logging on to other inmates' accounts on the tablets without their permission.
Okay, why were you doing that?
Selfish reasons for watching movies and whatnot on the tablet.
Okay. Now tell me about why you haven't been back into sex offender programming.
In my mind, I felt it was better to hear from the board upon their decision on what to do instead of doing it myself.
Here's my concerns that I have, and I'll just be straightforward with you. So I listened to one of your prior hearings back from 2013, and there's some same information that's in your sex offender programming memo that you should have received a copy of that was submitted to the board as well. about your own concerns, about your belief that you have an inability to not offend. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And that one of the things that you felt like was going to help you with that potentially would have been programming. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And you've been eligible to go back into sex offender programming since April 26, 2023. Correct?
Yes.
But you have failed to do so. And that's still one of your concerns about your potential reoffense in the future. Correct?
Yes.
Now, my other concern is we only have a specific amount of time with you, which for the most part's been wasted away for several years, to include plus decade, right? Because of this sex offender programming that usually they try and get you into prior to a couple years prior to your next hearing, which you failed to do so. And we only have you now till December 28th, 2029. And that's no control over ours, as long as you don't commit some other type of offense that extends that time. So you now only have roughly 4 years to get this programming done for not only the ease of other people, but yourself, as you have commented many times, that you feel like one thing that would help you would be a sex offender programming to help you learn to deal with these sexual offenses that you continually get into. Correct?
Yes.
Because even while incarcerated, you continue to have several sexual misconducts where you're masturbating in front of female staff. Is that accurate?
Yes.
You see my concern?
Yes, I do.
So while you say you thought it would be better to wait for the board, I would guess that sex offender programming would have advised you otherwise. Is that correct?
I don't know because I never got to talk to anybody fully from the program.
Okay, have you talked to your case manager about some of these things?
No.
Okay, so you've just sat there.
The only thing I explained to her was I was waiting upon your guys' decision on what's happening.
And I would feel that since you've been here for so long, you would learn to be, what's the word I'm looking for? Proactive in getting into programming, because we're at the tail end. We're 3/4 of the way of your sentence through. Correct?
Yes, but I was also told I wouldn't be able to enter the program until 3 years prior to my rehearing to get into the SOTP program.
Well, we're
That's
at your
why-
rehearing, right?
What's
And
that?
SOT, we're at your rehearing right now, and SOT told you you were eligible to get back in 2023.
Yes.
And that's my biggest concern, because you even have your own fears of reoffending when you're back out in the community. And regardless of what happens at this hearing today, you're going to be back in the community at the end of 2029. And you yourself feel like the best thing for you is going to participate in this sex offender program. And the board's not going to let you out without you completing the sex offender program.
I understand that.
Does that make sense?
Yes. And the
Do you
reason,
do you understand why I have concerns about that?
yes. And the reason I have thoughts of failing is because in the past, I would say 20 odd years, every time I do an SOTP program, it's everything works for everybody instead of it being set up for each individual instead of just everybody.
Okay, and with your sex offender programming, you typically have a therapist that also works with you, not just in the group setting, but also on a one-on-one setting. Correct?
Yes. Yes.
And that's where it becomes individualized. is that one-on-one
I,
to help you learn to identify what your triggers are, what causes you to continue to offend or sexually act out, and things like that. And then help you to work through those things to build coping skills, coping mechanisms that will help you in the future stop reoffending or stop acting out like you have been with your disciplinaries since you've been incarcerated. Are you with me?
yes.
Okay. And you had several disciplinaries since the last time you met with the Board of Pardons, one which resulted in a new offense. The most recent is the end of November. So tell me what causes you to continue to have these sexual misconduct disciplinaries after your last hearing. Was your last hearing in 2013?
Yes.
After your last hearing, where I know the hearing officer addressed this situation then. Do you know what causes you to do that? Act out, knowing when female staff or nurses or whatever is going to be coming around?
As far as I have learned about myself, it's about power and gratification. But
Okay.
the deep underlining, I can never understand. I don't know where it all comes from.
Have you worked to develop tools that help you to prevent this from happening?
Those tools I never learned.
Okay. When are you planning on starting to learn, sir?
As soon as I get in the program.
Okay.
And I can actually stay in it. Because every time I'm in the program, I end up failing for some stupid reason, and I don't know why it happens.
You're like self-sabotaging reasons?
Yes.
Okay. Sir, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the victim give their statement at this point. While they're doing that, I'm just going to ask that you listen. And then once I've been given that statement, I'm going to ask you what your thoughts are in regard to that, okay?
Yes.
If you want to sit at that desk over there, because if you sit at one of these, the camera will zoom in on you. Then I'm going to have you state your name for the record, and then I'm going to put you on hold, okay?
My name is Afton Warren.
Okay, go ahead and raise your right hand for me. Do you swear and affirm the information you're about to provide to me is truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Okay, what would you like me to know?
I am one of Michael's Nelder's CSA victims. In court, my mother vowed to be at every parole hearing to make sure he stays behind bars. While I appreciate her tenaciousness, this is my fight, and I can't expect her to wield the shield around me forever. It is my duty to pick up that shield even if my legs wobble. This statement is to share with all of you the profound and lasting effects the abuse done by Michael has had on me. I don't remember exactly how old I was when it began, but I know it happened repeatedly. I lived with the shame, the fear, the burden of keeping the secret that I was told to keep from my parents and my siblings. I thought I had no choice. I was told I was too young to understand and that no one would believe me, and that if I spoke up, things would get only worse for me. While I did get justice, but he was right off getting worse for me. The pain of those weeks is something I still carry with me. It isn't until I was 20 that I began to heal. When I started to confront the things that I had repressed over those weeks to survive, I pushed them so deep in my mind that I can only remember being scared of my abuser, terrified to the point where I finally broke down and told someone. By then, so many of my memories were buried within me. The truth is I always will carry this trauma. The scars are deep, and while what may fade with time, they will never fully disappear. I will always live with the aftermath of the abuse I suffered. For the first time, I am reclaiming my voice. I am no longer the quiet, scared little girl I once was. This is not just my fight, it is for every person who has been hurt in the way I was. This crime has profoundly affected every aspect of my life. It has left me feeling vulnerable, emotionally drained, and physically diminished. The impact has been far-reaching and will continue to shape my future in the ways I never anticipated. I hope that this statement helps others and understands the depth and the harm that I have experienced. Thank you for hearing my story.
Thank you. That letter that that statement that she just stated was also submitted to the board and was sent to your case manager to be disclosed to you, because that was read now on the record. We don't have to worry about waiving notice or anything, sir, but what would you like me to know at this point?
That I'm deeply sorry for what I've done. I take full responsibility, no fault to her. And I was just I thought I was doing so well in my life, and I just let everything in my past catch up to me. I just have no excuses or nothing for what I've done. It's just not right. This is why all my life I've been trying to find out why I do what I do, and it's never worked. I still don't understand what I do. Again, I fully apologize for what I've done, and when I first entered prison, I was glad I actually came here because it's where I belong for what I've done.
Thank you, sir. Sir, that sex offender treatment memo was submitted in October 16th, 2024, and should have been sent a copy to you. Did you receive that copy?
Yes.
What were your thoughts on that treatment memo? The information within, the recommendations, things like that.
I believe and trust everything that was in that memo.
Okay. My advice to you, sir, because I do believe that you want to figure out what's going on with yourself. The fact that you're acknowledging that you know you're a risk and you have concerns of reoffending is a positive, because you're acknowledging that there is something going on that you need to address and that needs to be addressed. My advice to you is to contact sex offender programming and get in as soon as possible. Because again, I don't think the board is going to parole you without not having completed that program. I wish you would have completed it prior to this, or at least been in it by the date that you were able to get back in of April 26, 2023, so that we could have had more of an in-depth conversation about your tendencies, your triggers, your coping skills, what you've learned about yourself, what you can look forward to moving forward, or what your confidence level would be moving forward with the potential of not reoffending. Because again, in 2029, you're done with the system. And I know you've talked about yourself sabotaging because you were worried about getting out too early. But the reality is, in your case, there is a finish line. You are going to be out in society no matter what in 2029, given there are no other offenses that would add on to that time frame. So we've got to get that started. We've got to get that figured out so that there can be somewhat of a peace of mind, which may never be a full peace of mind with you being out in the community, but at least there will be something that's going to explore some of the concerns that you have, as well as the rest of us have, with your offending that you've had over your lifetime. Do you have any comments, questions, or anything else you feel like the board needs to know at this point?
No.
With that, sir, what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board. You're well aware the board is the one who makes the final decision. It usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. You had a 10-month guideline that was added into your, because of that charge, which is past the 2023 for that attempted assault charge that you received in the last few years. But your expiration date for these charges is 20 years, which puts you at December 28th, 2029. I'm not going to beat that dead horse anymore. We already all know what that means. So please get into contact the sex offender program. Their recommendation is you don't get the opportunity to parole until you've completed sex offender programming while incarcerated. The board is going to weigh heavily on that assessment. So again, I don't see you being paroled at this point until you have potentially completed that sex offender program, okay?
Yes.
So I appreciate the attendance that we had today. Acknowledge that the victim's family is here. Appreciate the statement that you gave. I know it's not easy coming here, having to relive that every single time we have one of these hearings. So with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you, good luck to you, and have a good day. This is the time and place set for an original hearing for Thomas Norton, inmate 243289. Is that you, sir?
Yes, yes.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony, I'll have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
I did.
Did you have a chance to review that?
I did.
Did you have any questions on it?
Nothing on the blue packet.
Okay. So your hearing was originally smart scheduled out, which means you were given a later hearing in order to complete sex offender programming. This was back in 2020. We received a special attention at some point in 2022 stating that because you are because your crimes were committed online, there's really no type of risk assessment for that. And your type of cases aren't typically provided programming really while incarcerated. And so that was eventually, the sex offender component was eventually removed from that due to the requirements per the Utah Department of Corrections request. I do see that you completed pre-treatment, however, back in 2023, which once we have gone over your original offense, I want to ask you a little more about, okay?
Okay.
So I'm going to go over your committing offenses. In case 181403082, you were convicted of 5 second-degree felonies, sexual exploitation of a minor. And in case 191400842, you were convicted of 5 second-degree felonies, sexual exploitation of a minor. Now, it looks like the reasoning for these is because you were found to be in possession of many images and videos of sexually explicit children that were found on your computer. These images were of children in many different sexual positions and stages of undress. Now, this was a very long report that had several descriptions depicting the type of pictures that were involved. So I only put a couple in my report, and I'm only going to go over a couple. The videos involved adult men engaging in different sexual acts with female children. Some of the videos involved torture as well, where a female child's vagina is bleeding, and while she is crying for a man to stop what he is doing, he continues to insert different objects into her. Is this accurate information regarding having many different pictures and videos depicting children in sexually explicit images and whatnot?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me what led to these offenses, sir.
Essentially, it was my own choices and an inability to cope with a depressive disorder. I chose to cope with it in the worst way possible, turning to a addiction that is, it started out as addiction to adult pornography, and just prior to the investigations, it turned into child pornography once I found access to it.
Now, is this something that just developed while you were looking at pornography, or have you been attracted to younger children? Tell me a little more about that.
Essentially, it was while I was addicted to the pornography itself.
Okay.
It,
How long had you been looking at the child pornography?
it really wasn't long at all. I'd say less than, I wouldn't even say a couple months.
Okay. And was there any time while you were viewing this type of pornography that it came into your mind that this wasn't appropriate?
Every time I did.
So what caused you to keep coming back?
Essentially, it was really just another part of the addiction to pornography. Sorry, my words are not working today. It was the addiction to pornography, along with the fact that it was something new. And in the moment, I did feel a thrill at finding something that I shouldn't have. I know that it was wrong.
Okay. What are your, do you have sexual interest in children at all?
No.
So you've completed pre-treatment. You had completed pre-treatment. Was there anything you learned in there?
Yes.
Tell me about that. What did you learn that's beneficial to you?
I feel like the key components that I picked up was how to really identify red flags to my addiction. I was able to really figure out what were some of the things that triggered me going into the addiction of pornography in general, and then what led to me going into the child pornography specifically. And once I was able to figure out those red flags, I was also able to learn the proper ways to be able to deal with that through cognitive tools like, let's see, there's the deep breathing. It's essentially ways to stop the addiction in its tracks.
What are some of the tools you learned?
Some of the tools that I learned were like deep breathing, seeking support from trusted ones. Let's see. Moving on to something else, asking for help. there was also, journaling was another really big one. And seeking help through therapy as well, continued therapy.
Okay. If you are paroled, sir, what is that going to look like for you? What are your plans?
It really depends on where I'm allowed to go. If I can find a place to stay here in Utah, then my plan is to continue therapy. And in order to be able to sustain that, I'll be gaining an occupation either at a family friend's restaurant or at an electrical company as an apprentice, which is what I used to do before. Along with that, I'm going to try and maintain a healthier lifestyle than I had back when I committed the crime. And part of that involves increasing my education as well. And so I'll be trying to find a way to go back to college as well, which a family friend of mine is the UVU culinary arts instructor. And he said that as long as I'm willing to go, he'll find a place for me there.
Okay.
But if I'm not able to find a place here in Utah, then I have so much support down in Arizona. A place to stay, possible work for my uncle's plumbing company, not to mention, like I said, a lot of family support, and I do mean a lot.
Yeah, I received several letters of support in your case, so we got a bunch of those for sure. So I do believe you've got a lot of positive support, which is good. When it comes to the aftercare, sex offender aftercare stuff, because it does recommend that you seek some type of sex offender aftercare, some types of sex offender programming when you are paroled. Have you had a chance, or any of your supports had a chance to look into any of that stuff?
Yes, in fact, Suncrest Counseling has already accepted me into the program once I'm out. But
Is that a Utah program?
It is, yes. But if that one doesn't work out, then we are more than willing to search out other programs.
Is Suncrest sex specific?
Yes, yes it is. Although I'm not sure if they specifically focus on my type of crime, the internet crimes.
I'm guessing, and I'm not a therapist, but that if it's individual counseling, they can probably adapt things to your specific needs. You will have sex offender A conditions, which ultimately means the biggest thing is that you won't be allowed to be around children. Is that going to be an issue?
It shouldn't be. I don't believe so.
Or really anywhere where children congregate. So when you're seeking a job, places where children congregate, you wouldn't be able to probably go to as far as work-related things, if that makes sense.
It does.
Have you had any type of substance abuse addiction in the past?
No, no substance abuses at all. Although I did take a substance abuse course in here, mainly because it was recommended to me because of the cognitive therapy tools that it could provide.
Okay. And then, do you have any mental health diagnoses, sir?
I'm honestly not sure. I don't remember if I ever did as a child. I do know that we were looking into ADHD when I was growing up, but I don't remember if it was officially diagnosed.
Do you feel like you have any mental health conditions or anything? Depression, anxiety, anything like that?
I know that I did when I first came home from my mission, but I feel like I've definitely gained a lot of tools to help me with that. I also used to take medication for it as well, but I feel like I'm at a state now where I can handle it without the medication.
Okay. Do you feel like there's anything that would prevent you from being able to have a successful parole?
Nothing comes to mind.
Okay. We've already talked a lot about programming Is there anything else in programming that you feel like was a benefit to you in helping you regarding your situation and your offenses?
I would say any of the life skills that I did, most of them actually did have focused on the cognitive recovery. And so thinking for a change or MRT, along with a lot of the vocationals that I also did, I felt like those helped me to learn how to develop a healthy, just kind of a healthy lifestyle in general.
Okay.
Well, healthier than it was.
Okay. And I do show you don't have any disciplinaries. Is that still accurate?
Yes.
Overall for you, sir, what do you feel like has changed the most in hopes that when you do get back out into the community that something like this won't happen again?
I feel like the biggest thing that has changed for me is my ability to actually ask for help. When I first committed this crime, I self-isolated and I didn't let anyone in on the fact that anything was even wrong. This came as a complete shock to everyone. And so now I feel like I've been able to move past that, and I've learned to actually start to reach out and ask for help when I need it.
Okay. Sir, is there anything else you feel like the board needs to know or you would like the board to know at this point?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. What I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, excuse me, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board. The board is made up of 5 members. It takes a majority vote for them to make a decision in your case. Usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. With the amount of support you have that sent letters in and things, I'm assuming that there are probably some people that are actually viewing this hearing today online.
Yes.
If they would like to go on to bop.utah.gov, once a decision has been made, it will be posted there. So they would probably be able to see that decision before you did because you'll actually get a physical copy of it and then they would be able to give you the information.
That's
You
great.
do have a 76-month guideline, which puts you at June 4th, 2025. That guideline is what it is. It's just a guideline, meaning that they could come back or that they can go below that, on that, or past that, depending on if they do want to see something completed prior to that date. You do have a 15-year top, which puts you at February 20th, 2034. Now, before we close really quick, we received a full sex offender assessment from sex offender programming on January 15th, 2025. That assessment was conducted so that we had a full information on what a sex offender programming would encourage you or would recommend for you to complete, which we talked a little bit about. Did anybody talk to you about that assessment, sir?
The results of it, or?
Just about the assessment, the recommendation, things like that?
Not really. Honestly, I didn't even know the sorry. I didn't know that the assessment was going to happen.
Did they come in and talk to you about the assessment?
Not really.
It would have been recently. So were you able to receive a copy of it?
Yes. Okay. I see what you mean. I thought you meant like describing what the assessment meant and what it was for.
Oh, no.
Yes, he did come. Well, it was over the phone, and
yeah,
we were able to talk.
And the reason was your case was in an interesting time where they kind of stopped doing the sex offender programming for certain groups, and you kind of fell into that, which is also why you were able to complete pre-treatment because at some point they even stopped doing that. So we had reached out and asked for a full assessment with more information, which they were able to get us just last week. And so I just wanted to make sure that you had received a copy of that and that you had had a chance to review that as well.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So with that, sir, if there are no other questions, we will go ahead and conclude this hearing, okay?
Actually, I was wondering about a few things.
Go ahead.
These are just in the event that the board does allow me to be able to go out and do parole on the outside with the program. I was just curious, let's see. So you already explained what the stipulations would be. Do you know, would there be any stipulations that would stop me from being able to go to college?
I don't think so, but that would be something that you would probably need to talk to your agent about. They would have more information on that. I know that there are sometimes programs for individuals. I just don't know what the parameters are of that. I don't know if you have to be off paper. I don't know if you can be on paper. So your agent would have, and maybe even the transition team there would have more information about that.
Okay.
I know it's helpful and unhelpful at the same time with that answer.
It's still an answer. That's all right. Also, do you know, besides not working in an area where minors congregate or are, do you know if there would be any other stipulations for that?
There will be, and your agent will give you all of the information for that. They'll give you a printout of all of your sex offender conditions and conditions that the board will give you for your parole.
All right. Let's see if there's anything that doesn't cover. Do you know if I'll still be able to visit family from out of state?
So with that, again, probation or parole is going to be the best one. Typically, if you are going to go out of state, you'll have to submit an interstate compact travel permit. And that your agent would be able to help you and discuss more with you about.
Okay. Who would be the transition officer that you're talking about? Is that the same thing as a caseworker, or?
So those are the people that are going to help you get ready for transitioning if you are paroled. Your case manager should be able to give you some of that information. But again, that's all through the prison. The board doesn't handle any of that stuff.
Okay, that makes sense.
So in a nutshell, your best friend is going to be your agent.
That's what it sounds like. Okay. I think that pretty much covers everything. Thank you.
All right, sir. With that, we will go ahead and conclude this hearing. Good luck to you and have a good day.
Thank you.
On the record. This is a rescission hearing for Clayton Rowley, number 217752. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole I'll be conducting today. I am going to be taking testimony from you. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
So I'm going to give you an opportunity to bring up any issues or errors with that disclosure packet. Obviously, that's the new information since your most recent hearing, which was just a couple months ago. But I'm going to give a review of what's happened. I have some questions for you. I think you have a couple disciplinaries. I'm talking generally about the treatment contingency that you've not been able to meet. And then we'll discuss any questions or concerns that you have for me after that.
All right.
Looks like you had a parole granted in March, after a March 2023 parole violation original hearing. It was originally for December 2024. It was contingent on sex offender treatment program completion. That date was rescinded in May of 2024 due to, looks like you were not able to complete it before that parole date. You didn't have enough time. So it was rescinded due to that. But then after that, you had self-removed from the program. You and I conducted a hearing a few months ago and discussed that issue specifically. After that hearing that we did in July of 2024, the board granted parole of June 10th, 2025. It was contingent on completing sex offender treatment. That date was calculated, I believe, as far as the report we had received from the Department of Corrections to provide enough time to complete the program. You and I discussed your willingness to do that at that time. In August of 2024, the Department of Corrections reported that you'd not be eligible to reapply until September, and then that would not allow enough time to complete the program by the June 10th date. It also said you were not willing to re-enroll and would like to request a termination. That day was rescinded due to that report. You had another rescission hearing in October, on the 1st of October 2024. After that hearing, the board granted the June 3rd, 2025 parole. Again, it was made contingent on completing SOTP. Per my calculations, I don't believe that was sufficient time to complete that, but nonetheless. In November 25th, 2025, we received a report. It said you had received a disciplinary for A13. It said you had homemade alcohol found inside a protein container in your property. The board rescinded the June 3rd, 2025 parole date due to that disciplinary. So that brings us to today. I'd like to quickly talk about, you have two new disciplinaries. The first was October 3rd, 2024. I think it said there was unauthorized use of phones. What happened during this incident?
My dad's currently on his deathbed. And I didn't have money on my account to make a phone call, so I used someone else's account with their permission, and that's not allowed here in this jail. He was in,
I'm aware of that.
Yeah, he was in the Ogden Regional Hospital or the Huntsman Cancer Institute.
Yeah, I reviewed the written submissions that you submitted prior to the most recent hearing, discussing your father's health concerns, etc. Just so you know, I'm aware of that and don't want to cut you off, but do want to talk about the issues that led to this current hearing. So if I'm understanding correctly, did not have money on your books. You wanted to speak with your father. Therefore, you used another inmate's account to make that phone call, correct?
Yes.
Okay, the next write-up, November 2nd, 2024. This was the write-up that led to today's hearing. Looks like you had homemade alcohol in a protein container was found while you were being rolled up or moved. Your property was moving to a different housing section. Were you drinking alcohol at the time?
No.
Why did you have the alcohol on your property?
It wasn't even alcohol at the point, but the officer that found it said that its consistency was for making alcohol because there was bread or cornmeal next to the protein container. And
you deny that you were making homemade alcohol, brew, hooch, whatever it was called in the report. You deny that you were making that?
Yeah. And they still found me guilty of it. So
yeah, certainly that's why we're here. You were found guilty of a disciplinary violation for having in your possession homemade alcohol in your property. So, but your statement is that you were not using alcohol, and you did not. This was not intended to be made into alcohol?
No.
Okay, but you had extra fruit in your property with bread? Is that what you were saying? Or what was?
Fruit in a jar, and then there was cornmeal next to it in a bag that we were going to use to make tamales with, because it's like the most common thing that you can use to make tamales here in this jail.
Okay.
So
well, thank you for making your statement on that. That incident is the reason today's hearing was scheduled. So I think it's important that the board have a statement from you about what happened. Obviously, they'll have the official report for that disciplinary conviction as they're making a decision. I did want to check in. You've had multiple hearings. I conducted one of them. There's been multiple other hearings. After each of those hearings, the board has said it expects you to complete the sex offender treatment program. It's made paroles contingent on completing that. At this point, are you willing to do the program?
I literally will not be able to get back into the program due to that A13 write-up till, well, I can't reapply till February, which that is when the next group starts. So that's
Okay.
when I can reapply.
And is it still your understanding that it would take 9 months to complete the program?
10 months.
10 months?
Yeah.
Okay. And so back to the initial question, are you willing to do that? Just because at every other of the hearings, you said you're willing to do the program. The board has granted a parole contingent on it, and then you haven't gotten into the program. So do you have any, are you willing to do that? Do you have plans to do that? What's happening with that?
I'm at 16 months and some odd weeks till I expirate.
Correct.
By the time I can get into the program, it will be in June.
I thought you said February, or you can apply in February, you get in June?
That's the next group is in February, so I can't necessarily get in the February group.
Okay.
So that puts me into the June group, which that's literally a year away from my expiration. And it takes me 10 months to complete the program, and it's 2 months from my expiration. So I'm like, there's not really a purpose in doing the program when I'm clear up to my expiration.
Okay. So the only reason you would do the program is to get a benefit of early release. You don't feel like you could benefit at all from the program?
Not really. I did the BRT in Beaver County Jail before I came to this jail. And it's literally the same program as I could benefit from the Beaver County Jail BRT to here is literally the same programs, other than this is sexual based and the BRT is just cognitive behavioral.
Okay. And I'm just speaking here. I want to make sure the board has clear information as they're making a decision, because confusion and clear answers have led to confusion in past hearings. So you would not be willing to do the treatment program while incarcerated. If the board were inclined to grant a parole and allow you to do it at a halfway house, would you be willing to do that?
No, I will not.
Okay. Okay. Well, I think I have the information that I needed from you. Thank you for being patient so that I can provide the board with accurate information. I do want you to know I've read and reviewed all the statements you made at your past hearings. I've reviewed the written submissions, including the details regarding your family's medical situation, etc. But at this point in time, are there any other comments, questions, concerns that you'd like to bring up with me during the hearing, or anything else you'd like the board to know?
The only reason why I choose not to, like, if they gave me a chance to go out and do it in the halfway house, is because I literally was in the program doing everything I needed to be done to do, and the board still pulled my date, even though
Yeah, you self-removed. You didn't have enough time to do that. I'm familiar with that. Unfortunately, you self-removed, which prevented you from the board adjusting that to give you enough time to do that. But certainly, there's been some communication issues that weren't allowed to give you the time to do that. Sorry to cut you off, but certainly there was that aspect of you self-removed. You took yourself out of the program out of frustration, which is also an aspect in that. But please continue if I'm sorry to cut you off.
So that was around the same time that I found out about my dad's health issues. With me going to a halfway house and doing a program in the halfway house, if he does go, they're not going to allow me to go and do the meetings with him, or do not the meetings, but his celebration of life or funeral or anything like that. So that is why I refused to do it in the halfway house.
Well, certainly that wouldn't be allowed if you don't communicate. Certainly with programming, getting expectations met, if you're great, on supervision, you have to communicate with people to get things approved. So if that communication was not there, that obviously could not be approved. But I'll note your comments for the board. We have about a minute left in our scheduled hearing. Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
No.
Okay.
Just the only reason why I won't do it at the halfway house is I won't be able to go out of state to do the celebration of life for my father. So I'm just kind of like, let it take its toll. Whatever happens, happens. I have 16 months to expirate, I just.
Okay.
Just want to get this behind me and move on, I have criminal charges in Evanston, Wyoming that I still have to take care of in order to even go up there. If I do get caught up in the state, I'm getting arrested anyway. So
Well, at this point, we are out of time. What I'll do from here, thank you for your comments. I will include those. I've put together a report of what I reviewed before today's hearing. I'll include what you and I talked about at today's hearing in that report. I'll submit it to the members of the board. They'll consider your case as a whole, where we stand 16 months out from expiration, as you said, and they'll make a decision on what's appropriate from there.
Okay.
It usually takes between 2 to 4 weeks for a decision to be made. It will be sent to you in writing through the mail. And it will also be posted to the board's website if there's anyone in the community that would like to access it there. So with that, Mr. Rowley, thank you for being here and discussing these things with me. I do wish you the best of luck moving forward, and we'll go ahead and conclude.
Okay, thank you.
On record. This is an original hearing for Stephen Wold, number 228366. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting today's hearing. I am going to be taking testimony from you. Mr. Wold, if you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I do want to recognize victim of record, Brooke Taggart, who we have here with us today. Thank you for being here, Brooke. I'll be receiving testimony from Brooke here in just a few minutes, and I'll let you know when we are ready for that. Mr. Wold, did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
So that disclosure packet contains the information that the board will be considering as they make a decision in your case. Part of the purpose of today's hearing is to allow you to point out any errors or inaccuracies with that information. I'm going to be going over quite a bit of that with you today. I have some questions about various things, but at this point in time, are there any errors or inaccuracies that you'd like to discuss with me?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So how I'd like to proceed, first I'm going to give a brief overview of your case, conviction, sentence, your parole guideline date, a little bit about how today's hearing works. Second, we'll review the case in which you were committed to prison, the facts of what happened in that case. Third, we will have the victim impact statement. You will be able to respond to that statement if you'd like to after it's made. From there, I have some questions that I've prepared for you about what you've been doing since you arrived at the facility, your plans looking forward, et cetera. And then at the end of the hearing, I will give you, Mr. Wold, the final word, and you can state anything else you'd like to on the record. Does that sound okay to you?
Yes, sir.
Your commitment offense is aggravated sexual abuse of a child, first-degree felony. You're serving a sentence of between 15 years and up to life in prison. Based on my calculations, the minimum 15-year sentence will pass on November 27th of 2032. Your parole guideline, as established by the Utah Sentencing Commission based on this conviction, calls for 192 months incarceration. That guideline or recommended release date would lead to you being released on November 27th of 2033. The board is not bound by the guidelines in these cases. They act as a guideline or a starting point in the analysis. After today's hearing, the board will consider all relevant factors in this case to determine the appropriateness of a release, and if so, the timing, conditions, and contingencies of any such release. The factors that they will consider include the nature of your offenses, your criminal history, victim input and impact, your rehabilitative progress, etc. The case in which you're committed to prison is case 151402839. Originally, charges were filed in this case related to two separate victims. I believe a jury found you guilty of the charge related to one of those victims, but not guilty related to the charges involving a second victim. I note this, that there was a pre-sentence report that we received. The official summary in that pre-sentence report included behavior regarding both of these individuals. I believe at the objection of defense, an amended pre-sentence report was submitted, which includes only the behavior involving the victim of record in that conviction. I just note that we have both in our file and that the board has access to. As to the conviction, the abuse was reported in August of 2015. At that time, the victim was 15 years old and you were 26. The abuse in this case occurred in 2010 when the victim was 10 years old and you were 21 years old. You were the victim's uncle. The victim and her younger brother were dropped off to be watched by you at your residence. While sitting on the couch watching TV, you sat the victim on your lap and covered you and the victim with a blanket. You then put your hands into the victim's pants and underwear, making skin-to-skin contact. The report says you, quote, felt and pet the victim's vagina during this incident. Looks like at the time of the pre-sentence report, you did not admit guilt. You said you were planning to appeal. In the board packet that you submitted to us, I've reviewed your written submission. In the fall of 2010, I was babysitting my niece and nephew. I put a blanket over my niece while she was sitting on my lap. I reached my hand inside of her underwear and rubbed her vagina with my fingers. Is that summary accurate as to what happened in the case?
Yes, sir.
Would you like to make any further comments about the events or the abuse that occurred in this case?
No, sir.
And what led to you engaging in this behavior?
I made stupid choices. I had an addiction to pornography and I didn't seek help. I let my addictions grow, and it led me to act out sexually in a manner I'm ashamed of.
Based on my review of the file, no restitution was requested or ordered. Based on your date of sentencing, the Board of Pardons does retain jurisdiction, I believe, to make restitution orders upon a request that's made and the proof the process is followed. Would you be willing to pay any restitution that is ordered in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This time we'll move forward with the victim impact statement. Brooke, are you ready at this time to provide your statement?
Yes.
So you don't need to turn on your camera, but if you'd raise your right hand and just let me know when it's raised, I'll swear you in.
It is raised.
Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. And just so you know, thank you for attending today's hearing. The docket in the case noted that various statements were made at sentencing, but we've not been provided with that information. So thank you for being here and providing a statement. I'll take notes of what you say today. I may listen to today's hearing tomorrow to make sure the board members have a summary of that. But Brooke, you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. I am speaking to you today as the victim of child sex abuse, the crime which was perpetrated by my uncle, Stephen Wold. This is incredibly difficult for me to put into words and speak about these terrible events that I've had to endure because of Stephen. While this may be difficult to discuss and relive, it is even more important that Stephen does not receive parole and instead carries out his sentence in custody. I'm not saying this out of hatred or revenge. My only hope is that justice continues to be served and Stephen's actions are met with the gravity that they deserve. I'm deeply concerned about Stephen being released at this time due to his risk to the community. I know that there are more victims of Stephen out there besides my sister and myself. There will be more victims if he is released. Stephen will go back to his wife, who is an elementary school teacher, and will go back to his favorite hangout spots, which include children's arcades. While Stephen may seem like a model prisoner on paper, and he may only be in custody on his first offense, don't let the actions of a convicted felon sway your judgment as to who he really is. A pedophile who will reoffend if given the opportunity. There is a reason Stephen agreed to serve the maximum 15-year sentence of his actions, because he would rather hide behind the whole truth, a truth that he has yet to confess to. Stephen may tell you that he is a changed man, that he has found Jesus, and he claims to have repented for his actions. He can pray all day, but you can't pray pedophilia away. I trust that the parole board will take my words into consideration along with all other evidence as you make this critical decision. My greatest hope is to believe in the justice system is working to protect victims like me. The last thing I would want to happen is for him to reoffend and for another person to be in the same seat that I am in right now. And you, as the parole board, hold that power. Please prevent future child abuse from happening.
Thank you, Brooke, for being here and providing your statement. I've taken some notes. I'll listen to your statement tomorrow, and the board will have access to that recording as well, the 5 board members, as they're making a decision in this case. Mr. Wold, would you like to provide a brief response?
Yes, I would. I know I'm not supposed to address her, so I'd just say I hope that she can have the healing that she needs. I am remorseful for the actions that I did. I was living in a life of secrecy, of hypocrisy, and I can only imagine the pain that I put her through hearing that response that she said. And I am sorry for the pain I've caused to her and her family, to my family. I have no desire to reoffend, but I understand that I had hurt her, and I understand that she wants for justice to be done. And I do pray for her. I pray for her sister. I pray for her family and my family as well.
Well, I will note your comments as well in my report for the board. I note, as far as your history, you have no past criminal convictions outside of this case. Is that correct?
There was one Class C misdemeanor from the BYU Police Department.
That was dismissed. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir. Okay. But that's all.
And you've never been supervised in the community. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've reported you've never abused drugs or alcohol in your past. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Note, since arriving at the prison in December of 2017, you've successfully completed many life skills classes, MRT, victim impact. I think you're in currently the Kane County Substance Use Treatment Program. Based on your written submissions, I think you've discussed this as focusing on addiction to pornography, also hoping to develop coping strategies regarding depression, anxiety, stress. The reports from the prison, the Utah Department of Corrections say you're progressing in that program, but what have you learned in the classes or programs that you've taken?
So I guess the biggest thing that I've learned is that addiction thrives in secrecy. That was one of the biggest things that I've learned to me, and that I need to be able to recognize my warning signs and my triggers. I need to have a good support group and to lean on them, to ask for help and to share when I'm struggling, to share when I'm having successes, just open communication with my loved ones. And I'm blessed with a good support group. And so what I've learned is I do have addictions. I do need to work on them and be aware of them. And I need to be honest with my parole officer, with my wife, with my parents, of things when they are going wrong that I need help. And I've learned some coping strategies for when I get anxious, for when I get depressed, for when I'm lonely or feel just feeling down. And I've learned that the higher power, which for me is God, is essential in my growth and in my spiritual well-being.
I do note you've not taken any sex offense treatment specifically at this time. Documents in the file discuss you reaching out to that program, attempting to get into the program. The documents state, I think you were placed on the tracking list. It was explained generally this original hearing is to have an initial appearance on the case. After the hearing, generally the board will set expectations for treatment moving forward, right? They'll make considerations as far as timing regarding the legal minimum sentence, the maximum sentence, the guidelines will be used in the timing of that. After today's hearing, I think there will be some direction on that at the board. The Department of Corrections has internal risk assessments that result in certain programs. So it could be possible the board sets an expectation that you complete all that is recommended. There's various things they could do, but it sounds like you're willing to complete any sex offense treatment that is ordered. Is that accurate?
Absolutely.
Okay. And like I said, we have not received a thorough, full sex offense risk assessment at this time. I believe really the minimum sentence that you're serving, the timing of things is probably the reason for that. We did receive a pre-original hearing risk assessment that's based on demographic factors of your age, history, offense type. There's various non-changing factors that result in risk assessments. We have that. But generally, there's more thorough, detailed assessments involving specific evaluators, discussing things personally with you, etc. It's possible that the board would order at a future time a sex offense assessment to get further input about treatment and what's appropriate in your case. It's also, like I said, I think it's possible the board could just make a decision on those things with what we have. But just wanted that information out there. And it sounds like you'd be willing to comply and participate in such an assessment. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I note you do not have any disciplinary violations. The institutional progress report lists 12 positive C notes, 1 negative. It reports housing staff having no issues or problems with your behavior and attitude. It lists many jobs that you've had since you arrived at the facility. I believe in all of those jobs, you've received good or excellent ratings. So I'll include that information in my report to the board. If in the future, if at some point, if and when you are granted parole, I have your written submissions about release plans, what that would look like as far as where you plan to live, work, treatment. But if you are granted parole, what would that look like in your mind?
It'd be a blessing, number one. In my mind, it would be I go live with my wife. We have a home in Orem, Utah. I'd go live with her. I would try to get work back at Thrive Nursery, which is where I worked for the 2 previous years up until my incarceration as a CDL driver. And my boss has already told me he'd accept me back, Ryan McCann. And so I would like to work there. I also worked at Burton Lumber because that's about a 9-month-a-year job with them, the snow winter time being off because it's a landscape business. I would work for Burton Lumber in Linden that's right next to my home. And I left them in good standing there. They were good to me. I was good to them as an employee. So I'd be working as a CDL driver again. And I would stay local in Utah. I'd want to be home each night with my wife. I'd be back involved with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I would be attending any counseling. I've been attending the 12-step program since I came into incarceration, and attending the Alcoholics Anonymous here as well, because it gives me a chance to work on my addiction, and they've been welcoming to that. So I'd be going through therapy. I'd be going to the 12-step. I'd be working. I'd be with my wife. I'd try to have a family with her, and I'd do anything that the board asked that my parole officer would ask. I'd go by those agreements, because I want to get a second chance and to show that I am not the man who committed that offense, that I am not the same man, excuse me, who committed that offense.
I do note I reviewed various letters of support from family members, your parents, wife, aunts, friends. I've put together a summary of those things, and the board will consider those as they're making a decision. I do note if and when you are granted parole, it will likely include, almost certainly, it will include Group A sex offender conditions. That includes, but is not limited to, completing all recommended sex offense treatment, abiding by a curfew as ordered, having no victim contact without prior approval from adult probation and parole, having no contact or association with children under the age of 18 without proper approvals from supervisors and therapists, not enter places where children congregate or are reasonably expected to be, not possess sexual stimulus material, submit to random polygraphs, have employment and residences approved, etc. There's more, but those are some of the core concepts of those conditions. Is that something you'd be willing to abide by?
100%.
And how's your mental health currently?
It's good. It's difficult being down in a county jail to not have my visits, my in-person visits with my wife, my parents, and other loved ones. That part's difficult, but we have a good ward. The program's a good thing here, and my mental health is doing well.
Okay. Well, those are the questions that I have for you. What else would you like the Board of Pardons to know?
I'd just like them to know that my addiction thrived because of the secrecy. That's where my addiction led to pornography and then led to me acting out sexually to harm my niece. And what I'd like the Board of Pardons to know is that I'm committed to living a life that is going to be loving, that is going to be kind, that's going to be a good community member, that I want to be supportive, and I will follow whatever conditions they ask of me, because I want to prove to them and my loved ones that I'm safe to be around, and that I do believe in the atonement of Jesus Christ and the ability to be forgiven of my sins. That's what I want them to know.
What I'll do from here is take your case under advisement. I've put together a report of what I reviewed before today's hearing. I'll include what's been discussed at today's hearing into that report, and then I'll submit that to the members of the board. There's 5 members of the board. They ultimately will make the decision by a majority vote. That usually takes, we say, up to 2 to 4 weeks. Sometimes it's a few days. Sometimes it's quicker than other times. It can take up to a few weeks. When the decision is made, we will send that decision in writing to you, Mr. Wold, through the mail. And for anyone in the community that would like access to that decision, it will be posted to the Board of Pardons website. And certainly anyone can call our offices to, we can walk through what the decision means or what is included in that decision. That's how we will proceed. With that, thank you to everyone who's participated in today's hearing. I wish you the best of luck moving forward, and we'll go ahead and conclude.
Thank you.
Vasily Falk, number 247452. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting today's hearing. I'm going to be taking testimony from you. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
I think as you understand, that disclosure packet is the new information that the board has received since your last hearing. Part of the purpose of today's hearing is to allow you to point out any errors or inaccuracies in that disclosure. Really what I'm planning to do, I'm going to give an overview of what's happened leading up to today's hearing. And I have some questions for you really about what's new since your last hearing. And then at the end of the hearing, I'll give you the final word and you can state anything else you'd like to. But at this time, are there any errors or inaccuracies with the disclosure you'd like to talk about with me?
No, sir.
All right. Looks like you arrived at the prison in February of 2022. You're serving a maximum aggregate sentence of between 0 and up to 10 years in prison. I think there's 9 separate cases. There are 12 felony 3s, all 0 to 5s, but various were entered concurrently, consecutively. As of now, our case analysts have that listed as a maximum of 10 years. The facts of these cases have been discussed at past hearings, so I'm not going to be going over those facts with you again today, but I'm familiar with what happened in those cases. The board will consider those facts. So if you have comments about those, certainly we can talk about them today. Your guideline calls for 39 months. Looks like that guideline passed on September 3rd of 2024. Obviously, the board is not bound by the guideline. They consider your case as a whole in making decisions. As far as their past decisions, looks like May 22, they did a SMART scheduling order. They set an original hearing for April 23. They said they expected substance use treatment completion and CAP compliance. I think at that time, your guideline was September 23. You had an original hearing in May of 23 for the 2021 and 2022 cases. After that hearing, I think there was a pending case. Then you had a rehearing, original hearing, November 9th, 23 for that case that was pending. After that hearing, the board scheduled today's hearing. They noted an expectation that you complete substance use treatment as evaluated to be appropriate. I think you were in maximum security at the time, restrictive housing. I think getting into Gen Pop was the step one there, having no disciplinaries, etc. So I have some questions for you about what's happened since the last hearing, but wanted to give you a chance to speak first. What would you like the board to know? What would you like the board to know, or what's new since last hearing?
What's new is I'm out of max. I'm in Dare to Soar program, which is a drug program. I'm doing classes such as CBT, MRT. I am also doing I'm just a bunch of classes. Sorry, I forgot the name of the class, but
it's okay.
I'm also in welding. I'm doing carpentry. Yeah, just I've really opened up my the doors to succeed this time.
Okay. Yeah, I know. I think you started Garfield in October 24, CBISU, MRT, and then is that the construction class? You're doing welding and carpentering as part of that construction class?
No, those are just separate. Those are separate. So the classes that I take are Dare to Soar is the main program, and then there's a CBT, which is cognitive behavioral thinking. Then there's MRT. I don't know what that stands for.
Moral reconnaissance therapy, I think.
Yeah. I'm in that, and then there's there's just a couple other classes. I keep forgetting the names of them, but
that's okay.
During the Dare to Soar program, there's other classes in them that
this kind of you progress over time with it. And my understanding is it's a 6 to 12 months IOP. Is that right? Do you have any idea as far as have you talked potential completion dates?
Yeah, so I should complete in April 16th.
Okay.
And I think on my board packet it did say participation. And so I'm just letting you know that. I don't know if it matters.
As far as their expectation, certainly they may have used different wording, and after today's hearing, really the board will consider everything as a whole and decide, they may require you to complete the program. They certainly
Right.
don't have to do that.
Right.
They have discretion in doing that, but I'll note that just to make sure that that's accurate. I did. Generally, what have you learned in these classes? Certainly the progress that was expected, you've done, right? You got out of Max, you've gotten to the county. It seemed like, your write-ups continued for some. I think you had 2 write-ups since the last hearing, but both of them happened at the facility in Salt Lake. Nothing since the jail. What have you learned over this, in the program or since your last hearing?
What I've learned is that I put myself here. I have no one else to blame. All my crimes are due to my addiction, and I've noticed the addiction is my worst downfall, and I've just come to realize that once I take responsibility for everything I've done, then I can move on, and it's time to take responsibility, and it's time to change that life, because this is not the life that I want to live. Being in here is it's just not where you want to be, and so all these classes made me realize that all my faults and my thinking have been due to my drug habits. And yeah.
Okay. I think one of your write-ups, September 24, it was 8/13. I think you tested positive for Suboxone when you arrived at the jail.
That is correct.
Thinking back on that, you've said addiction is kind of at the heart of things. It's a risk factor related to your past cycles of behavior. What do you think led to that? Choosing to use Suboxone at the facility. What coping mechanisms have you developed to be able to, react differently to situations? What insight have you gained since you've been at the county?
In the prison, it's flooded with Suboxone, and not that it's okay to do it because I'm not prescribed or anything like that, but the thinking was I wasn't ready to change, and now that I'm here, I'm ready to change, and the process of accepting that I had a problem was the biggest step for me, and I just don't have the urge to do drugs, and if I get a craving, well, they teach you if you get a craving, there's some steps you can do, like step back and take a breath, or talk to support systems, I've been working on that, so that's actually helped me a lot.
Okay. And your other disciplinary, the new disciplinary, was it July 30th, 2024? This one just said you were in a housing section you weren't, a section you weren't housed in. Mm-hmm. What happened there? Why'd you go into another section?
Yeah, it was I shouldn't have done it. I stepped in to talk to someone and I got caught. I knew the rules, shouldn't have done it. Yeah.
Okay. Well, certainly, if you're granted parole, disciplinaries, violating rules can lead to a rescission. If you get on parole, not obeying the rules, not abiding by conditions, not appropriately using those coping strategies that you've discussed, really is going to lead to similar patterns of behavior that we've seen in the past. So if you're granted parole, released into the community, thinking back on your time that brought you here, what do you plan to do differently, applying those things moving forward?
Really, I need to just step away from everyone that I was around, or everyone that I lived with, or thought that I was helping me. I need to go out there and do for myself, because no one's going to be out there to help me. I need to really just take everything I've learned in here and apply it to my everyday life. Because before I came to prison, I was doing really good. And a couple years before I came to prison, I had things happen in my life where I gave up on myself, and I just need to not give up. And life's going to get hard, but you just need to have a good support system and apply yourself out there, and drugs is not the case. It's not what helps us. It puts us down. So that's what I need to really remember.
Okay. Yeah, the jail staff in Garfield there provide a positive report of your behavior and attitude since you've arrived at the jail. I'll note that for the board. I've taken some notes about your release plan. I think, living with your sister, work, etc. So I've got some notes on what you submitted. Thank you for taking the time to write those things down. It helps me as I'm preparing and providing information to the board. But want to give you a chance today. If you are granted parole, what would your release plan look like?
So I've changed that. I wanted to go to Vegas to be with my sister, but the more I'm in this program, it teaches you to be around people that you can be around and thrive. And I don't think my sister right now is the correct person to live around. So I've actually called a sober living and / program, and they've accepted me. They're holding a bed for me. It's called 7th Street. So they're going to put me in as soon as I get accepted. If I get immediate release or whenever I get released, they'll have a bed, and I do a 3-month program. And after the 3 months, I'll move into sober living. And from there, I really need to get out so I can pay all my restitution and get a job and get back into the niche of life. But yeah, moving to Vegas is not an option anymore. It's I just come to the conclusion it's not probably the best place to go, having an addictional life. So I'm gonna stay here and keep my sobriety life moving.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. I think a transition program, sober living type facility, that seems like a good plan, something positive to do. It takes me back to, because I think you had probation prior to prison. First step, you were there and absconded. Certainly, I think in our minds, having that program is the ideal. Once you get there, you realize sometimes things aren't perfect and there's challenges that arise. Thinking back on the programs that didn't work on probation, how can you approach things differently so you can have a positive outcome?
Well, the program prior that I ran from was First Step. They had no open door policy. I was in a relationship that wasn't healthy. And so that relationship made me want to run. And, I'm not in that relationship anymore. So I don't have an excuse to run, or I don't have a reason to not continue my sobriety. I'm going to surround myself with clean and healthy people. So that's my biggest key.
Okay. As far as work, temp agency, try to work to get something more stable, but take kind of what's available to you up front. Is that still the plan?
Yeah, I'm gonna whatever's available, but I really am stepping into excavation. I did that for many years before prison, and so I'm good at it, and I know there's always work for that. So I'll start from the bottom wherever I need to, and work my way up and pay all my fines and restitutions, and
Okay. And are you still active STG?
I am.
And I think if you're granted parole, it'll include gang conditions. Obviously, not associate with known gang members, have in your possession gang-related material, be in places where gang members associate, or etc. Are you willing to abide by those conditions?
I am. If I can speak on that, so being in prison, it's I've joined a gang, but it's a prison gang. Really, it's everything in here happens in here, and when I'm out there, I'm gonna apply myself to myself and really stay away from anyone that would cause me to come back. So if I need to stay away from the gang to better myself, then I'm 100% into that.
Okay. I'll note your comments for the board in that regard as well. I think you also provided some written thoughts on that I've put into a report at this point. Those are the questions that I have for you. What else would you like the Board of Pardons to know?
That I've accepted that all my crimes was due to myself, and I'm ready to change. And I apologize to everyone that I've ever hurt, and I hope I can be released soon.
All right, what I'll do from here is take your case under advisement. I put together a report of what I reviewed before today's hearing. I'll include what we've talked about at today's hearing in that report, and then I'll submit that to the members of the board, hopefully by tomorrow. As you know, there's 5 members of the board. They make decisions by majority vote. Usually that takes a couple weeks. Sometimes it's a day, a few days. Sometimes it does take a couple weeks. Once the decision is made, we'll send it to you in writing through the mail, and it will also be posted to the board's website if there's anyone in the community that would like to access it there. So with that, Mr. Falk, thank you for being here and discussing these things with me. Wish you the best of luck moving forward, and we'll go ahead and conclude.
Thank you.
This is an original hearing for Jace Crook, number 242772. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting today's hearing. I am going to be taking testimony from you today. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. I do want to recognize victim of record, Sadie Jones, who we have here with us in the hearing. She will be providing testimony in just a few minutes. Thank you for being here, Sadie. I'll let you know when we're ready for that statement.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Crook, did you receive your at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I do want to note that today, just this morning, the Board of Pardons and Parole received from the Department of Corrections a sex offender treatment program discharge summary. It's dated January 9th of 2025. It was prepared by Mr. Jared Hill. Based on what I'm seeing in our records, we sent a copy of that to you just today, recently. Did you receive that document?
I received it yesterday, yes.
Oh, you received it yesterday. I didn't get it till this morning, so you got it yesterday. So you have the right to receive and review that document with sufficient time. We say a week to be prepared to talk about it. If you'd like to, we can postpone today's hearing to give you further time to review it. Or if you're willing to waive further disclosure, we can proceed today. How would you like to waive disclosure? Okay. And part of the purpose, so that blue disclosure packet, along with the sex offender treatment program discharge summary, that's the information that the board will be considering as they make a decision in your case. I'm planning to go over much of that information with you. So basically, to give a rundown, what I'm going to do is start by giving an overview of your case. So your conviction, sentence, your guideline date. We'll talk about how today's hearing works. After that, I plan to review the case in which you were committed to prison. We'll briefly talk about what happened in that case. From there, we'll have the victim impact statement, and you will be able to respond to that statement if you'd like to. After that, I have some questions for you about what you've been doing in the facility, your plans moving forward. And then at the end of the hearing, I'll give you the final word and you can state anything else you'd like to. But part of the purpose of today's hearing is to allow you to point out any errors or inaccuracies with that blue disclosure packet that we sent to you. At this time, are there any errors that you'd like to discuss with me?
No.
Okay. Your commitment offense is rape, felony 2. You're serving a sentence of between 1 and up to 15 years in prison. As of now, that sentence will expire on February 4th of 2035. So that is the maximum amount of time that the board retains jurisdiction over your case. Your parole guideline calls for 64 months. That is established by the Utah Sentencing Commission based on your conviction, your criminal history, a few factors that go into that. That's a recommended release date. According to that guideline, you would be released on June 4th of 2025. The board is not bound by that guideline. After today's hearing, they will consider your case as a whole with all relevant mitigating and aggravating factors to decide if a release is appropriate, and if so, the timing, conditions, contingencies of any such release. I do note that in February of 2022, the board did what's referred to as a SMART scheduling order. At that time, they scheduled today's hearing. They asked for a sex offender treatment program memo, and they noted an expectation that you complete all available and recommended sex offender treatment and substance abuse treatment as well. Excuse me. Okay. And it looks like in January of January 21st, 2025, so 2 days ago, the board recognized an earned time credit because you did complete the sex offender treatment program. So that brings us to today. The case we need to talk about is case 191100614. In the pre-sentence report, it contains the official summary of that case. It says in February of 2019, the victim reported that you had raped her in July of 2018. At that time, you were 22 years old and the victim was 14 years old. The pre-sentence report summary of the case says that your girlfriend was in the shower and you entered the victim's room. You touched the victim's side and took off her clothes. You then took off your clothes and told the victim not to tell anyone. The report says you raped the victim and then left the room. The pre-sentence report says another incident occurred while you were camping as well. The pre-sentence report seems to describes these two incidents as vaginal intercourse. The report says the victim's mother confronted you about this and you admitted to having sex with the victim, quote, but stated it was not rape. I've reviewed your pre-sentence report statement as well as your statement that you provided in the Board of Pardons packet to us, but is that summary that I just provided for you, is that accurate as to what happened in the case?
Yes.
Okay. And what led to you engaging in this behavior at this time?
I was immature and I wasn't thinking about my consequences or the whole ripple effect that it could have caused, which I know now.
How do you mean? What do you mean by ripple effect or the consequences? Can you expand on that any further?
Well, like the whole impact it had on my victim, on Sadie, and her family, and also what it did to me and where I've been, how I've been incarcerated for 5 years, the impact it's had on my family from the choice and the decision that I made, the trauma that I could have caused.
Okay. Okay, at this time, we'll move forward with the victim statement. Sadie, are you prepared at this time to provide your statement?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, thank you. If you just, so you don't have to turn your camera on, but if you raise your right hand and let me know when it's raised, I'll just swear you in quickly.
It's raised.
Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. And again, thank you for being here. I have reviewed the input provided at sentencing, I believe from a family member of yours, but I appreciate you coming to today's hearing to provide input. I'll take notes of your statement. I'll probably listen to your statement tomorrow and make sure the board members are aware of your thoughts and feelings as they consider this case. So you may proceed when you're ready.
The situation that happened when I was 14, and with that happening twice, and the way that my parents went about it really impacted how I struggle with building relationships and with like having relationships with men, and it gets very overstimulating for like physical touch and things like that. But after hearing like the programs and everything that Jace has been working on, and I don't really feel, the only concern I have with if or when he gets out and is free is there were threats made by his ex-girlfriend, and I'm just not sure. I haven't been feeling very like safe, and I've been feeling kind of like nervous about this whole thing going on, but it sounds like Jace has been putting in a lot of work and been doing what he needs to do, and I believe that people can change, and that, you know, I've made mistakes before too with just like not thinking in the moment, but it has definitely impacted me, but I do believe people can change over time. So that's all.
Again, thank you for being here and providing input. The board does value your input and your feelings that you've provided. Thank you again for that. And Mr. Crook, would you like to respond to that statement?
I would like to agree with her, and I'm thankful that she has noticed and is open-minded to knowing that people can change, because who I was to who I am today is completely different. And I'm just glad that she was here to say what she had to say.
Okay. While at this time, I was going to bring this up a little bit later in the hearing. If you are granted parole, if and when that does happen, it will almost certainly include what are referred to as Group A sex offender conditions. There are various conditions that are involved in that, including completing recommended treatment, submitting to random polygraphs, having residences and jobs approved, not associating or contacting children under the age of 18 without proper approvals. part of it as well is having no victim contact without approval from your supervisors, and that includes indirect or direct contact. So anyone contacting on your behalf or from you to a family member or anyone associated with the victim would be a violation of that condition. If you are granted parole, are you willing to abide by those conditions?
Yes.
All right, so since arriving at the facility, looks like March 2021, you've successfully completed impact of crime, anger management, and the sex offender treatment program. What have you learned in those programs and classes?
Anger management, I learned how to manage my anger in a healthy way, to stop and think about, you know, the consequences, and instead of just acting out and not thinking about like the after effects, I really sit and think it's something worth it if I were to act on it. And impact of crime has made me realize the whole impact and ripple effect that you can have on somebody's life by making a split decision without thinking about the after effects of that as well. And then pre-SOTP taught me to be accountable for my actions and to not use minimizations or anything like that when it comes to talking about your situation and your case. And CORE has taught me a lot more about how to respond to high-risk situations and what to do if you're found in one, how to respond to people in a positive way, how to recognize people's movements and their body tone, their body language, about like stopping and thinking before you act on something. Also to what's the word I'm looking for? It's like to reflect on something. So say I'm in a risky situation, that say something in my past, like back when I was catching drug charges all the time. I could reflect on those things if I got into those thinking patterns again, and I could pull myself out of it just by recognizing.
Thank you for your comments. I'll note those in my report to the board so they're aware of them. Looks like you've had various disciplinaries. I think one, March 14th, 2022 is an A13. You possessed homemade alcohol. Were you using homemade alcohol at that time?
At that time, I was a little bit, but it was more of a situation where someone had me hold something for them.
Okay, when's the last time you used drugs or alcohol?
Last time I used drugs or alcohol would have to have been, I'd say, over a year ago.
Okay. I note that I think your history at the time of this offense and leading up to this offense, some substance abuse and drug distribution was going on. Do you view substance abuse as a risk factor in your case?
No, not anymore, because so most of my problems were with marijuana, and I do have like mental disabilities and stuff that when I use marijuana, it helps. But now that I can get a medical card, and I'm not into anything harder than marijuana, so I don't see it being an issue. I don't have the temptations to want to go back and sell marijuana either, because it did me no good in the long run. Like, yeah, it's fast cash or whatever, but it's not an honest way of living, and I don't want to do that anymore.
Okay. I think the board did previously set the expectation of you completing substance use treatment. After today's hearing, they could make an order and require you to complete that. They could also allow you to do any recommended treatment in the community. Really, it's up to the board, but are you willing to do that treatment if it is ordered?
If I have to, yeah. I mean, I have completed every single drug test I've ever been given since I've been incarcerated. I have no failed UAs. Back in 22, I went to Hope, and the therapist that was supposed to put me in the program, she did an assessment on me, and that said it was completed when I looked at the blue packet.
I show you did an assessment in 2022. It recommended residential treatment, but you've not done any substance use treatment. Am I reading that wrong?
I believe you're correct.
Okay. Yeah, so it's up to the board after today's hearing, certainly if they decide that is a requirement or not. But I just wanted you to be aware of that and get your input on that. I do note there was a write-up. So July 16th, 2022, the second, looks like you went into another inmate's cell. Do you remember that incident? So you just went into someone else's cell and sat down. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that was over in Ironwood. I have quite a bit of write-ups in Ironwood because it was kind of set up a little bit different than the other places in the prison.
Yeah, the August one, I think you didn't rack in immediately when an incident started. And then again in August, some interaction with an officer about shutting a door. June 2023, B16 tattoo contraband. Were you tattooing, or were you holding that, or what happened in that incident?
I was getting a tattoo.
Okay.
And then the one for fighting and assault is actually a horseplay. I didn't have.
BO2?
Yeah, I never got in any fights the whole time I was in prison.
Okay, so BO2, it says you guilty charge when, quote, I saw you, an officer saw you trying to pick up, wrapping your arm around another inmate. Your statement is that was a horseplay right up with your cellmate. What happened here?
So that was with my buddy Kenny. His name's Kendall Larson. And we were kind of just messing around, wrestling a little bit. We weren't like serious or anything, but Officer Woodmansey saw it. And he was not a officer in our section or anything or on the unit. He was just doing pill line. And so when he glimpsed and he saw that, he called an IMS because he thought we were actually fighting.
Okay. I'll note your comments on those incidents. I know the report from the county jail is positive. It says you've been well behaved, no negative issues, seem to get along with staff and other offenders. You're an SOTP, engaged in therapy appropriately. It lists various jobs that you've had, gives a good rating in all your jobs as well. So I'll report that for the board. So the SOTP summary, I just got it today. Looks like it identifies, using the standard risk assessment tools, the static 99R, stable 2007, it identifies a well above average risk of reoffense. It goes over statistics regarding what that means and the demographic in which you fall. It gives a positive report, looks like, of your attitude during treatment. Talks about some of your continued care plans as well. Based on your risk assessments, so it details some of the things you did in treatment with the risk factors, coping strategies, etc. Recommends that future treatment focus on maintaining appropriate long-term romantic relationships or dealing with your history of struggling with that. Building protective factors such as intimacy with adults and engaging in meaningful romantic relationships. Talks about your past struggling with feeling included in social groups and engaging in pro-social leisure activities. It talks about a history of using sex as a way to solve social and emotional problems. Says you'd likely benefit from treatment that will help improve in those specific problems and cope with life stressors in healthy and sustainable ways. Notes that you successfully completed the program. and it recommends that you be evaluated for the possibility of parole at today's hearing. Do you have any other questions or concerns about that document? Do you agree with what it states or any opinions that it gives?
I agree with it.
Okay. So I've reviewed your written submissions about your release plan, have some notes about where you plan to live and work, the treatment you'd like to do. Thank you for providing those before today's hearing. It helps me prepare. I want to give you a chance today. If you're granted parole, what would your release plan look like?
My release plan, my short term would be when I get a date to get my address verified and approved. And then also my work. So I work for my stepdad, tying rebar for the union. And I've been doing that before I ever even got incarcerated. So I do have a career doing that. And then just get in touch with my parole officer and all that. And then for my long term, I'd have to do aftercare, of course. I have to do some more programming when I get out for 6 to 8 months. And I'd like to get that going as soon as I get out too. And then get my medical card so I don't have any problems there. And then long term would be start saving up money, finish aftercare, find my own place, get it approved, just rebuild my life.
And you're planning to do aftercare with Alpha? Is that still the plan?
There's an Alpha over in like Linden area, I believe, and I was gonna contact them and see if I can get on schedule with them.
Okay. Certainly providers are available. I would recommend, if you're granted parole, talk to your agent. You can talk to your case manager leading up to that, have things arranged as are appropriate. I've read some documents regarding mental health from the time of sentencing, the court order that led to the prison commitment. What are your diagnoses as you understand them?
I was diagnosed with learning disability. Is like I'm a slow learner. I have problems catching on to things sometimes, especially math. I have ADHD, and I've been diagnosed with bipolar type 2. But ever since I've been incarcerated and I've been working on my mental health and my physical health, I pulled myself off of mental medications by working out.
Okay. At times, the board will include in a parole agreement what's called mental health conditions. That requires a mental health evaluation and then complying with any treatment that's recommended. Certainly, even if that weren't to be needed right off the bat, if there were struggles that happened, if things occurred, it's something that can happen as well. Do you think that would be a good idea in your case? What are your thoughts on that?
If that's what they want to do, I will comply with that.
What are your thoughts on it? Do you think having mental health treatment, meeting with someone in therapy, I know obviously the board makes the decision on what you'll have to do, but I'm interested in what you think. Would that be helpful to you?
I personally don't think I need any medical or mental health analysis or any evaluations. I feel like I'm under control myself, you know.
Okay. Well, those are the questions I have for you. What else would you like the board to know?
I would like the board to know that I take accountability for my actions, and I do feel bad for what I did, and I just wish I could move forward with my life.
Okay. What I'll do from here is take your case under advisement. I've put together a report of what I reviewed before today's hearing. I'll include into that report what's been discussed at today's hearing. I'll then submit that to the members of the board, hopefully by tomorrow. There's 5 members of the board. They make decisions by majority vote. That usually takes, we say, up to 2 to 4 weeks, but sometimes the decision is made in a few days. Sometimes it does take a number of weeks. Once the decision is made, we'll send it to you, Mr. Crook, through the mail, and it will also be posted to the board's website if there's anyone in the community that would like to access it there. So that's how we'll proceed. And with that, thank you to everyone who's participated in today's hearing. I wish you the best of luck moving forward, and we'll go ahead and conclude.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is an original hearing. Is it Anatoly Boardman?
That's correct.
Number 248761, is that you, sir?
248761.
Correct.
Yeah, that's me.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting today's hearing. I am going to be taking testimony from you. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, I'll testify that.
You will tell the truth today?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can lower your hand. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
I did.
So that disclosure packet contains the information that the Board of Pardons will be considering as they make a decision in your case. I'm going to be going over quite a bit of some of that information with you during the hearing. But part of the purpose of today's hearing is to allow you to point out any errors or inaccuracies with that disclosure. Excuse me. Before we move forward, are there errors or inaccuracies you want to discuss with me?
Not right now.
Okay. What I'd like to do today, I'm going to start by giving an overview of your case. So we'll talk about your convictions, your sentences that you're serving, your guideline date. I'll basically tell you how today's hearing works. From there, there's 2 cases in which you were committed to prison. We'll briefly talk about what happened in each of those cases, the facts of the cases. From there, I have some questions for you about what brought us here today, what you've been doing since you arrived at the facility, and your plans moving forward. Then at the end of the hearing, I'll give you the final word, and you can state on the record anything else you'd like to. Does that sound okay to you?
Yes.
Looks like your commitment offenses are unlawful sexual activity with a minor, felony 3, and tampering with a witness, felony 3. You're serving a maximum aggregate sentence of between 0 and up to 5 years in prison. As of now, that sentence will expire on February 16th of 2027. So that's the maximum amount of time that the board will retain jurisdiction over your case. That's when your sentence will run out. Your parole guideline calls for 33 months of incarceration. Based on that guideline, you would be released on November 16th of 2024. The board is obviously not bound by that guideline. It passed on November 16th of 2024. In making decisions about release, the board considers your case as a whole to determine the timing of a release, and if so, the conditions, contingencies of any such release. Looks like in January of 2023, the board scheduled a November 2024 original hearing. They requested a sex offender treatment program memo, and they said they expected you to complete the sex offender treatment program and comply with your case action plan. Looks like you had an original hearing on November 26th of 2024. I think you had not received your institutional progress report, so you requested to have the hearing continued or rescheduled. So the board did continue the hearing and schedule today's hearing so that we can proceed with the hearing. So the case we need to talk about is case 2011-00764. The first case looks like in April of 2020. I think you were 20 years old at the time. You began speaking with a 15-year-old female victim on social media. You told this victim you wanted to have sex with her. You arranged to meet at a park. You then went together to her house where you ate and watched a movie. The report says you touched the victim's vagina and breasts with your hands and mouth. Later, you sent the victim sexual messages. You sent nude videos to the victim. The report also says you would force the victim to take off her, or make the victim take off her clothes and touch herself. It says that this made her uncomfortable and she felt like she had to do it to please you. The official version of the case also says that the victim knew a separate 15-year-old female with whom you had exchanged nude photos and videos in a similar way. Is that accurate as to what happened in the case?
No.
So what happened?
So the part that you said about taking, like me telling her to take the clothes off, I never said that.
But you admit you met this 15-year-old female on social media, arranged to meet up with her and engaged in sexual activity with her. That's accurate?
Yeah, that was accurate.
Okay. And what led to you engaging in this behavior?
Well, she asked me out and we started dating, so like boyfriend and girlfriend.
You said she asked you out and you started dating. Is that what you said?
Well, she sent me messages on social media and we just started talking, and then she asked me to be her boyfriend. And then after a while, like we started dating. And then after that, that's what happened.
Did you know she was 15 years old?
At that time, I didn't.
You did not?
No.
Did you suspect she was underage or 15 years old?
Yeah, as assumptions.
Okay, so having assumed or known, suspected that this individual was 15 years old, why did you pursue a sexual relationship with her? What led to that?
I don't remember. Like, I don't know.
Have you gained any insight into that as far as what led to that behavior?
What do you mean?
So that's the reason we're here. That's a felony offense in Utah. You've been convicted of that. I'm trying to glean any insight into that. Do you regret doing that? Do you recognize that it's wrong? That's something that you should not do. Any insight at all about the case?
Yeah, I regret. And since I've been down, I did programming, and I knew like when I've been in prison, I've been thinking about it, and it was stupid of me doing it. And I was young at the time, so I was not thinking. I was not like thinking with my head straight. And yeah, I was 20, and I should thought better of that. But I was dealing through a lot. I was homeless, and I was just going job to jobs. And yeah, I was not thinking at the time.
So earlier, you said the victim asked you out. The victim asked you to be her boyfriend. Really, the issue here is that you were 20 years old and this was a 15-year-old minor. So I just want to be very clear. You would agree that it is inappropriate for an adult to engage in sexual behavior in any way with a 15-year-old minor. Is that something you agree with?
Yes, I agree to that.
Okay. The next case is case 201100892. Looks like August of 2020. You sent, the report says, quote, suicidal messages to that victim, asking her to drop the charges. I think it says you sent a photo of yourself holding a knife to yourself at that time. Is that accurate as to what happened?
Yes.
Walk me through your mindset with that, certainly reaching out to a victim in this regard. What led to you engaging in that behavior?
Oh, because I was dating a different girl at the time, and she went on vacation, and I told her about the situation, and she told me, like, can you ask her to drop the charges? And I listened to her, and that's what I said to this girl, to drop the charges.
You're saying someone else told you to reach out and do this? Is that what, did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, somebody told me, like, can you ask this person to drop the charges? And that's what I did.
But you were the one who did that, right? So walk me through your actions. What have you learned about, obviously that's a violation of reaching out in that way to the victim. That's another felony conviction for tampering with a witness. What insight do you have about what led to you engaging in that behavior? Any insight about coping strategies to change that? Have you gained any insight into that?
Well, I'm thinking about it. At the time, I didn't know what is tampering with a witness means. And now I've been down now. I deal with tampering the witness, and you're not allowed to like go to a victim and ask them to drop the charges when you're committing a crime. So now I understand very clear, and never gonna do that again.
Okay. Looks like you were placed on probation in these cases in November of 2020. I think your conditions included standard conditions, substance abuse related conditions, maintain employment, and group A sex offender conditions, which obviously include doing recommended sex offense treatment, no contact with any victims, no contact or association with children under the age of 18. Looks like you were unsuccessful in sex offender treatment about a year into it. I think the report I reviewed says there was due to your attitude in treatment. You did not get back into another program. I think a private program you were supposed to get into. I think the reports discussed at times working on and off, but having kind of struggling to maintain that. I think probation was restarted in January 2022, and the judge ordered that you complete the treatment program. And I think you had the violations for going to Wendover. There were speeding tickets there, and then officers found pornography. Had been viewing pornography on your phone. Then I think you had messages, something about dating an individual with siblings in the home under the age of 18. I think those are the violations that led to prison. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate.
Okay. And I think you were attempted theft of services, misdemeanor B conviction from October 2021. So I guess, you were given a chance at probation prior to prison. The goal of that was for you to address your risks, your needs related to this behavior that led to these convictions, and you struggled to do that on probation. What do you think prevented you from being successful while you were on that probation?
Well, because I have gambling addiction, and I like to go on Wendover. And like when I had a job, I usually get a paycheck, and that I was homeless too. And then instead of saving money for apartment or keeping a apartment, I just go to Wendover and I gamble. It's like just pass the time.
I mean, obviously, if you're on probation and if you're on parole, if the board were to grant a parole, you can't leave the state without permission, right? There's rules, there's regulations you need to follow. What insight do you have into that? I mean, are you at a point now that you're willing to comply with those things, or what do you think needs to be different if you're granted parole so that you can be compliant and successful?
Yeah, if I will grant to parole, I will comply with our regulation and our rules 100%. And if I wanted to go to Wendover, or if I want to do something, I would communicate with my parole officer.
Looks like you successfully completed the pre-sex offender treatment program, but you were unsuccessful in the sex offender treatment program, the core portion. You were removed in August of 2024. What happened in the program?
In pre-program, I got kicked out once because it's pretty hard for me to do like the program over here. And I restarted the pre. It took a year to finish the pre. I think I got kicked out on book 5. There's books six books on pre, and I kicked out on book 5. And then for like 30 days, and I restarted again in 2023. Yeah, I think I restarted 2023, and I finished in 2024. And I went to court in August, I think August 2nd in 2024, and I lasted like 3.5 weeks, and I got kicked out again. And now I'm just,
Yeah,
here.
so I mean, I have all the dates. I know that you were removed at those times that you recently removed. Why were you removed? Why were you not able to complete the program? What happened?
Because in King County, I was in court, and I called somebody, you're a different caller, and they called me out I was racist, which is I wasn't, and that's the reason they kicked me out. And then they also called me out I was cheating, copying people assignments, and getting their examples, and I don't know, they're just being pretty strict over there. So yeah, they just kicked me out because they're hating me.
Okay. We received, the Board of Pardons received a sex offender treatment program discharge summary. It's dated August 30th of 2024. It was prepared by Mr. Guy Finicum. Did you receive a copy of that document?
I did.
Okay. What are your thoughts about that document?
No, they put me like they sent me a letter and then told me to write to Green to if I want to do the core program, and I came here and this job has been like making me depressed, and it's I don't know, it's been different over here, so like I just don't know, like I think I'll be better doing the program on the streets, like if I pay with my own money, and instead over here, because if I do over here, I'll be honest with you, I'll get kicked out and I probably like won't finish it the core. So like my best option would be doing like on the streets instead over here.
Yeah, I read that in your written submission that you sent to us. The issue that I'm seeing with that is that you were given the opportunity to do it on the streets on probation multiple times, and you kind of ran into what seemed to be similar issues, right? You weren't able to progress due to your attitude in the program, not progressing appropriately. If the board were to allow you to complete the treatment in the community, what would be different? Why would you progress appropriately there?
Well, because I would have a job first, and then I won't be around criminals, because over here, like, it's hard for me to do the program because, like, I don't know, like, I get judged over here, like, I just get mad and I just give up over there. Like, I'll be by myself, I have a place, a job, money, and I would come like once a week. I don't know if they do like once a week, like program. I'll just go another once a week, and I should finish like in a year.
Yeah, I mean, any programs take year and a half, but really the point of that is you have to progress, and it's not checking a box, going to a class. It's trying to address the issues that you have. To that regard, the risk assessments in the document based on the static and the stable assessment that is provided. Let's see. It provides places you in the well above average risk of reoffense using the static 99R and the stable 2007. It does recommend, based on those assessments and based on your poor performance during the treatment that you have done, that you complete the program prior to release. Okay. Any other thoughts about that document? Thoughts about the treatment, what you've learned? You've talked a lot about what happened in the program, that you weren't able to complete it. What have you learned as far as coping strategies, how you can change your behavior moving forward?
I don't know. I still been thinking like are you asking me if I'm gonna gain a program over here or on the streets, and what coping skills I'll be using?
What was that? Did you ask me? What was the question?
Yeah, the question is like if I'm gonna do the program here or on the streets, and what coping skills I'm gonna use.
Yeah, I just, the goal of treatment is to develop coping strategies. The assessment tools identify an above average risk, well above average risk in your case. Your treatment is designed to develop coping strategies so that you can change your behavior to address the risk factors that you deal with. Do you have any insight about how you'd plan to do that if you were released into the community?
My coping skill would be just go to the gym, listen to music, and I don't know, writing songs, or like playing an instrument, or just talk to because I have anger issues. Like then I'll just do like counseling, therapy on the streets. Like I don't know, just do all those things.
Okay. I have read your written submissions. If the board were to grant you parole, what would your release plan look like as far as where you'd plan to live, work, and treatment that you do?
I would have a job and a place, and treatment would be my first priority. And like, if I have a job during the day and a requirement to work it and treatment during the day, then I'll just work at night and do the treatment during the day and follow the parole rules and I don't know, it's hard for me to explain because I'm not really good at like talking. Like, I don't know, like I'll just work and do treatment and I don't know, like it's hard for me to explain. I'm not really
Yeah,
good at
that's why we're having the hearing today. So take your time, and I'm here to relay what you have to say to the board. The members of the board after today's hearing will decide whether you'll be granted parole or not. So anything you'd like them to know, this is your time to state it. So take your time.
sorry, I'm just being nervous. Yeah, so like I just get a job. Like I've been thinking about getting 2 jobs, but it's not worth it because it's like I'll get depressed because I have depression and I get suicidal when I get depressed. So like I'm not gonna get 2 jobs. I'm just gonna get 1 job and I'm gonna work at night and like sleep during the day, like maybe 5 hours or like 6 hours, then do the treatment and do counseling and therapy to help him with my depression. Or I'll go like to like clinic or somewhere like because I don't want to take medications because I've taken Prozac before. I don't know if you know what is Prozac, and that didn't help. So like I don't know. I just
Right,
want
and
to.
you filled out a packet for the board. You said that, you've taken medications in the past. I think you said, quote, "The reason I stopped taking them was because I wanted to feel sad." What did you
Yeah.
mean by that? What did you mean by that?
Well, because when I was in high school and my family who adopted me, they made me take Prozac. And if I don't take Prozac, no, I'll get like in trouble, like not in trouble, like they give me a consequence. But then when I turned 18 and I just stopped taking Prozac because they make me like feel like I don't know, different, like I make people like I don't know, I don't think straight when I take Prozac, like I do something stupid that like people don't like it, like, and afterwards I laugh, like I don't know, like I just hurt people and I don't think, I don't know how to explain, like I was just doing stupid things when I was taking the Prozac, like I was laughing and I don't know, I was not saying I'm sorry. I don't know. I just don't like taking that because it makes me feel weird.
And how would you say your mental health is right now?
Right now it's stable. I mean, since I came to this jail, I've been depressed. I've been like sleeping the most of the time. And when I was in Gunnison in Kane County, I was like more active. And over here, I just like, I don't know, my mood swings went down. Yeah. I don't know, I just been different feelings.
And have you tried or what's your plan about getting back into treatment? Do you have classes, treatment available to you at the county jail where you are?
No, I got kicked out over there and I don't want to go back there because it's pretty hard over there. Like I only lasted 2 weeks or 4 weeks. Like, yeah, it's really rough. And I feel like if I do go back there, I'm probably not gonna make it. Like I'm not 100%, like I'm not gonna make it.
So if the board after today's hearing says you have to complete treatment before you get released, would you say no? You'd refuse to do that?
I don't know. I'm gonna think about it. I'm not gonna refuse it, but I'm gonna think about it like really hard and decide, like what is best for me.
Okay. Well, those are the questions I have for you. We're just about out of time, a little over time, but want to give you the final word. Is there anything else you'd like the Board of Pardons to know?
No.
Okay. What I'll do from here is take your case under advisement. I've put together a report of what I reviewed before today's hearing. I'll include what you and I talked about today at the hearing into that report, and then I'll submit that to the members of the board, hopefully tomorrow or within the next few days. There's 5 board members. They make decisions by a majority vote, so 3 out of 5 have to agree on what to do. Usually that takes, we say up to 2 to 4 weeks, but sometimes it's a few days. Sometimes it does take a few weeks. Once the decision's made, we'll send it to you in writing through the mail. and it will also be posted to the board's website if there's anyone in the community that would like to access it there. So with that, Mr. Boardman, thank you for being here and answering my questions. I wish you the best of luck moving forward, and we'll go ahead and conclude.
Thank you.
This is an original hearing for, is it Michelle Luke?
Yeah.
Number 229816, is that you?
Yes.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting today's hearing. I'm going to be taking testimony from you today. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
I did.
Okay. Well, that disclosure packet contains the information that the board will be considering as they make a decision in your case. What I'm planning to do today is go over some of that information. So I'll give an overview of your sentence, your conviction, your guideline date, a little bit about how today's hearing works. From there, I think there's 3 cases in which you were committed to prison. We'll talk briefly about what happened in those cases. From there, I have some questions for you about what's brought us here, what you've been doing recently, your plans moving forward. Then at the end of the hearing, I'll give you the final word, and you can state anything else you'd like to on the record. But before we do that, part of the purpose of today's hearing is to allow you to point out any errors or inaccuracies with the disclosure that we sent to you. At this point in time, are there errors you'd like to discuss with me? Okay. Your commitment offenses are 3 counts of retail theft, felony 3. Looks like you're serving a maximum aggregate sentence of between 0 and up to 5 years in prison. As of now, that sentence will expire on November 16th of 2028. So that's the maximum amount of time the board has jurisdiction. That's when your sentence will end at this point in time. Your guideline calls for 14 months incarceration. Based on that recommended release date, you would be released on January 10th or you would have been released on January 10th, 2025. So that passed about 2 weeks ago. Obviously, the board is not bound by the guideline. After today's hearing, they'll consider all relevant factors in your case to decide what's appropriate as far as a release. I do note, I think you were granted 305 days of credit for time served prior to arriving at the prison, which has kind of led to the point where we're over guideline at this time. The first case we need to talk about is case 231501874. Looks like September 2023. You were stopped by police in a Walmart parking lot. I think you had taken some shoes from the store and they were in the car with you. I think you were seen on camera taking those from the store. Is that accurate as to what happened?
Yeah.
Second case, 231502312, November 2023. Looks like you took about $200 worth of items from a market. I think you put them in your bag and then left the store. Is that accurate as to what happened?
Yeah.
Next case, 231502173, September 24th, 2023. I think about $397 from Walmart. You took these items. I think you attempted to pay, card was declined, and then left with the items. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay. I think in your written submissions you sent to us, you said really this behavior resulted from supporting your drug use and your addictions at the time. Do you have any other insight about what led to the behavior in these cases?
I mean, I think that pretty much sums it up. And at the time, I knew that I shouldn't be doing it, but I was heavy in my addiction, so I really, wasn't really thinking, clearly.
Okay. I guess, so I think in there was a total, as far as I see, $416.27 of unpaid restitution at the time of sentencing to prison. That's been sent to the Office of State Debt Collection. Have you paid any further restitution on that?
No.
Are you willing to moving forward? Okay, I'd encourage you to do that. If you're granted parole, you know, get a job, develop some income, making that a priority, certainly to pay back any damage that you've caused. I'd refer you to your agent or your case manager to talk about how you can reach out to the Office of State Debt Collection, set up some sort of payment plan if you'd like to, but I'd encourage you to make that a priority moving forward. Looks like, I think you terminated your first prison commitment in November 2019. After that, it seems like you kind of fell back into similar patterns of behavior, right? It was substance abuse, drug possession or use, and retail theft. Really, that is what your criminal history is, essentially, is possession, use of a controlled substance, and retail theft. I think you were given a chance at drug court before you arrived at the prison, but there's some reports about you saying you didn't want to be part of that, or you wouldn't participate in residential treatment programs. Walk me through what happened on probation. You were given some chances, weren't able to be successful. What do you think prevented you from doing that while you were on probation?
At the time, I was really just frustrated because I had gotten in trouble for an association with somebody We just go to classes every Monday and Wednesday. We have to journal every day. We do papers on things like it's like a substance abuse program. It's not like the
It's not like the Department of Corrections sponsored, but it's folks that come in, volunteers to work with you doing substance use related classes. Okay. Have you ever had a positive experience in the community with treatment? I guess the year before prison was positive, but when was what helped when things were going well in treatment? What helped you succeed?
I think really just changing like my whole lifestyle around was what helped. Because when I surrounded myself with the negative people, that's just when I started doing bad.
Okay. So you do have one disciplinary, September 24th, 24 is a BO4. I think it said, I guess you had a tablet checked out. It was damaged during the day. Is that accurate? What happened with the tablet?
I didn't break it. It was just, when I got booked into prison, it was already broken. And when the officer finally noticed that it was broken, because we didn't come forward and show it to her, that's why we got written up for it.
Okay. All right, I've taken some notes on your written submissions about, if you're granted parole, where you plan to live, work, treatment. You've talked about it a little bit today, but I want to give you a chance. If you're granted parole, what would your release plan look like?
Well, like I said in my packet, I would love to be able to go to the steps, sober living. That is like, they have a bed waiting for me. Obviously I would like to get a job and start paying back all the restitution that I owe and all that.
Okay. I don't think I haven't seen any in the reports. Mental health. Have you ever been diagnosed with a mental illness or taken mental health medications in the past? And how's your mental health right now?
All right.
Okay. Let me just make sure I've touched on everything I wanted to. And those are the questions I have for you. What else would you like the Board of Pardons to know? All right, what I'll do from here is take your case under advisement. I've put together a report of what I reviewed before today's hearing. I'll include what you and I talked about at today's hearing into that report, and then I'll submit that to the members of the board. There's 5 members of the board. They make decisions by majority vote. Usually we say that takes up to 2 to 4 weeks. Sometimes it's a few days that the decision's made. Sometimes it does take a few weeks. Once it's made, we'll send the decision to you in writing through the mail, and it will also be posted to the Board of Pardons website. I do think, if the board does give you a chance to do treatment in the community, just encourage you to maintain a positive relationship with your supervisors, do what's needed, get through the treatment you need to do, comply with your conditions, and kind of work towards step-by-step process of establishing that lifestyle. Because I think really the reason we're here is the breakdown of communication, it sounds like, not knowing exactly what's expected of you, and kind of not dealing with that situation appropriately. So I'd encourage you to work on that if you are granted parole. If the board were to make an order for classes or treatment in the meantime, leading up to that parole, I'd encourage you to focus on how you can approach things differently and achieve a different outcome when you're out there. So I think that would be my thought. Any other final comments that you have?
No.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude today's hearing. This is a parole violation in original hearing for Michael Ledesma, number 156763. Is that you, sir? Sorry, I didn't hear you. Was that you?
Yes.
Okay, there we go. My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting today's hearing. I'm going to be taking testimony from you. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
So that disclosure packet contains the new information that the board will be considering in your case as they make a decision after today's hearing. Part of the purpose of today's hearing is to allow you to point out any errors or inaccuracies with that disclosure. I'm planning on going over quite a bit of it today. First, we need you to enter pleas to 4 parole violation allegations. I'll kind of go over what's happened with the 3 separate cases, the new convictions that you have. After that, we'll talk about those 3 new cases, basically what happened in them. I have some questions for you about, this most recent parole, insight that you've gained about, your experience on parole, what you've been doing recently. And then at the end of the hearing, I'll give you the final word. But at this point in time, are there any errors or inaccuracies in your disclosure packet that you'd like to discuss with me?
There's one. So in the disclosure packet, it said that my mom OD'd and died. She did not. She passed away from cancer.
Okay, I'm sorry to hear that, and I will note in my report to the board that clarification that you'd like noted. Anything else? Any other errors you'd like to discuss?
No, that's the only one I really seen.
Okay. Looks like there's 4 parole violation allegations. Between November 2023, you returned to the prison in October 2023. Between November 2023 and September 2024, you were convicted and sentenced to prison in cases 2319-02870 for failure to stop the command of police misdemeanor A, 2419-00143, unlawful possession or use of a financial card, 3rd degree felony, and case 2419-01834, failure to register as a sex offender, 3rd degree felony. The board previously took judicial notice of those new convictions and based on those convictions, revoked the November 1st, 2022 parole. So I'm going to recommend that the board affirm the revocation of your prior parole based on those convictions. But there are 4 parole violation allegations that you've not yet entered pleas to. So I'm going to have you enter pleas to those 4 allegations. Before you do that, you do have the right to force the Department of Corrections to prove each of these allegations by a preponderance of the evidence at an evidentiary hearing. What that means is you'd have an attorney. The state would have an attorney who would present evidence of that these things occurred. You'd be able to rebut that evidence and present a defense of your own if you'd like to. If you admit or plead no contest to the allegations, you'll be waiving your right to that evidentiary hearing. Do you understand that? Okay. So the first allegation, by having failed to report to adult probation and parole as directed, absconded parole, or absconded parole on or about August 17th, 2023. Do you admit, deny, or plead no contest?
Admit.
Okay. Number 2, by having failed to establish, reside at, or changed without prior approval from adult probation and parole your residence of record on or about August 17th, 2023. Admit, deny, or no contest?
Admit.
What was that?
Admit.
Admit. Yeah. Number 3, by having absconded or fled from parole supervision on the same date, August 17th, 2023. Admit, deny, or no contest?
Admit.
Number 4, by having a residence or changing such residence without approval from adult probation and parole in violation of your agreement. Admit, deny, or no contest?
Admit.
All right, I find your pleas knowing and voluntary. I'll recommend the board accept your admissions to all 4 allegations. And since the parole's already been revoked, that will allow us to move forward and discuss the new cases. So just to review, you have a maximum sentence of life from the 2003 cases. Based on these new convictions, your current parole guideline under the sentencing guidelines is 16 months. That would lead to you being released on February 4th of 2025. The board is not bound by that guideline. After today's hearing, they'll consider your case as a whole with all mitigating and aggravating factors to decide whether a release is appropriate, and if so, the timing, conditions, contingencies of any such release. The first new case is 2319-02870. Looks like October 2023. You were a fugitive from parole, so I think you'd absconded. APMP and the U.S. Marshals located you near an apartment where I believe you had been living. You were walking your dog. Looks like you ran into the apartment. Officers told you to stay where you were, but you ran into the apartment. They knocked for about 5 minutes. At that point, you exited the residence and you were arrested. Is that accurate as to what happened?
Yes.
Second case, 2419-01834. The facts of this case are the same as the previous case, but it says, I think you stopped communicating with adult probation and parole a few months prior to this, and you were not living at the residence where you were registered as having been living. I think it was empty at the time you had moved out, and obviously you're required to update your residence within 3 days of changing it with the registry, and I think that's a requirement that you have. So is that accurate as to what happened? Yes. All right, the next case, 2419-00143. On 9 separate occasions between October 2nd, 2023 and October 5th, 2023, you used a victim's stolen credit cards to purchase things or withdraw cash from ATMs. I think the total was $1,589.88. Said you were seen on camera doing this. Did you steal these cards, these financial cards?
Didn't steal them personally, no.
Okay, but how did you come in, how did you acquire these?
Most likely, well, with people I knew, like bad people, you know what I mean? Just
okay,
people I shouldn't be hanging out with.
And you admit that these transactions were you that made purchases and withdrew the cash?
Yeah.
Okay. Based on my review of the records, no restitution has been ordered in that case, but I think, the pre-sentence report listed that amount of loss from one of the victims reporting it. At this point, I think the Board of Pardons returned the case to the sentencing court because the court is the entity that has jurisdiction over restitution. I don't think anything's been ordered, but it's certainly possible. Are you willing to pay any restitution that is ordered?
Yes. Yeah.
All right. Now, looking back at this parole, I've got a summary here of, so you're out 11 months, completed substance use treatment at Nuke. I think you tested positive for opiates after a couple months while you were at the halfway house, but you passed 8 UAs, had a job until June, but I think you lost it due to staffing issues at the company.
Yes.
From there, lost your residence, absconded, kind of stopped reporting to APMP. I think the warrant request says you were living with a friend who had an 8-year-old child at the home as well. So I think in my mind, that's kind of a group A conditions issue as well. And that led to these new cases. Walk me through, what do you think went wrong on this most recent parole? Why were you not able to be successful and compliant?
So, I'm working at Treehouse Foods, which used to be called Loft House. And we were doing good there. I was doing good, making awesome money. And then just had the wool, rug pull from under us. We lost our contract with Walmart, and I didn't know what to do after that. I put in for a bunch of jobs after that, but then my background just wasn't, a lot of these jobs just weren't letting me get them. So, but that job at Treehouse was it's supposed to be 8 to 12 week furlough until they got their contract back with Walmart. So I was kind of hoping for that. I had a little bit of money saved up for 2 months worth of rent. And I pretty much paid the 2 months, and then that was it. I was out of money.
So you ran, that was a difficulty, right? A risk factor there that you lost your job. Obviously, the reason we're here is the reaction to that, which was not communicating with your agent, not telling them that the residence issue was happening, living with an individual who had a child there, which was obviously against parole conditions, engaging in, using a victim's stolen credit cards, not updating a registry. So the reaction to that is kind of why we're here. And certainly I'm interested in any insight that you have, because I've gone over your past paroles, and I won't go over them, all now, but I have a summary of each of them. And it seems like it's kind of been similar, right? You've done okay for a period of time, And then there's been struggles, which has led to substance abuse at times, absconding, and these same types of issues. So, what needs to change so that you can, and I note as well, you've done quite a bit of treatment. I think you've done substance use treatment, sex offense treatment over the years, parole violator program. You've done quite a bit of classes in treatment. I think you've probably been exposed to some of the things that are hopefully develop coping strategies. At this point, what needs to change? So this cycle, if you're granted another parole, what do you plan to do to break that cycle that we've established?
What I need to do for me personally, I need to develop better coping skills, obviously, with my surroundings and the people I hang out with. There's a lot of people I need to distance myself from. Even some of my family members, like it's a struggle, especially with my family members, like to say no to them or not go around them because they're obviously, family. And just, I have to, I guess, be more selfish in a way and, do me first, you know what I mean? So I can, so it helps. It helps me to get better involved with like the people like in a sober community, stuff like that. Like I planned on going to, so we have an Al-Anon club up there in Ogden. Going up there because they have NA and AA over there like almost every night.
And were you using the period of time while you had absconded? Were you using during that period of time?
For like the last month or two, and I stopped like right before.
Okay. So walk me through that. So let's get a little specific. And I think I have an answer of how I'd answer this and what the ideal situation would be. But going back, you lose your job, you're dealing with these struggles. How would you approach it differently? If you're granted another parole, without a question, the same roadblocks, the same difficult things that have happened in the past will happen again. What do you plan to do differently, specifically to address things in a healthy way?
So I should have been more upfront with my PO. I told him about the job, but I didn't tell him how bad I was struggling. So I need to, definitely I need to have more conversation with him. And he was making me come in like every week or every other week to update him on the job search. I need to be more, take it as a job to go get a job. You know what I mean? Like put in 4 or 5, 6, 7, 8 hours a day, trying to go find a job. And you know what I mean? That's what I need to be doing. And
well, I'll tell you one thing, certainly the straight road back to where we are is absconding, not updating your registry and violating parole in those ways. So certainly finding if you need a stabilization program, you say, I don't know, I don't have a place to go. We need to figure it out. Let's get into a program. Let's get into stabilization. I think there needs to be some sort of plan so that you don't spiral as you have. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't know if there was a stabilization, if we can go if I can go right back to the halfway house from out there. Is that an option or?
Well, talking about that would be a better option than just not communicating with your agent, right? And going on the run, I think. So I think that certainly stabilization is there for a reason. There's no guarantee of a placement immediately. It's obviously not going to be easy, but talking about it, I think is a step and going with the plan to kind of address it. I think, there is a stabilization program. We get those requests. Something happens, someone has lost a job, doesn't have a place to be. They need stabilization for a period of time. There's options there, but certainly the only way that can happen is communicating, reporting, kind of trying to address them openly.
Mm-hmm.
Any other thoughts that you have about that?
No, I think that hits it on the head.
I don't think you've done any documented programming or classes since you've been back since October 2023. What do your days look like? What have you been up to since you returned?
Really don't have much to do. I mean, they have a couple programs, not really programs, but they have MRTs, which I've already taken. I don't know if I could retake it or if that would help. They have fatherhood classes, I guess, but really there ain't really much to do. I work out a little bit and just kind of walk around and just kind of try and get my mind right.
Okay. How do you feel like your mental health is right now?
I think it's good, personally.
Yeah.
I feel a lot better, off, like, to be honest, off the drugs, you know what I mean? Like, it took a few months to get sober, like, mentally.
What do you think helps you in the facility? Because it seems like generally once you're back in, you know, you've done classes, treatment, behaves fairly well. What do you think helps with that? What do you think is the difference?
I think it's just like-minded people I hang out with, and they're just on the same type of tip, you know what I mean? Just want to stay sober.
Okay. Yeah, housing staff gives a positive report of your behavior and attitude since you've returned. You have no disciplinary violations as well, so I'll note that for the board. If you are granted another chance at parole, I've got your written submissions about what you said your plans would look like, but I want to give you a chance today. If you're granted parole, what would your release plan look like?
For one, I'd probably be going to Nuke if that was possible. Probably going back to their SA program and just talk with Mel, who is usually my therapist out there, and just kind of get with her and go get a job and just do my classes and make things stick.
Okay. You said you'd like to do, because substance use treatment, that was a positive thing for you at Nuke this last time?
I like personally, I like it. A lot of people probably don't like it, but I like the structure it gives me.
Okay. Well, those are the questions that I have for you. What else would you like the Board of Pardons to know?
I don't know, like, just hopefully I can get another chance of parole and just, you know, prove myself. I know I've said it before, but I just need, you know, one more shot. I hope it does it.
Okay. What I'll do from here is take your case under advisement. I've put together a report of what I reviewed before today's hearing. I'll include what you and I talked about at today's hearing in that report, and I'll submit that to the members of the board, hopefully by tomorrow. Usually we say it takes up to 2 to 4 weeks for a decision to be made. Sometimes it's a few days. Sometimes it does take a few weeks. Once that decision is made, we'll send it to you in writing through the mail, and it will also be posted to the board's website if there's anyone in the community that would like to access it there. So with that, thank you for being here and discussing these things with me. Wish you the best of luck moving forward, and we'll go ahead and conclude.
All right, thank you. Whoa.
This is an original hearing for James Millis, number 235634. Is that you, sir?
Yes, it is.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting today's hearing. I am going to be taking testimony from you. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in.
Okay.
Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I do want to recognize victim representative Samantha, is it Rastley, who we have here with us in today's hearing. Thank you for being with us today, Samantha. She'll be providing a statement in a few minutes during the hearing. I'll let you know when we are ready for that statement. Mr. Millis, did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I do note, so that disclosure packet contains the information that the Board of Pardons will be reviewing as they make a decision in your case. I know within the last week, the board received and then sent to you letters. So a letter from the victim of record in the case and various family members of the victim. I think we sent some of these 6 days ago, some of them 2 days ago. Did you receive those documents?
I received some just yesterday, yes.
Okay. And you have the right to receive and review all documents that the board will consider, including those, and you have the right to have more time to review those if you'd like. If you want to, we can reschedule today's hearing so you can review them, or if you're willing to waive disclosure, we can proceed today. How would you like to proceed?
I'm willing to waive disclosure. That's fine.
Okay. Well, that disclosure packet and the information that we've sent to you, part of the purpose of today's hearing is to allow you to point out any errors or inaccuracies with that information. I'm going to go over some of that today, so I'm planning to first provide an overview of your conviction, your sentence, your parole guideline date, basically explain how today's hearing works. From there, you've been committed to prison in one case. We'll talk about the facts of what happened in that case. At that point, we will have the victim impact statement. After that statement, you'll be able to respond if you'd like to. From there, I have some questions prepared for you about what you've been doing in the facility, your plans moving forward. Then at the end of the hearing, I'll give you the final word and you can state anything else you'd like to on the record. But at this point, are there any errors or inaccuracies in the disclosure packet that you'd like to discuss with me?
Not that I have noticed.
Okay. So your commitment offense is aggravated sexual abuse of a child, felony 1. You're serving a sentence of between 15 years and up to life in prison. Based on my calculations, the minimum 15-year sentence will pass on August 15th of 2032. Your parole guideline, which is established through the Utah Sentencing Commission, recommends a 192-month guideline incarceration for 16 years. Based on that guideline, you would be released on August 15th of 2033. The board is not bound by that guideline. After today's hearing, what they will do is review your case as a whole with all relevant mitigating and aggravating factors, including but not limited to the minimum and maximum sentence, the nature of your offenses, your criminal history, victim input and impact, your rehabilitative progress, various risk assessments, etc. It looks like this is the first appearance that you've made before the Board of Pardons, and no expectations have been set, no smart scheduling was done, so this is the first appearance. The case we need to talk about is case 171901858. Between 2015 and 2017, you sexually abused the victim, who was your stepdaughter. During this period of time, the victim was between the ages of 12 and 14 years old. The abuse occurred, as described in the official version of the case, 2 or more times per week during that period of time. The pre-sentence report describes in detail the most recent incident. At that time, you entered the victim's room while she slept. You removed the victim's pants. The victim tried to move away, but you prevented this. You touched your penis to the victim. You had attempted to engage in anal intercourse with the victim and ejaculated on the victim before leaving the room. The pre-sentence report says similar incidents happened, quote, a lot, but this occasion was the first involving ejaculation or your penis at that time. The previous incidents are described as you entering the victim's room, removing the victim's underwear, and touching her buttocks and vagina. It says that those incidents occurred once or twice a week for between 1.5 years to 2 years. The abuse was reported after the most recent incident described. The pre-sentence report then describes you threatening to commit suicide and various incidents that led to you being apprehended by police. I've reviewed your pre-sentence report statement as well as the statement that you submitted to the board in writing. But is that summary that I just read with you, is that accurate as to what happened in this case?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay. And what led to you abusing the victim in this case?
Probably just a complete lack of care for anybody else but myself. I've asked myself this question so many times. I obviously became attracted to the victim, and I had no self-control, selfish. Just an absolute lack of care for anybody else but myself during that time. I believe it was an opportunity, unfortunately, that led to it as well. It's pure selfishness.
Okay. Do you experience sexual attraction to children? Is that something that you have experienced in the past or currently experience?
Prior to that, no, it wasn't. And when it started showing up with my victim, I didn't make the necessary steps to curtail that, to take care of that problem. I was, again, too selfish, too proud, too prideful. Not the right spot in my head to take care of that myself, and I let it fester and continue until it turned into abuse.
Okay. I do note that I believe the sentencing court ordered $1,500 in restitution. That restitution, I believe, was sent to the Office of State Debt Collection. Due to the date of sentencing, I believe the Board of Pardons does retain jurisdiction to make further restitution orders if that were to be requested and the procedure followed appropriately. Have you paid restitution of what was ordered?
No, I've not been able to pay that restitution as of yet.
Are you willing to pay restitution moving forward?
Absolutely.
That has been sent to the Office of State Debt Collection. So if that were to be something you wanted to do, I would refer you to your case manager or any supervisors to talk about how to set up payment plans or however to go about that when the time does arise. At this point in time, we will have the victim impact statement. Samantha, are you prepared at this time to make your statement?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So you don't have to turn your camera on, but if you'd raise your right hand, just let me know when it's raised and I'll swear you in.
Okay, I'm ready.
Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you for being here to provide your statement. I do want you to know I have read the letter that you submitted, as well as the victim's letter and all the letters that have been submitted from other family members. I don't do that to certainly want to hear anything you have to say today, but I have read those. I prepared a summary of what are in those letters, and that information will be provided to the Board of Pardons. I have reviewed what was stated in the pre-sentence report at the time of sentencing. I note that the docket makes notes that various individuals made statements at sentencing. I have not listened to that. I don't have access to listening to that, but just wanted you to be aware of what I have read and am aware of. And with that, you can proceed with your statement whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Manning. So my name is Samantha, and I am speaking on behalf of the victim, in this case, my daughter Lily. While I realize I am under no obligation to say her name out loud, I think it's important for you to hear it. Lily is my youngest daughter. She is smart, kind, loving, a hard worker, and gives far more to this world than she takes. Being in her presence, hearing her laugh, watching her interact with her sisters and brother, most of the world would never guess the demons she fights every single day. Lily has worked incredibly hard to become the young woman she is, despite the horrific abuse she endured for years at the offender sitting over there today. I have no doubt you have received letters stating what a great person he is, that he's a model prisoner, that he's found God and is reformed. The offender is extraordinarily good at being deceitful and a chameleon. I gave him free access to the 3 most precious people in my life, my daughters. I'd like to tell you a quick story about the person sitting there that is requesting release far before his minimum sentence states. This man met my daughters when they were 10, 9, and Lily was only 5 years old. He stepped into their lives and became dad to 3 girls that did not have a dad in their lives. My babies adored him. They grew up with him, and when we added my son to our family, it was seemingly perfect. That man was dad to Lily, her sisters, and her brothers, until he made the very conscious, purposeful choice to start sexually assaulting Lily when she was 12 years old. And then he made that choice over and over and over again, week after week, for 3 years. He chose to torture and scare and hurt my baby in our home hundreds of times, threatening Lily that if she said anything, it would destroy our family. She was 12, 13, 14 years old. He was so good at playing chameleon, I had no idea what was happening in my own home. No one did. He would just say he couldn't sleep, and I stupidly believed him. On August 15th, 2017, my sweet girl had reached her limit and could no longer handle the abuse she was receiving from the offender. Lily was finally able to tell me what had been happening to her. There are a million things that happened that day, and none of which I will ever forget. Neither will Lily or her oldest sister, Chloe, who never left her side that day. But there are a few things you should know as you decide the outcome of this hearing. The first one is this. Lily had to write down the details of the abuse from the night before because it was too horrific for her to tell me. When I got a hold of the offender and he got home, I handed him that piece of paper my 14-year-old daughter had written. He looked me straight in the eyes and said, "She's not lying. I did all of those things to her." The sound that came out of my daughter's mouth next is forever imprinted on my soul. Later that afternoon, my oldest daughter, Chloe, and I had to take Lily to a rape crisis center for an exam. I was not allowed to be with her during that exam. Hearing my child cry through a closed door because she was scared and hurting was one of the worst feelings I have ever experienced. But turning around and seeing my oldest daughter, who idolized that man, sobbing quietly as her heart was breaking too, was almost as devastating. Let there be no question that Lily is the primary victim in this case. She endured things I still don't know and probably never will. She deserves to have as much time feeling safe from him as absolutely possible. But I have 3 other amazing kids that broke that day in different ways as well. That offender destroyed Chloe's idea of what a dad should be or do. She doesn't love easily now, and she certainly will never trust again. Emma, my middle daughter, and her now husband, Cole, had already planned what part the offender would play in their wedding. He took that away from Emma. My 2 older girls, who are so smart and kind and amazing, have had to deal with far too much in their lives, yet they still shine. They don't deserve to have to worry about if he's around every corner. Then there's my sweet son. Tomorrow's his 15th birthday. He's had to deal with the trauma of seeing the offender sexually abuse his sister when they shared a room. Eli was only 5 or 6 years old. He fights demons every single night, has anxiety and can't sleep with a light off because he's afraid of what the dark brings. He doesn't deserve having to worry about where that man is for many, many more years. I have done the very best I could to get my family through this nightmare that the offender chose to create for us. Please remember that as you're deliberating this case. He made these choices time and time again to sexually abuse Lily, knowing it would destroy her and our family. He wouldn't not have stopped if she had not come to me. Let my kids, especially Lily, have a choice in this decision and make him serve the rest of his original sentence. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you for being here, Samantha. I've taken some notes of your statement. I will listen to your statement tomorrow and include what's been said in my report that I'll submit to the board. They will also have access to listen to your statement if they would like to as well. Mr. Millis, would you like to provide a brief response?
Yes, so this is true. This is all true from day one. When I didn't have the self-respect to come forward, when it took my victim to do it for me, because they were so much of a better person than I was. I knew from that moment, I knew the horrible things I was doing. I knew the horrible consequences of my actions. I was too stupid. I was too selfish to care. And it continued. She was absolutely right. What I put my victim through, what she had to endure and has to continue to endure for the rest of her life, is unforgivable. It's unthinkable. It's unwarranted. It's unfair. Everybody else, my family included, that I have made victims in this whole thing, it's unfair for them. They should have never been a possibility. And it's only because of my selfish actions, sir. Like I put them through that. And I know that every day. And I'm going to continue to work on being better. I'm not coming into this hearing asking you guys to get out. I'm coming to this hearing I want to hear this. I know it's healing, and it's what I need as a person to continue to get better and be better. And I will every day. I know these words don't even come close to making up for what I did. It has no bearing. There is nothing I can say today that makes what I did okay or forgivable or even, just, it doesn't make it forgivable. Nothing I say today can. I am sorry from the bottom of my heart, even though I know that doesn't make it okay. And I'll continue. I just want them to know that I will continue be better every single day.
Well, I will summarize what's the statements that have been made today. Again, I'll listen to tomorrow's the recording tomorrow to make sure I'm accurately reflecting what's been stated to them. I did just remember, Mr. Millis, as I've been conducting hearings today, I was sent a sex offense assessment dated January 21st of 2025. It was completed by a Mr. Brian K. Chandler. Did you receive a copy of that document?
No, I have not.
Okay, you also have the right to receive and review this document if you'd like to before the hearing. I haven't read it either, so I just glanced at it. If you'd like to, we can postpone the hearing so you can receive and review this, or you can waive disclosure. We can discuss it and see how you feel. How would you like to proceed with that?
Whatever is best for you guys.
Really, this is just, you have the right to receive all information the board will be considering, including this document. So I'll give a summary of it right now, and then we'll kind of go from there. So it notes you have not participated in sex offense treatment. We'll talk about that here in just a minute. It discusses risk assessments using the standard tools actuarial tools that the program uses. So the static 99R, the static 2002 revised, the bar 2002 revised, various assessment tools. Based on these assessment tools, the program states that your risk of recidivism, quote, falls within the below average risk for sexual reoffense. It gives some statistics as to what that means. Really, these are demographic information based on your history, victim type, your convictions, etc. It'll fall in a demographic bucket of below average risk. It gives summary and recommendations. It says, quote, incest cases can be some of the most egregious of all sex offenses due to the breach of trust involved. It gives some numbers. Quote, these tend to be very unlikely to repeat this behavior once sanctioned, is what the evaluator states. Research suggests that treatment dosage would not typically exceed 100 hours, and grouping these individuals with higher risk of individuals is discouraged due to the potential for increasing the risk of recidivism. This document recommends that you participate in sex offender treatment individually with a clinician who will determine the specific areas of focus and number of dosage hours required prior to parole. It says treatment would last between 6 to 12 months and would continue in the community once and if you were paroled in order to complete your aftercare program. It also says while incarcerated, you'd benefit from life skills classes, thinking for a change, time out for men, relationships, sexuality, and intimacy. So this document is one of many factors that the board will consider. Do you have any questions or concerns? Would you like to postpone the hearing to receive this document and review it, or are you willing to waive disclosure?
Yeah, I'm willing to waive disclosure. I don't want to put a victim and their family through any more than what is necessary.
Okay.
So,
I'll note that you've waived disclosure of that, and we will proceed with the hearing as scheduled today. While we're on that, so since you've arrived at the facility, you've completed MRT, you've participated in an LDS 12 steps class, worked on a college degree program, I believe, as well. There's really quite a few programs that I have lists of that what you've participated in. Some of them are attached to the institutional progress report. What have you learned in the classes that you've done?
So MRT was a good class. We learned a lot about thinking errors, how to not just be humble, but empathetic thinking, how to take other people's feelings into account. That was a really good course. 12-step church programs, Inside Out Dad. We learned a lot about ourselves and the consequences our choices make, our choices have, and to think for others first. And why I've been incarcerated, why I've taken these courses, it has given me a big chance to start thinking outwardly instead of inwardly, to stop being selfish, to start helping other people. And I have found in here through those courses as well that there is a certain gratitude that far exceeds any of my selfish desires to help other people instead of hurt other people, which I did, and which I continue to do. And they'll have to go through the rest of their lives. So these courses, I'm a firm believer in education. I'm a firm believer in learning from everything that is offered to me, and I'm taking advantage of those courses, and I'm listening, and I'm learning, and I'm participating in them, and I want to learn to be a better person. You can't talk lower than what I did. In my book, there's nothing lower. You don't get lower. There's only one way to come ahead, and that's to learn and change. It's the only thing I can do.
I note on that, so you've not started sex offender treatment. My review of the file suggests you're willing to do treatment. You've done the treatability assessments. I think the reason you've not been placed into treatment is the timing. You have a minimum sentence that's not for another 7 or 8 years, a guideline above that. So certainly treatment the timing of those things will be considered. I imagine after today's hearing, The board will set some expectations with treatment, likely a rehearing at a certain point in time to meet those expectations, maybe come back and discuss. The board has different options, but I think that would be maybe a likely outcome. It sounds like you're willing to complete any sex offense treatment that's recommended. Is that correct?
That's correct. Absolutely. More than willing.
Okay. I note you don't have any disciplinary violations. The institutional progress report lists various jobs that you've had in the kitchen as a janitor with good to excellent ratings. The housing staff there at the jail provides a very positive report as well of your behavior and attitude and your performance in your jobs. I have some notes from what you've submitted to us in writing about if and when you are granted parole, what your plans would be. Thank you for submitting those in writing. It helps me prepare, but want to give you an opportunity today. If and when you are granted parole, what would your release plan look like?
So my release plan, at the top of my list, my release plan is to interstate to Washington and live with my sister in Walla Walla, and to join an aftercare program. We've already talked to them. They're willing to accept me if and when in the future I'm released.
That's that Riverview Counseling and Consulting in Washington, I think is what's mentioned.
Yeah, correct. And so, live with my sister, provide counseling up there with Riverview, and then find employment. There's numerous employments around her residence. So that would be at the top of my list. I have numerous options for addresses here locally in the Salt Lake area with friends, really good, solid friends, and job opportunities with them. I have addresses in Nevada with a really good friend, and then as well as Idaho with my parents.
Okay.
So as far as living and work, that would be my plan.
I do note that I received and read letters of support from a sister, mother, a friend discussing some of these plans, visits, etc., expressing support for you. I've provided a summary of those letters. The board will have those available to them as they consider your case after this hearing and in the future as well. I do note that if you are granted parole, if and when you are granted parole, that parole will include Group A sex offender conditions. Those things include, but are not limited to, completing any sex offense therapy that's recommended by an evaluation, having no victim contact, indirect or direct, without prior approval from supervisors, etc., having no contact or association with children under the age of 18 without proper approvals, not go or be places where children congregate or are reasonably expected to be. Submit to random polygraphs, have your employment and residence approved, etc. There's more on top of that, but those are some of the main ones. Would you be willing to comply with those conditions if and when you were granted parole?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I think the report discusses some mental health symptoms over time. Have you ever been diagnosed with a mental illness at any point in time?
No, I haven't.
Have you ever taken medications for mental health symptoms?
No.
And how's your mental health at this current time?
It's good. It's good. It's clear.
Okay. Well, those are the questions that I have for you. What else would you like the Board of Pardons to know?
Just that, again, I want to say sorry for everything I've put my victim and everybody through, including my family, my friends, and even you guys to sit here and have to listen to this. The things I've been able to do in here have really shown me that there's a better way. There's a better person that I can become. That I know I have to become. I have an amazing support system out there. I have an amazing family, and I have really, really amazing friends that not only do they wish me the best, they want me to be the best, they expect me to be the best, but they're demanding this change out of me. And that means a lot for me. They're not just pushing it off. They're not, they take it seriously. I couldn't have asked for a better support system out there. They demand change out of me. They want me to do better, and they know I can. And I want the board to know that I will always do better. No matter how the outcome of this meeting is, and no matter how much time it is, I accept it, and I'm happy with it. I want everybody to be, what am I trying to say? I'm willing to do what needs to be done for my victim to feel safe and to get, what she needs to heal. And I'm never going to stop trying to do better.
Okay. This time I'll take your case under advisement. I put together a report of what I reviewed before today's hearing. I will include in that report what has been discussed at today's hearing. I will then submit that to the members of the board. There's 5 members of the board. They make decisions by a majority vote. That decision usually takes, we say, up to 2 to 4 weeks. Sometimes it does happen within a day or a few days. Sometimes it takes a bit longer, for a few weeks. Once the decision is made, we'll send it in writing to you, Mr. Millis. For anyone in the community that would like to access that decision, it will be posted to the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole website. Anyone interested also can call our office. We can walk through the information, what it means, etc. So that's how we'll proceed. With that, thanks to everyone who's participated at today's hearing. I wish you the best of luck moving forward, and we'll go ahead and conclude with that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, guys, that was the last hearing. I'll be back in 2 hours and some change. I'm gonna be doing the Arizona hearings. The first one's gonna be Pima at 6 p.m. and then 7 would be the Maricopa. Anyhow, I appreciate you guys tuning in. And like I said around here, life's like a candle. Once you blow it out, it's lights out. And with that, we're out of here. Rato.